Are they streaming in New York? I don't understand that.
All right, for those of you just joining us, this is a contest out of Austin. That's right. Many people participating to win a Kia vehicle. Basically, they have to keep their lips on the vehicle. Looks like they get a break every 45 minutes. So right now they're on a break and they're going to start up again in just about 2 minutes. I want to share with you guys a pretty interesting story. Dean Fazzini, our live control operator, took part in a similar contest years ago, except it involved a boat. He kept his lips on a boat for apparently 71 hours and won the whole thing, won the contest. He won a boat. Now in that contest, you only got a break every 4 hours. That's right. He got a 30-minute break every 4 hours. He survived for 71 hours, and apparently the reason he won, well, it was down to him and one other guy. Someone asked, "What do you guys want for lunch?" And the other guy decided to respond. And that, my friends, is how a Fox 10 employee won a similar contest. Looks like this contest is starting up again in Austin. The Kia kissing contest. Person who keeps their lips on the Kia the longest wins.
Remember, no covering back again towards the end of the night. Really? I got people are signed in and like
that's all. The burritos have been fantastic. Thanks to Kirby Lane to get that breakfast burritos and now too. The homemade burritos. All right, 96.7 Kiss FM. Again, the website, hit it up if you want to watch the live stream, and let's check. Oh, great. Good after break. Sound break coming up. 2, 1. Everybody ready? Try the $4.99 sourdough patio combo at Jack in the Box. Limited time only. Spinning up. This hour brought to you by Concordia University, Texas.
Guys, girls, do you love the Disney Channel? How about TV shows like Jessie or Bugs? Well, how would you like to be on the Disney Channel? If it's your dream to be in a movie or real TV show like Jessie or Bugs, listen up. This week, auditions for casting will be held in the Austin.
Now this Kiss a Kia contest has been going on for a few hours now. I'm on Twitter now searching the hashtag Kiss a Kia contest. I know about 2 hours ago there were a handful more people involved in this contest. I'm looking at a photo from 2 hours ago. There were at least about 8 or 9 people kissing the Kia. 10 people at least a few hours ago. Again, this is in the Austin area, specifically Round Rock, which is north of downtown Austin. This is at Southwest Kia in Round Rock, Texas, just north of Austin. The contest is Kiss a Kia, hashtag Kiss a Kia. It appears that this contest started almost 4 hours ago, and that 20 people were involved in the Kiss a Kia contest when it first started. As you can see, 20 people are no longer involved, but there are still a handful of people hoping to win this Kia by keeping their lips on the car.
Can make a big difference.
U.S. locations through the Firehouse Subs Public Safety Foundation with a minimum donation of $1 million. For full details, visit firehousesubs.com.
Stop in the name of love. Love of brakes, that is. Austin's automotive specialist started out specializing in brakes over 38 years ago. And while your car can now drive itself and talk to satellites, your brakes still do only one thing. And we're great at making brakes work well. Simply the best for less. We guarantee it. Austin'sAutomotiveSpecialist.com.
global plasma chamber and ball of lightning, the rarest substance on Earth. Come and see the diamond that was born on the day you fell in love.
Spence, now open in the domain.
Using an overpriced trash bag? Pricey, pricey, pricey. A bag that breaks? Whippy, whippy, whippy. Or a smelly bag? Sticky, sticky, sticky. Time to switch to hefty, ultra-strong trash bags. Now for a low, low price.
Hefty, hefty, hefty.
There are best bags yet with Arm & Hammer odor control, and they cost less than Glad, so you'll be happy, happy, happy. Ultra strength, ultra savings, hefty, ultra strong, all for a low, low price.
Hefty, hefty, hefty.
Austin, Texas. Get on your feet and prepare for the brand new Cedar Park Nissan with an all-star lineup of Sentra, Altima, Rogue, and Titan. Where you, a customer, comes first. Cedar Park Nissan will be open on Sunday, so shop on Saturday and get your best deals on Sunday. 2 minutes north of Lakeline Mall, right on the corner, right on the price. Visit cedarparknissan.com.
What's on your mind, kid? Make it fast.
Why do you want to work at Jim John's, kid? I'm perfect at Jim John's. Doing what? Delivery. We deliver pretty fast here at Jim John's. That's what I heard. What'd you hear? You deliver pretty fast at Jim John's. You heard right. I'm a fast studies. You know the Jim John's slogan? Jim John's slogan. Jim John's slogan is "Stop so fast and free." Stop so fast and free is a small slogan, sir. When people call for a Jim John's sandwich, they want it fast. That don't mean that, sir. How so? Because I'm fast. Fast at what? Fast at everything. Can you deliver fast? I can deliver fast. How fast? I can run it for 40 to 20 minutes. No seconds. That's fast. You deliver before? You deliver newspapers before. We're fast. Very fast. How fast? People got the most paper today. That's fast. So we're not John. That's so fast. I remember not just some fast talker. I did your references. Well, thanks. We use the references. Thank you. But at Jim John's, you gotta be more than fast. More than fast. You gotta be polite. Fast and polite. Fast and polite. I can do fast and polite. Okay, give me some time to think it over. Okay. Okay, I thought it over. When can you start? Now. Now's good. What's your name, kid? Stefan Amalantopoulos. Too long. How about Ed? That's fine. Welcome aboard, Ed.
Order Jimmy John's sandwich delivery today. Jimmy John's. Freaky fast, freaky fresh.
97 Kids FM.
This report is brought to you by KFC.
Might see a little bit of rain. We got a 40% chance of showers, highs in the lower 80s. Tonight down to the mid-60s.
Make your hunger disappear with a KFC $5 filler. A real meal that always comes with a cookie and a drink. All for just $5. KFC. It's finger licking good. At participating KFC's prices may vary, tax extra.
All right, for those of you just joining our live stream, I want to recap what you're watching. You're watching a Kia kissing contest in Austin. It's been going on for hours now. This contest started with 20 people, 20 lips, all vying to win this Kia vehicle. Again, this is taking place in Round Rock, which is a suburb of Austin, north of Austin in Texas. The Kia kissing contest. The person who keeps their lips on the car the longest wins. Now, there are breaks every hour. It appears that you keep your lips on the vehicle for 45 minutes, then you're allowed a 10-minute break before they restart. Again, you can see at least 5 people still in the game. There are 2 Kias that are partaking in this kissing contest. You see the one that you're looking at right now. There's also one next to it. More people, more lips kissing that vehicle. Again, this could go on for a while. There is a individual who works here at Fox 10, Dean Fazzini. He is our live control operator. He actually took part in a similar contest years ago to win a boat. Apparently, he put his lips on that boat for 71 hours before he won. In that contest, you had to keep your lips on the boat for 4 hours before you were given a break. Every 4 hours, you were given a 30-minute break. He survived 71 hours. The person who came in second place lost simply because someone asked them, "What do you want for lunch?" And that person, without realizing it, took his lips off to respond to the question.
Ed Sheeran, that song's played like every single gym for motivation. Shape of You, 96.7 Kiss FM, like playing on repeat too. Live in Round Rock for Southwest Kia's Kissing Kia. What's your name? Delaney. We're going to talk to Delaney coming up here a little bit. I want to know what her strategy is, so stay put.
Oh, is that free? He's like, you know, everything happens. Everybody seems nice when you meet them, but yeah. So yeah. you've seen it every day.
Yeah.
When a certain song comes out, I saw you sing it.
Yeah. I love pop. And classic rock.
Oh, is that right?
Southwest Keegan, 96.7 Kiss FM. What's your name? Delaney, she get at it. You think you can do this the long haul?
Yes, sir.
What's the hardest part about this?
Keeping my muscles relaxed and staying focused. I try to change my position so that I'm not like somewhat,
It's like rubbing your legs to keep the blood flowing. Yep. So we're doing it live. It's our Kiss a Kia contest with Kiss FM. We're more than welcome to come by and watch or hit up the live stream at 967kissfm.com. So we're on.
All right, for those of you just joining us, interested in knowing the rules, again, this is the Kia Kissing Contest. Every hour, the participants are given a break, a short break. This contest started out with 20 people, that's 20 lips, pairs of lips, kissing this Kia. Actually, there are a total of 2 Kias involved in the Kia Kissing Contest. The person who keeps their lips on the car the longest will win. This has been going on for hours there at a Kia dealership in the Austin area. This is Round Rock, which is north of downtown Austin. And it's quite a scene there. We're going to continue to stream this live for as long as we have this live feed. As you can see, people becoming creative, trying to keep themselves busy despite being preoccupied with this kissing contest. As you can see, this individual has headphones on, so at least there's something to listen to, perhaps a podcast or some music to help you get through this kissing contest. Other people strategically positioning themselves so they can kiss the vehicle and still use their phone at the same time. Again, quite the scene here in Texas. This is a Kia car kissing contest there.
Guys, girls, do you love the Disney Channel? How about TV shows like Jessie or Bugs? Well, how would you like to be on the Disney Channel? If it's your dream to be in a movie or real TV show like Jessie or Bugs, listen up. This week, auditions for casting will be held in the Austin
Shout out to
area.
Fox. What is your name, by the way?
What'd you do?
Okay, what up?
Even movies.
You're from
Can you
Fox
imagine
7.
seeing yourself on TV? How amazing would that be? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Casting listings included various Disney shows and movies like Pirates of the Caribbean, starring Johnny Depp, The Hunger Games, and Spider-Man. So if you want to be on the Disney Channel or a TV show like Jessie or Bugs, be one of the first to listen and call right now.
Nobody's dropped out yet.
Superstar could be you. Space is limited, so call right now. Call 844-446-6335. That's 844-446-6335. 844-446-6335. 844-446-6335. Once more, guys. 844-446-6335. Call now. This is sponsored by Casting Call Inc.
I was in the Marines for about 8 years. I love what you guys say. It gives me the peace of mind and the security, just like the Marines did. One afternoon, I was sitting in my office and we had a storm come through. As I was looking out the window, I was right in front of me, and so the leaves start to twirl around like a mini tornado, and it shook the glass so much that we thought the glass was going to break. I came outside after the storm passed and I saw a big branch out of my truck. Once I called the state, they reassured me that the truck would be fixed. They took the time and walked me through each process and told me my options, and then I was shocked within a day the truck was in the shop. How easy it was great customer service. I'm Jennifer Williams, and I'm a DCA member for life.
Yes.
Round Rock Police, some love. What up, man? Thanks for coming, man. Anybody disqualified yet? No, nobody's disqualified yet. They gotta kiss the car for 50 hours. So on and off, and this could go overnight too. I know, Janelle. Give me a long day. Couple long days.
Yes, we're inside the ocean, so it's
You guys think you should video when you get your heads on? You guys think should go first?
great. That's all right. Hey, Bob.
When you shop at Engagement Ring Store with open, self-serve cases, you'll try out 10 times as many styles without all the weird stuffiness. When you shop at a store with hundreds more styles than other stores, you'll be more likely to find a ring that seems like it was meant for you. You can do all of that at the ring. And when you're ready, we'll make you a fresh ring in your style and metal of choice, a ring actually meant just for you. The Ring, a better way to engagement ring.
I'm on my way.
In the backyard here, right?
Wow, you are fast.
But I gotta say, I've never delivered to a dude in the doghouse.
Well, I'm definitely in the doghouse.
I thought in the doghouse was just an expression, a figure of speech.
Well, the doghouse is a very real place.
How long are you condemned to your canine quarters?
Too soon to tell, but on the bright side.
Doghouse is the bright side.
Yeah, no, I can't throw a laugh this far.
Jimmy looking at.
Order Jimmy John's sandwich delivery today. Jimmy John's. Freaky fast, freaky fresh.
10 minutes till your next break. False alarm.
I just don't know what to do. Auto insurance is so expensive. How am I ever going to afford auto insurance?
You need to call Freeway Insurance. I need the same car as you. I only pay $29 a month.
$29 a month? But I have a ticket.
Doesn't matter. Freeway saved me hundreds of dollars on my car insurance, and they can save you money too.
I'm calling now. What's their number?
It's 800-594-9248. 800-594-9248.
Are they close by?
Freeway has offices all over the Austin area.
I'm calling right now. What's that number again?
It's 800-594-9248. 800-594-9248. Listen up, Austin and surrounding areas. Freeway Insurance has rates starting at $29 a month. That's right, $29 a month. Good driver or unlucky driver, the pros at Freeway are here to save you money.
And they're open Saturdays for your convenience. Call now and see how much you can save. 800-594-9248. 800-594-9248. Freeway. It's that thing you're speeding on. Restrictions apply. Liability premium only.
No other app or website can do. Thousands of live radio stations you can take anywhere. Listen to that station in Denver.
Whatever wins that thing,
no problem. In Austin, but you miss Seattle. No problem. Plus, iHeartRadio lets you create your own custom artist stations.
This is Selena Gomez. This is iHeartRadio.
Just type in artist you love, and iHeartRadio creates a station just for you with their biggest hits. All commercial-free, free radio, and unlimited music, all in one app. iHeartRadio.
For more information about contests on this station, go to 967kissfm.com/rules.
Hour 6 now, and I guess contest up in Round Rock, thanks to Southwest Kia. 96.7 Kiss FM, it is Cruise. Get ready, the 5 biggest songs in Austin coming up.
Remember, be careful just because your nose is on the car doesn't mean your lips are. And we are watching.
Yeah. Always showing you guys love. I love it. I think that's it for now. We're out here until somebody wins it. Until this show wins, yeah. And that live stream, by the way, if you want to see the continuous stream, so
All right, viewers just joining us, you are watching the Kia Kissing Contest. If you're wondering why there are no lips on the Kia, that's because these participants have been afforded a small break. So, they're on a break right now. Ron, this is such a crazy thing to watch.
Samia, I thought when you put this up, I thought, oh, this is some kind of time filler. We have thousands of people watching.
I know.
Because at some point, somebody is literally going to they're going to collapse backwards, right? I mean, how long has it been going on already? It's several hours, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's been going on for a few hours now. 20 people taking part in this just peculiar, unique, interesting. I don't want to say bizarre because that would be wrong. You know, an interesting story. Dean Fazzini, our live control operator, won a boat by partaking in a similar contest.
Are you kidding me?
He won a boat. 71 hours his lips were on that boat. It was a little bit different in that scenario. In that scenario, they only got a break every 4 hours.
Oh, yeah.
So every 4 hours, they got a 30-minute break in that scenario where Dean Fazzini won a boat.
Oh, for goodness
sake. I was talking to Tom Fergus, and I was like, well, it kind of sucks to be the runner-up. I mean, you get that far, you make it to 71 hours, and then you give up. Well, apparently someone had asked them, hey, guys, what do you want for lunch? And without thinking, the guy lost because he responded. He took his lips off. It's such a crazy story.
Wow.
Yeah, so we have a
nice
Kiss a Vehicle Vessel contest winner right here in our building, Ron.
I like the thinking there. Maybe you get your buddies to try to throw the other 4 or 5 contestants
Right.
off.
It's like when you're watching when you're at a basketball game and you try to screw up the guys that are from the opposing team that are making free throws.
You know what's so funny? That's exactly what I was thinking about. I thought if these other Kia kissers could get the ASU curtain of distraction, you know, at the ASU basketball games where Michael Phelps is dancing around in his Speedo or whatever. Get the curtain of distraction people to walk in. Everybody else would be like, what the? Oh, and then they're gone.
Yeah.
And you win.
So crazy, though.
I love it.
The things people do to win a car.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also probably just it's just a funny event to partake in.
It is.
But, I mean, how determined do you have to be to just...
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
I applaud those participants. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, no, I know. I'd be out after an hour or two. But you think about all the serious stuff, all the heavy stuff we talk about here.
I
mean,
know.
for goodness sakes, nuclear worries over North Korea and everything else.
Right.
And then you have a day like today where you already had live the Easter egg roll, did you not?
That's true. We went live this morning with the White House Easter egg roll, and then we launched up again a little bit later for this Kia Kissing Contest. You're right. I haven't had any real traditional news this morning.
Right, but that's totally A-okay. Every once in a while, let's do the fun stuff. By the way, you would have been so impressed, since I do like to share with you little tidbits, you know, that you can learn something from on a Hooner history lesson. On the egg roll, did you know they started it in 1878? So I said 1878, 1870. What was going on? So Rutherford B. Hayes and his wife were running the White House, and they used to do an egg roll at the Capitol every year. And then Congress. They're so frumpy over there sometimes. Congress passed a law that said, the grounds of the Capitol shall not be a children's playground. Off you go. So the next year they had to come up with something new. And every year since then, it's been at the White House.
Oh.
I mean, if you think about it, it's not that roly-poly of a lawn anyway at the White House. But it is a very hilly lawn up at the Capitol. So it would make more sense to have, if you think about it, to roll your eggs down a big hill like Capitol Hill.
Right. There's not really much of a roll.
There's like a slant. At the White House, there's just a slant. So
that's
anyway,
interesting.
Now you know.
I loved Easter egg hunting when I was a kid. It was so fun.
Yeah, I know.
Easter egg hunting was the best in childhood.
I have my first memory of doing an Easter egg hunt was at this park in this little town that we grew up in, and talk about unfair situations happening when you're a kid. They had the Easter egg hunt, and the next thing you know, the guy who ran the local newspaper, his little girl was out there hunting for eggs, and somebody took her because they were trying to get a picture for the newspaper.
Yeah.
Somebody took the little girl to show her where, like, the golden eggs were. And I remember my mom holding my hand and saying, "Wait a second."
What a scandal.
So then she took me over to the same area to find where the golden eggs were.
It was about principle.
It was totally about principle.
And that's when you decided I would become a journalist to fight these injustices
Correct.
in the world.
The injustices of the powerful. Fighting back against, just like you do every day, Samia. You fight back against the powerful.
And sometimes you don't. Sometimes you just stream a Kia kissing contest in Austin, Texas. Depends on the day, guys.
Yep.
Depends on the day.
Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, well, I think they're a minute away from getting back. Oh, no.
I think their break
It's
is 10
10:02.
minutes.
Oh, every hour?
I think.
Oh, come on.
You think that's too easy?
What has become of us as a country?
Well, some people
Every
would call
hour?
them snowflakes. I'm not going to say that, but I'm just saying.
Every hour? It's a 10-minute break? Oh, this is going to be going on till Thursday.
Well, you know, that
At
means
that
I'll have
rate.
a lot of stuff to stream here, Ron.
Yeah. Well, we lost April.
I
don't
know,
They're-
April. This
she's
might
probably
be the
still
new
streaming.
April the giraffe.
Oh, my goodness.
I hope it won't take a month
Yeah.
to win a Kia, but
Yeah.
hey, if people have that kind of dedication.
10 minutes every hour.
Maybe they'll reduce it as the day goes on, where eventually the break is only 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Or I don't know, but I mean, this break has been going on for more than 5 minutes now. See people hydrating,
Oh, see, and
drinking
now
lots
they're...
of water. They have name tags on their back. That makes sense because really, if they're leaning forward on
Yes.
kissing the car, you can't see
Right.
the name tag on the front.
Yeah. So I like how they have a good Fox TV station in Austin. That's how we're getting these pictures. And they also have a KISS FM radio station.
Ah, yeah. So
You see
Kiss
the
FM is also
Poster in the background there.
what the main sponsor there in Austin, Texas. This is actually in Round Rock, Texas. So
okay.
that's a suburb of Austin. It's north of Austin.
Yeah.
Fun fact: I was in Round Rock
How long ago?
August 2015 for
Oh.
my dear friend, Funny Indian, Rajiv Satyal's wedding.
Oh, yeah.
He once was a guest here on News Now, a comedian
Yep.
who
He
went
is
on a
funny.
international tour sponsored by the State Department,
Yeah.
an issue that Rand Paul was not happy about.
Right. But did you notice ever since Rand Paul brought that up in the presidential campaign, then his whole campaign fell apart?
Yeah, so
Do
really-
not pick on Funny Indian.
Yeah, that's basically what happened. And this is why Rand Paul's not president, Ron.
Yeah, that's for sure. Wow.
Looks
well,
like
it
everyone,
looks like everybody's gathering.
Yep.
Somebody's got to give them the. Look,
One woman
they're-
is wiping down the area which she's going to put her lips on.
I like how this one girl's going to. The girl with her back to us, right over the
Which
wheel
one?
well,
Right
in
here?
the black sweater.
here, this one?
Is she going to just like be looking at her phone while she's kissing?
Well, there's one
Can you do
woman.
that?
There's one woman
Yep.
that's on. I think at this other car because there's 2 cars involved in this kissing contest. There's one woman who lies down on her back and positions herself in such a way where she can kiss the vehicle but also sit on her phone the whole time. So if you're in that situation, I feel like you have to use every 10-minute break to charge your phone.
Yeah,
I would think.
After a few hours, you're going to be down to like.
So every 10-minute break need to charge a little bit. You know what I
Correct,
mean?
right.
There's a strategy there,
Yes.
or you have to bring those power packs like the Mophie portable chargers. I mean, there are so many different strategies. So as you can see, the kissing has begun once again.
Yeah.
There at the
Yeah.
Kia dealership in Round Rock, Texas. Ron, thanks for joining me.
Sure, Samia.
For this eventful occasion.
Okay. Good luck, guys.
or we reserve the right to assume that your lips are not on the card.
So number 4, big shots bounce back. 96.7 Kiss FM. Doing 11 round rock for the Kiss and Keeper contest. 5 biggest songs in Austin on the radio right now. Again, contest. 96.7 KissFM.com. So follow along with us. Number 3, Chase Smokers. It's Kiss FM. So Billy the Kid and I, we were talking about this the other day about how all the James sound the same. James Blunt, James Bay, James Robert. I mean, I think they're all the same person. I don't know. That's number 2. It's called See Let Go, 96.7 Kiss FM. I'm trying to kind of quiet. I don't want to disturb these people that are on about actually kissing the Kia. But yeah, it's still going on. Nobody's dropped out yet. We're in the 6th hour now. And doing a commercial free, I do countdown. Song number 1 today, Zaylor on Kiss.
Where's the announcer guy? It's like, see, is there around here? He's like,
He's taking a break.
And for those of you just joining us, this is indeed a Kia kissing contest. There are 2 vehicles involved in this Kia kissing contest, a total of 20 people. As you can see, it's not the easiest task. You got to keep your lips on the car. The person who keeps their lips on the car the longest wins the contest. This is taking place at the Kia dealership in Round Rock, which is a suburb of Austin. You can see this guy right here moving up and down the car. Obviously getting a little fidgety. Some people staying still. This woman very still. The camera focusing on this group of people right now, but there are also some other people taking part in the contest. Camera moving now, so you can see other people. Those lips right there. Lots of people taking part in this contest in Texas. Again, the person who keeps their lips on the car the longest wins the vehicle. That is a very strategic position there, because at least this woman gets to still use her phone. Let me just drop that banner and you can see that she's using her phone. She's put her hand through the window and she's positioned herself strategically. That's part of the strategy. How are you going to pass time? Position yourself so you can still use your phone, perhaps listen to music, listen to a podcast. Everyone has a strategy here. Some people just standing still. I know we saw one woman laying on the ground, probably an easier position to be in than having to stand still and keep your lips on the vehicle. Again, this could go all day and all night. We have a coworker, a colleague here at Fox 10, Dean Fazzini. Here's our live control operator. He took part in a similar sort of contest years ago. It was a boat kissing contest and he won the whole thing. He kept his lips on the boat for 71 hours. Now in that contest, Dean only got a break every 4 hours. He got a half-hour break. In this contest, participants are given a break every hour. About 10-minute break every hour. Again, a Kia kissing contest out of Texas. Many people asking questions, well, what if the participants have to use the restroom? Well, that is why there is a break every hour. There is a 10-minute break every hour. Now, if you have to go and you can't hold it, well, I guess you forfeit if you take your lips off the vehicle. The participant has to decide what's more important. Winning the Kia or using the restroom in that moment. Some people may get hungry, thirsty, bored. The question is, what will they do? What will they forego to win this vehicle?
Felicia's over there. She wanted to hear some Eminem to help her through this. So let's play some Lose Yourself. Just think of better times watching Netflix and B-Rabbit and 8 Mile and later what you in this new car. All right, Kiss FM, let's run it.
How many of you want to sing along right now? Yep. You can still do it with your lips on the car. Don't leave. Feels like they just got a burst of energy during this song. Same. Shout out to Drew for that one.
All right, everyone, as you can see, we are having some technical difficulties. I want to go ahead and show you this video from just moments ago of the Kia kissing contest. Video from moments ago.
Thousands of
Again, this kissing contest has been going on for hours this morning. This is video from earlier today. 20 people taking part in this Kia kissing contest in Austin, hoping to win the vehicle. The person with their lips on the car the longest wins. I guess that shows that they are truly dedicated. And for those of you just joining us, we are watching this peculiar event in Austin. 20 people hoping to win a Kia, but it just kissing it for an extended period of time. Could you compare it to dating? Not quite. The Kia, maybe getting kissed against its will. Alright, I'll stop with the jokes. You're watching a Kia kissing contest in Austin. The person who keeps lips on the car longest wins. This at the Kia dealership in Round Rock. That is a suburb of Texas, or a suburb of Austin, Texas, excuse me. It is north of Austin. Again, 20 people, all with their lips on this vehicle. 2 vehicles, actually, hoping to win the contest. Those of you tuning in on our YouTube feed, you've asked, are we going to Sean Spicer soon? Yes, we will take you live to Sean Spicer as soon as the daily White House briefing begins. That's scheduled for 11 o'clock Arizona time, so stay tuned for that. We will have Sean Spicer's daily White House briefing. Alright, it looks like Fox in Austin has started up a new stream of this Kia kissing contest over there, so we're going to go ahead and take you there live once again. The Kia kissing contest continues in Austin.
Remember, if I can't see your lips, I'm going to assume they are not on the card.
Select John Deere mowers come with a free Home Depot gift card worth up to $350. From zero-turn models to the new Excel cutting decks, John Deere gives you a quality cut that won't cut into your downtime. And that free Home Depot gift card puts even more spring in your pocket.
Buy a John Deere, get a gift card. During Spring Black Friday, only at the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. Valid through April 19th in store and online. Gift card via mail and rebates. See store for details.
Wow, what did you do to your curls? So soft, shiny, and defined. They look amazing. I use John Frieda Frizzy's Air Dry Waves. It gives you defined, touchable waves with soft, feather-light movement. No heat required and no frizz. Frizzy's Air Dry Waves is why my curls look amazing. Wow, beauty secret revealed. Let's just say hair talks. With Frizzy's Air Dry Waves, your hair scores and frizz never interrupts. Only from John Frieda.
Did you know the Vizio SmartCast M Series home theater display is CNET's highest rated LCD TV? It also won the coveted Editor's Choice Award from USA Today's TextReview.com and CNET. It has a full array LED backlight and 4K high dynamic range to deliver incredible contrast, depth, detail, and brightness. The Vizio SmartCast M Series starts at $649.99. Check it out now at Vizio.com/award. That's Vizio.com/award. CNET rating as of September 2016.
Meet Lily, future engineer.
My car can drive and fly.
Charlie, budding architect.
My blocks are gonna be the tallest building ever.
At the Goddard School, we're committed to helping children succeed in school and in life. Our Flex Learning program gives children the freedom to explore and invent in their own individual way, all the while building confidence, character, and a lifelong love of learning.
Can we do that again?
Join the Goddard School today. Visit GoddardSchool.com.
Radio is the easy-to-use app for music and radio. Listen to your favorite radio station from anywhere. Hear a song on the radio you love? Just tap and instantly download it to your phone. That's easy. Plus, creating playlists also easy. Add songs from the radio directly to your playlist.
What's up, guys? It's us, the Chicken Smokers. Now when you hear a song of ours on the radio, you can save them directly to your playlist.
Seriously easy.
The iHeartRadio app.
The easy-to-use app for music and radio. Download the free iHeartRadio app now. This Heineken Countdown is brought to you by McDonald's.
Might see a little bit of rain. We got a 40% chance of showers. Highs in the lower 80s tonight, down in the mid-60s.
They're the at all times. If for some reason only one lip is on the car,
Save you time, money, and simplify your life. Talk to an agent
that's why
at 800-STAY-FAR. That's 800-STAY-FAR.
5 minutes until your next break.
Where you go?
Also remember, no covering your face.
When they go on breaks, they can
Congrats for your last 5 minutes in this hour. You just walked through Bruno Mars.
This is the first one I've seen in this area. Or on your back out. Oh, you better get that 10 extra, that supercharger. That's a lot of data and a lot of battery. 10 minutes charging is going to do anything. I'd be, that's what like one girl was laying there, looked like she was asleep. I was like, man, I can imagine that you fall asleep and your head nods off. Especially me, when I catch myself asleep, I yank myself asleep. And then I was like,
right, now we have a poll for you, the viewers. You've been watching this for quite a while. Is there a participant in this bizarre contest that you think is going to win it all? Who do you think has the best stamina? Who do you think is going to be the first to give up? Place your bets. We don't obviously have their names readily available, but you can describe them based on their shirt or hair color. However you can describe them. Or perhaps their cell phone case. Now our Facebook viewer, Gina Mitch, thinks that the person in the black shirt with the brown hair is the winner. Miss Unique saying green shirt. Susan thinking it'll be the girl with the turquoise phone. Meanwhile, Jasmine saying it's the girl in the black hair with the black shirt. Now, they are on their break once again. Now, every hour, the participants are afforded a break. This is their time to make calls, use the restroom, get a snack, drink some water, whatever you got to do to survive this Kia kissing contest. Now, the break has begun. We'll continue to stream it here on News Now for your viewing pleasure. And for those of you tuning in on Facebook, we will continue the stream nonstop. And for those of you tuning in on YouTube, we will take you to the Sean Spicer Daily White House briefing once that begins. Again, we are going to be cutting away from this Kia kissing contest in Austin soon to take you live to Washington, D.C. for the White House Daily Press Briefing with Sean Spicer. If you want to continue watching the Kia kissing contest, you just have to go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix. We're continuing to stream this Kia contest live on our Facebook page.
Started off on the hood earlier. It was awesome. Made his way to the bumper. It's not a bad sign.
All right, everyone, we are going to take you to the White House press briefing room. We are awaiting Sean Spicer. He should be speaking any minute now.
It's about a week.
So we fly up.
Yeah, somebody has to 500 people graduated. Well, that's interesting. They were helicopter to one vote, and that vote was a bigger vote.
About the threat to North Korea? So I think that it is clear that this administration is taking a tougher tack, a tougher posture to talking about towards North Korea. I will say that there are some reparations globally. Look, for example, what reportedly a Kremlin official spokesperson said, which is that the belief currently is that President Trump is more unpredictable essentially than Kim Jong-un. So how does that play out with our allies internationally, especially what we're looking for?
You try that.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah. Yeah, nightfall. When they clean up patrol, it's all Did that work?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know if you were talking to a writer.
I was about to. That's why I was letting you go. It's always like that.
Guys, 2-minute warning.
2 minutes. 2 minutes on the ring staff.
Spring break. That'd be awesome. It's like
He's on the board.
No, he's
Clock's right.
he's on the board, but then Twitter, it's the worst.
Yeah, I know.
It's like it is. For a while,
That's sad.
We might have been able to get like ice cream sandwiches. Very rude.
yeah, sure.
Stop being smart. No, I support them. I support the frozen yogurt push. I support it.
I saw that yesterday. Watching this. The Easter Bunny taking out Teddy at the game. Did you see that?
Oh, I heard about that.
It was like being tackled. Totally. He was about to win too. He was just about to win, and then the Easter Bunny took him out. Very little.
Oh, that's a good test. Bunny ears, no flag.
It was fun. I can't believe my kids saw that.
These guys have worked. I hope so.
It's like a scene back there. It's sort of like a creepy. Or something's like.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope those who celebrated had a great Easter holiday and have had a chance to go out and check out the activity on the South Lawn. We've got a few waves still to go. The President and the First Lady welcomed thousands of families here to the White House this morning for the 139th annual Easter egg roll. When it's all said and done, we'll have had thousands of guests, including many active duty military, veterans' families, children from local schools, patients from local children's hospitals, all here to share in this historic event. Right about now, the President is finishing up his regular meeting with the Secretary of State. The Vice President, of course, is currently on a 10-day trip visiting South Korea, Japan, Indonesia, and Australia. While in South Korea, The Vice President participated in an Easter church service with both American and South Korean service members and their families, and has been holding bilateral meetings with representatives of the South Korean government. The Vice President is delivering a message to the people of the Republic of Korea on behalf of the President that even in these troubled times, the United States stands with them for a free and secure future. Under President Trump, our ironclad alliance will be even stronger. Our nations will be safer, and the Asia-Pacific region will be more secure. From South Korea, the Vice President will head to Japan. I'll continue to provide updates as they warrant during the Vice President's trip throughout the rest of the week. Looking ahead, tomorrow the President heads to Wisconsin, where he'll talk about his Buy America, Hire America agenda at Snap-on Tools in Kenosha, Wisconsin. For those of you who aren't aware, Snap-on is a prime example of a company that builds American-made tools with American workers for U.S. taxpayers. We'll be having a background briefing here in this room later this afternoon with senior administration officials regarding the details of the trip. Further guidance should be coming out in your inboxes momentarily. On Wednesday, the President will sign the Veterans Choice Program Extension and Improvement Act. The President is proud to sign this legislation, which passed unanimously by the Senate earlier this month. The bill ensures that veterans have certainty and continuity of care while this administration works with Congress to develop a plan that reforms the VA system and gives our nation's heroes the care that they deserve. He'll also host the New England Patriots this Wednesday to congratulate them on their 5th Super Bowl win. And on Thursday, the Prime Minister of Italy will be here for an official visit. With that, I'll kick it off to the birthday boy, Mr. Jim Acosta.
I'll take it. Thank you, Sean. Does the President have a red line when it comes to North Korea that if they cross it, they will bring about some kind of military response from the U.S.?
I think what we talked about, you know, the use of red lines in the past with respect to Syria, the President's made that drawing red lines hasn't really worked in the past. He holds his cards close to the vest, and I think you're not going to see him telegraphing how he's going to respond to any military or other situation going forward. That's just something that he believes has not served us well in the past. We did this with Mosul. We start to talk about what the action will be months in advance, and it really gives the intended recipient of action a heads up as to what's going on. So I don't think that you're going to see the President drawing red lines in the sand, but I think that the action that he took in Syria shows that when appropriate, this President will take decisive action.
So let me just to follow up on that. Syria is one thing. North Korea is quite another when they have nuclear ambitions the way that they do.
Right.
When you talk about, well, we did this to Syria and we did this to Afghanistan, is that
no, I think in the case
too loose with, you know, bombastic rhetoric?
No. I think, and again, I please don't read too much into that in terms of trying to make an analogy on the action. I think it's quite the opposite. But I think with respect to North Korea in particular, the President had a really good meeting with President Xi down at Mar-a-Lago, where I think he's spoken extensively about the relationship that they made down there, and that they continue to work to improve. And the results of that are paying off. I think you see China playing a much more active role with respect to North Korea, both politically and economically. That they can continue to apply pressure to achieve results, and I think we're going to continue to urge China to exhibit its influence in the region to get better results.
But North Korea did launch that missile.
I understand that, and it failed. We're well aware of what's going on. We monitored that situation. The President was kept up to date, as you know. But I think that we're going to continue to work with China in particular to help find a way forward on this. John.
Thanks so much, Sean. The President, as you just mentioned, has spoken about this relationship that he's developed with President Xi.
Mm-hmm.
President Xi would be leaning on the North Korean government to prevent the kind of attempted missile launches like we saw over the weekend. It seems as if that effort, in terms of leaning on North Korea, did not work. In addition to that, the Vice Foreign Minister of North Korea said to the BBC today that North Korea will test its missiles on a weekly, a monthly, and a yearly basis. So my question is, what kind of pressure is China putting on North Korea?
I think this goes back to the nut of what Jim was asking, which is I think for us to telegraph what we're going to do or what we're going to ask others to do would not be a smart strategy to lay it out on public. But I think that if you realize, for example, on the economic side of things, China is the #1 importer of North Korean coal. I think to see them curtail some of that has a real economic impact on the region. There's a lot of economic and political pressure points that I think China can utilize, and we've been very encouraged with the direction in which they're going.
But it seems as if North Korea is essentially, just based upon what they tried to do over the weekend, thumbing its nose at even China because of what they attempted to do.
I understand the question. I think we're just not there yet. We've got a lot of tools left and a lot of conversations that are ongoing, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. I think we've had a very productive direction that we've seen China move in, and I think there's an agreement, I think, by everyone so far that a nuclear capable North Korea is not in anybody's best interest, and I think we're going to continue to work with the Chinese in particular on this case. Caitlin.
What was their review of the White House visitor logs? What was the extent of that review?
I'm sorry, what was
the extent of their review of the White House visitor logs? What made you change your mind to not continue releasing them?
I think, as was noted on Friday, we're following the same policy that every administration from the beginning of time has used with respect to visitors log. We will comply with both the Federal Records Act and the Presidential Records Act as stated by law.
Well, why does the president object to people knowing who is coming in the White House?
Well, it's not a question of objecting. It's about following the law. We're following the law as both the Presidential Records Act and the Federal Records Act prescribe it. So it's the same policy that every administration had up until the Obama administration, and frankly, the faux attempt that the Obama administration put out where they would scrub who they didn't want put out didn't serve anyone well. The president wants to make sure that people can come in the same way that you can go into a members of Congress's office, provide information and details, and there's people who want to be able to come have that conversation with members of the administration the same way that they would do with members of Congress, go into their office.
Why didn't he take this opportunity to one-up the transparency game?
Because I think I'm trying to explain that to you. I think that we recognize that there's a privacy aspect to allowing citizens to come express their views, and that's why we maintain the same policy that every other administration did coming up here prior to the last one. And the last one, frankly, was a faux level of doing that, because when you go through and you scrub everyone's name out that you don't want everyone to know, that really is not an honest attempt at doing it. We're going to follow the law the way that every administration has followed up until the last one. Zeke.
Hey, Sean. Following on Caitlin's question, the rationale given Friday for the visitors log reversal was that for both national security and privacy concerns, both of those were clear exemptions in the Obama administration's policy, which led to that scrubbing that you described. So why exactly the reversal? You seem to be describing maybe a third rationale that you're giving.
No, I think I just touched on privacy. That people have a right.
The Obama administration had that exception to their visitors log.
But I think the problem, Zeke, is that we don't know what the I mean, they said what it was, but you don't know who got left off and who didn't. They chose to not put people out for whatever reason, and they gave an excuse, and no one questioned it. So the question is, but I think the bottom line is, as I said to Caitlin, is that we're going to have the same policy that every president has had through time. And comply with the law on both fronts. I think, but again, you remember, it's interesting that we're following basically the same thing that members of Congress follow. You go and you meet with a member of Congress right now. That there's an option for people to be able to go and express their opinion if they want to make it public. Who's meeting with them? And in a lot of cases, we do. We bring in you guys to probably a greater extent than it's happened before in terms of the pool spray. We list participant lists. But I think there's an opportunity sometimes for the American people who want to come and have a conversation and not become, and be able to share their view. So again, but remember, this is the same policy that every president and every administration has followed.
I'll grant you that. But
Thank you.
This president, entered office running a campaign saying he was going to drain the swamp. So under this existing policy, a lobbyist, the president has decried, on the campaign trail and stop a Washington insider, members of, of the swamp can walk into the White House, and there is no recourse to the public to hold the president to account.
I think you guys, the visitor logs to all the White House components, OMB, the Council of Economic Quality, U.S. Trade Representative, Office of Science and Technology. What I'm saying is all of those that are subject to the Federal Records Act, we're complying with all that, and we're complying with the Presidential Records Act. My point is that, look, this is the policy that's existed from the beginning of time since they were kept. and through the last one. And the last one was a faux attempt at that. Again, it's not really being transparent when you scrub out the names of the people that you don't want anyone to know were here. And so I think that we've made a decision to stay in line with the law and follow the same procedures that everyone else has maintained. Trey.
Thanks, Sean. On North Korea, is the president prepared to act alone, or does he feel that Congress should be somehow involved in the process if any decision that includes the use of force is made?
I think he's going to utilize the powers under the Article 2 of the Constitution. I think what you saw with respect to the action that he had with Syria, he made sure that members of Congress were notified of his action in a very, very short amount of time. We're going to continue to seek their input on the policy overall, and then make sure that they're notified. We'll do that. But I think the bigger consultation issue is what we do with the larger world community and have that dialogue, as I've mentioned earlier, to make sure that every country that can is putting the appropriate level of economic and political pressure on North Korea to act in a way that helps us. Eamon?
Thanks, Sean. With tax filing day coming up, is the president going to release his 2016 tax returns, given that we can assume maybe that those are not themselves under audit, which is the...
No, you can't. They are. I think it's been covered before. It's the same thing that was discussed during the campaign trail. The president is under audit. It's a routine one. It continues. And I think that the American public know clearly where he stands. This was something that he made very clear during the election cycle. Excuse me. And hold on. And so the one time that it was done, I think the people understand, how successful the president's been and how much he's paid in taxes. So, but it's the same. We're under the same audit that existed, and so nothing has changed.
As you know, the IRS never comments on individual taxpayer
Right.
information. This obviously is an extraordinary case involving the president of the United States. The president could authorize the IRS, presumably, to go ahead and confirm that he's under audit. And to give us some details about that audit, what years, how long this is expected to take, et cetera. Will the president authorize the IRS to confirm?
I think the president's view on this has been very clear from the campaign, and the American people understood it when they elected him in November. Hallie.
You got to fly in.
Thank you. Always looking out for me, John Roberts.
Political leaders in Hawaii are reviewing plans for emergency plans in case they are attacked. Does the president believe that the level of tension between the United States and North Korea is at the point where we should start reviewing emergency attack plans?
So just to be clear, and again, I'm not going to get into, I would just tell you that there are military contingency plans for almost every scenario in a numerous aspects around the world, here at home, everything from humanitarian relief to refugee crises to attacks. That is standard military procedure to have those kind of things. So to make that in any way, shape, or form sound new would be a mistake. It is a standard operating procedure of the military to plan for contingencies in a number of operations in a number of hotspots throughout the world on a regular basis. And with respect to Korea in particular, that's been going on for decades.
I'm just wondering, how high does the president view the threat level from North Korea?
Again, I think the president's made clear we're aware of the activities that they've engaged in, and we're monitoring them, and the national security team continues to keep them up to date.
Just one more on that topic. One of the reasons why successive administrations has chosen to negotiate with the leaders of North Korea is because it's believed that there are no good military options to deal with. Does this president believe that there are viable military options for dealing with North Korea?
Again, I'm not. I understand that, but I think taking anything on or off the table in itself limiting your options to some degree, and so I'm not going to even discuss that. Julie.
I wanted to ask a couple of questions about the situation in Turkey.
Mm-hmm.
Is the president concerned at all by these reports from international monitors that this referendum that gives President Erdogan these sweeping powers had irregularities in it?
My understanding is there's an international commission that is reviewing this and issues a report, so 10 to 12 days, and so we'll wait and let them do their job. There were international monitors throughout Turkey, and we'll let the.
What would he like to see Erdogan do?
I think at this point,
right
I don't think. I think it would. We'd rather not get ahead of that report and start to make decisions without knowing. There were observers there, as there routinely are, and I'd rather wait and see.
And just beyond the irregularities, just the act that that Erdogan is going through to try to accumulate these powers. What does the president make of that?
Again, I'm not going to. They have a right to have elections, and there are people participated in that. But before we start getting into their governing system, let this commission get through its work. Steve.
Sean, when Vice President Pence says that regarding North Korea, strategic patience is over,
Right.
what does that mean exactly?
The era of strategic patience was a policy that the Obama administration enacted to basically wait and see. I think we have now understood that policy is not one that is prudent for the United States, and I think that's why you've seen stepped-up efforts, particularly with respect to China, and that's why I think the relationship that the president really is building on from the time that he spent down in Mar-a-Lago with President Xi is hopefully going to produce results. And so part of it is to actively engage with world partners like China in particular that have economic and political influence that they can utilize.
What would it take to restart some sort of talks with North Korea?
Well, let's see. Again, I'm not going to get ahead of the policies right now. I think we're seeing some active engagement with China, and that's helpful. So let's see how that goes. Allie.
Thank you, Sean. I have two for you on North Korea. You're doing it today. You've done it before. You've stood at the podium and said you don't want to telegraph moves
Right.
that the president will make, because you want to preserve that element of surprise. A Kremlin spokesperson said today President Trump is more impulsive and unpredictable than Kim Jong-un. At what point does this strategy of unpredictability become a liability?
Well, I respectfully would disagree. I think that the rest of the world, when he acted in Syria in particular, the world community, not just the world community, but here at home, on a bipartisan basis, applauded the president's actions. Well, I think absolutely, but it's not. I think that you have to look at the flip. I mean, I talked about it a minute ago. When you look at some of the actions that we've taken in the past, Mosul being a good example, where we leaned in and started to explain what we're going to do and when we're going to do it, that takes a huge element off the table of not only surprise but achieving the effect that you're trying to do. So the world community, and especially the more that he meets with world leaders, and developing relationships, repairing relationships, and reasserting the U.S. place around the globe, it should be reassuring to not just us here at home, but around the globe. People are excited that the president is taking action, and decisively so.
You've made it clear that you're not taking options off the
That's
table,
right.
including military options. Defense officials have estimated for a long time that war on the Korean Peninsula will cost thousands of lives. It could economically devastate South Korea. Is this to be read then as an acceptance of that risk by the Trump administration?
No, it's again. I think the point is that if you get into a series of hypotheticals about what you will take on or off the table, will we do this or not that? At some point, you really start to narrow your options, and I think the president has long held a strategy that doing that begins to give the enemy, the opponent, whatever it is in any particular case, whoever he's, even if it's just a negotiation. The options of knowing where to go and where not to go. And so the president's been very clear that not taking options off the table gives us a stronger hand.
So do you accept the risk of war?
I didn't no, because again, by what you're trying to do is to get us to take something off. I think at the end of the day, we will always act in America's best interest to ensure that our national interests are protected. And so if we were to say that we're taking something off the table in any way, shape, or form, that would limit what we have to do. We are going to make sure that we do what we have to protect our national interests. And obviously, with respect to South Korea, we've been very clear. The Vice President spoke very clearly about the need to strengthen and cement the alliance that we have with South Korea during his visit.
I don't mean to belabor the point, but I just want to be clear because I want to flip the coin, right, which is something you talked to us about. If you're not taking options off the table, if you flip it then, that can be read as you're accepting the fact
No,
that
I think that's a
stretch.
Right, that's a stretch. I think don't. That's the point. I'm not. No, it's not a question of taking the risk or not taking the risk. Again, you can start to go down a very dangerous path of, will you use this, will you not use that? The president's very clear, and I think that everybody who's been briefed on him, and I think when you look at the quality of the national security team that's surrounding him, by all accounts, probably the best in our nation's history in terms of all across the board, you know that the president is getting unbelievably sound and strategic advice on how to protect our national interests. Brian.
Last week you dismissed, I think it was when Hallie asked the question, you dismissed North Korea and said it isn't a threat if you can't go through with it. So what changed? What's our goal in North Korea? What's the strategy? And what's your response to the critics who say that this is just blue smoke and mirrors to hide some of the problems on the White House staff and some of the failing domestic social agenda?
I don't think there's anybody in the world who would not believe that North Korea's actions are both provocative and a concern. So the actions that we're taking are extremely, they're appropriate and justified. What we're doing is working with the world community And as I've mentioned multiple times today, especially China, which is really acting in a historic way to ensure that our national interests and the safety of the peninsula is protected.
So what about the follow-up there is what about the criticism from people on the Hill who say you're just hiding a domestic agenda that isn't working?
I've never heard that. I haven't heard that criticism.
Well, actually, I have.
Okay, well, then we travel in different circles. But I don't think that there's anybody who honestly believes that after seeing the launches that they're taking and the work that they're undertaking, that any attempt to protect our country and our national interests is anything other than the right and justified thing to do. Francesca.
Thank you, Sean. This morning in an interview, you referred to the missile launch as an unsuccessful military attack. That contradicts what other White House officials have said.
It was an unsuccessful launch.
Okay, so you just misspoke in the Fox and Friends interview. There's no specific evidence that this was some sort of
No,
an attack.
it was an unsuccessful missile launch.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Glenn.
Sean, you talked about the end of strategic patience, two questions, in the context of attempting to expand China's role in pressuring North Korea. Do you believe China has the power to change North Korea's behavior if they choose to do so? And then a follow-up.
That's a good question. I think they can definitely try. There's economic and political points that they could be pushing. Whether or not they achieve that outcome is yet to be seen. But I think that there's a lot of influence that they could exhibit in both of those areas, and we'll have to see. And that's, but it's clearly the prudent thing for the president to do, to try to build that relationship with President Xi and see if we could achieve an outcome that's in all of our best interests. Jonathan?
How concerned are you that the uptick in the language, the bellicosity, tweets, could potentially provoke unintentionally military action? I mean, is there a concern that a lot of the words that are being thrown around could have an unforeseen impact? Just explain to me, from the president's thinking, how concerned he is of the risk of an unintentional conflict.
I don't think that that's there. I think we're taking all the appropriate and prudent steps. Jonathan?
I've got a question on North Korea and China, but first to follow up on the tax question. You've been asked about this obviously 1,000 times.
Thank you.
You always talk about, well, under audit, the president says under audit. Is it time just to say once and for all, the president is never going to release his tax returns?
We'll have to get back to you on that.
You want, I mean, really?
Really?
So he may?
No, I said I'd have to get back to you on that. I think that he is still under audit. The statement still stands.
And on North Korea, you said that China's playing an active role, you even said an historic role right now in pressuring the North Koreans. What are they doing?
Well, again, I think that when you look at both the economic front, coal in particular, that is North Korea's #1 export. I think that they have taken some very helpful economic actions and exhibited positive signs on the diplomatic front as well. But again, this is something that is an ongoing conversation built on the relationship that the president established with President Xi. And I think that, as the president has noted before, I mean, we'll have to see. But it is encouraging the signs that China is showing.
And the president suggested there was a quid pro quo in terms of not declaring China a currency manipulator because they were helping or going to help with North Korea. So if China does not adequately put pressure on North Korea, is he going to go back and declare them a currency manipulator?
Yeah, so there's a couple things on that. Number one, they haven't been manipulating their currency since he's been in office. That's a fact. Number two is I think the president's tweet said clearly to do so at this time would not be prudent. It's not a quid pro quo. It's just saying that in the middle of them taking very positive signs to help us address the situation in North Korea, that to label them a currency manipulator I don't think would be very productive in achieving a very, very important national strategic objective. Okay?
Sean, on both the taxes and on the visitor logs, there are now ethics experts on both sides of the aisle who say this is the least transparent administration in decades. How do you respond?
Well, I think that we've taken several steps to allow people's access to this White House in terms of, in particular, the press. We hold regular pool sprays where we bring people in, we release participant lists. We give press the opportunity to come into the room, see everybody who's there, hear part of the discussion. So I would respectfully disagree with that. Abby?
Sean, there's a new Gallup poll out today showing that 45% of Americans don't believe that the president will keep, only 45% believe he'll keep his promises. That's down 17% since early February. Given some of his reversals, especially in the last week, does he risk being seen as a flip-flopper?
I don't think so. You know, I mentioned it on the currency, on NATO. We talked about this last week. The question in my mind is looking at the issue and seeing, and I mentioned NATO, I think Matt asked it last week, where there are certain things, and again on NATO, if you go back to, I think it was September 29th of last year, he was talking very specifically about some of the moves that he was seeing NATO make in a positive direction. And already at that point encouraging them. In the case of China, they aren't, since he's been in office, manipulating their currency. The Treasury did issue a report on Friday that put them on a watch list with a number of other countries. So I know that it's easy to just take an issue and say, well, he's not, you know, make it seem very black and white. But on these particular issues, you can see that there's movement to the president's position. I would argue that he's achieving a lot of results on the issues that he talked to the American people about. When you talk about the big issues that he promised the American people, in terms of immigration, you see immigration's down 60% at the border. On jobs are coming back over and over again. You're seeing companies talk about new job creation here, new manufacturing here. The executive orders that he's signing are all consistent with the promises that he made to the American people on the campaign trail. And I think on issue after issue, whether it's immigration, job creation, national security, the president made very clear promises to the American people that on, you know, over and over again, he's achieving great success on. And so I would argue that we're going to continue to see the president not only keep his word, but be rewarded by the American people on that front.
On a separate issue about the president's continued travel to Mar-a-Lago or any other place where he's conducting official business, does the White House believe that those other locations should be treated like this building in the sense that you guys will be transparent about who he's meeting with and what kind of official business he's conducting while he's there? Is that a commitment that you all are willing to make?
I think we've been fairly consistent with reading out who he's meeting with and what he's done, providing the pool access to his whereabouts and what he's doing. I think what we generally do. Obviously, the president has, you know, time to spend with family, and he makes phone calls. We generally provide readouts of those phone calls with foreign leaders, whether he's here or in Florida. So I think we've done a fairly good job of making sure that people know who he's meeting with, who he's speaking to, and when appropriate, the context of those calls.
But that's not true, Sean. Long stretches of time go by and we get full reports from the pooler saying we've been asking the White House for information about what the president is doing.
I understand that,
and we don't get that information. We can't even get an answer to whether he's golfing or not.
I understand that some days that you don't get it as quick as you want.
Some days we never.
Okay, but with all due respect, Julie, he's entitled to have moments with his family and private time. So I think respectfully, I would disagree. I think we do a very good job of getting you information, of bringing you along to events, whether he's here or at a location or even going out to dinner. We've lived up to that. I think the president and is entitled to have some times with his family and friends to just catch up.
But then that's the difference than what you're saying.
No, but
you are providing.
No, but what I'm saying is her question was about official business, and when he does have a call and when he does meet with advisors, we generally put it out. But when he's meeting internally, in the same way that when he's meeting here with his staff, we don't read out every staff meeting that's going on. And so when he's down traveling and he's having meetings, whether it's on Air Force One or wherever, you know, that's what his staff does, is they provide him updates and policy briefings and give him an opportunity to make key decisions with their insight into a particular issue. That's what all presidents do. And I think that I would respectfully suggest that we have done a really good job of making sure that that the pool in particular has provided information in terms of his whereabouts, and then we've provided background briefings on issues that are coming up, where we're going, why we're going, and what we intend to do. So, you know, I get that there's always going to be this back and forth. You guys are going to always want more. And I think that we've tried to do what we can to get you that information. Thank you guys very much. We look forward to seeing you in Wisconsin tomorrow if you can. Thank you.
right, everyone, that wraps up the White House press briefing with Sean Spicer. We are now going to continue. We're going to take you back to that Kiss a Kia contest out in Texas. We want to show you this, a little bit of this, right here on News Now. Alright, so we're just showing you this live feed of the Kia kissing contest. It's continuing in Austin, Texas. It's been going on for hours. People basically kissing a Kia with the hopes to win it. The last person standing or sitting with their lips still on the Kia will win the vehicle. We'll monitor this situation periodically, but I do want to let you know that in just a few minutes we're going to be getting a live press conference, live update from Cleveland officials regarding the search for the killer, a story that has just really got you thinking. A man Facebook live streams as he shoots and kills a random man. There was a press conference this morning. We're going to show you this in the meantime to get you ready for the upcoming press conference that's scheduled to start in a few minutes. So the press conference from this morning, I'm going to play this for you now. Officials speak this morning regarding the search for the killer.
Good morning. We'll be providing an update this morning on the Steve Stevens investigation, the Facebook shooter. Speaking this morning will be Mayor Frank Jackson, Chief Calvin Williams, the Special Agent in charge of the Cleveland office of the FBI, Stephen Anthony, and U.S. Marshal Pete Elliott. Mayor?
Well, I want to start off by, again, giving our condolence, me personally and the city, to the Godwin family. I spoke with a daughter last night, and she is a very appreciative of the efforts as we attempt to bring closure and justice to the death of her father. There is a lot of confusion, and what we want to encourage people to do is not to make up things as they go along, that we will be giving briefings in a way that will keep you updated and give you the facts as we know it. We have a partnership with the FBI, U.S. Marshal's Office, our department, and I imagine Chief, several other state and county and other municipalities who are working very hard and diligently on this matter, and want the public to know that, that we are on it and that we intend to pursue this into its conclusion. I'll introduce the Chief, who will then give you some facts, and then he'll turn it over to our federal partners.
Thanks, Mayor. Good morning. As the Mayor stated, we've been on this since it happened yesterday afternoon at 2 p.m. Some of our partners are here, Mr. Anthony with the FBI, Pete Elliott, our U.S. Marshal for the Northern District. And we've conducted operations again unceasingly since this happened yesterday. Last night, officers searched dozens of locations based on leads, based on investigative information from our team out there that they've uncovered to no avail. We know that Steve is still out there someplace. We don't know his condition, and of course we right now don't know his location. We're asking the public to remain vigilant. We're asking you to go about your day, but to be careful. We're also asking you, if you see anything resembling that vehicle, you have the description of Steve Stevens, to give us a call. Call 911. Mr. Anthony will talk about the FBI's tip line also in this investigation. But we want people to know that a lot of the things that are streaming out there, be it on social media of any kind, if you really need information on what's going on, give us a call. Or if you have information, give us a call. We don't want people to panic. So far, unfortunately, there's been one fatality, one homicide in this entire scenario, and we want to keep it that way. We're still asking Steve to turn himself in, but if he doesn't, we'll find him. We have our federal partners here. We have our state and local county partners, and we're not going to stop until he's in custody. So with that, I'm going to bring up Steve Anthony with the Cleveland office of the FBI. Steve, thanks.
Thanks, Chief. Good morning, everyone. Rest assured that under the leadership of Mayor Jackson and Chief Williams and the Cleveland Division of Police, that all federal, state, and local partners are working side by side to do everything humanly possible to find Mr. Stevens. As the Chief mentioned, obviously this individual is armed and dangerous, and quite frankly, at this point, he could be a lot of places. He could be nearby, he could be far away, and anywhere in between. So again, if anyone has any of the information that's out there as far as seeing him, seeing his vehicle, when in doubt, obviously call 911. But we also have the availability of an FBI call number, 1-800-CALL-FBI. So that's a national tip line that's set up that anyone throughout the country could call in if they have any reason to believe that they see anything related to Mr. Stevens, to call that number, and the information will get to all the appropriate authorities that, again, are working this case side by side in a very organized and coordinated manner. Also, recently, in an effort to get the information out there, and again, you all are doing a great job of getting anything and everything out there on the billboards throughout Ohio and throughout the contiguous states. We're going to have information up about Mr. Stevens, his picture, his description, his vehicle, again, to plead with the public. If they see something, obviously say something and make that call either to 911 or call FBI. As the Chief and the Mayor said so clearly, I mean, the goal here, obviously I'm going to turn it over to Marshal Elliott, is to find Mr. Stevens before any other crimes are committed. We need to take this individual off the street. You all know that, and again, rest assured that we're using any and all resources to work this, not just in the Cleveland area, but throughout the United States, to locate this individual as soon as possible. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Marshal Elliott. Pete?
I'll be brief. I just want to thank everybody for that partnership. It seems like yesterday, probably a couple months ago, we were doing the same thing here on a different case. The chief called last night and asked us to come in and assist on this warrant. You know, we're going to be in tandem with the FBI, Cleveland Police, and all our agencies across America. And we're going to make this individual's world very, very, very small. So I'm very optimistic. I think things are going to happen. And I believe things are going to happen pretty quickly.
Before we start taking questions, I neglected to put this information out there. If there's somebody that's helping Steve, or if you think you're helping Steve, you're really not. You're going to get yourself in trouble along with him. The only way for you to help him is to give us the information to bring him in safely, peacefully. So if you're a friend or family member and you have contact with Steve and you think you're helping him, the only way to help him is to give us the information or to talk him and convince him into turning himself in. With that, we'll take some questions. Oh, I'm sorry. Also, we've gotten word from Mr. Godwin's family that there are several GoFundMe accounts set up not by the family. So they're asking people not to contribute to any GoFundMe or any memorial or any account right now in Mr. Godwin's name. The family will make an announcement later on today on how they want that to work. So if you are online or if you see an account out there in the name of Mr. Godwin, please at this time do not contribute to that account.
As far as you know, what is his latest location and any truth to this cell phone pinging in Erie, Pennsylvania?
Well, as far as we know right now, we don't know where he's at. The last location we actually had him at was at the homicide at 93rd Street, just north of St. Clair. Anything else right now is kind of speculation. Again, we have investigations going all over this country trying to pinpoint his actual location.
Did the suspect have a record? Was he known to the police?
He had no, per se, criminal record. He did have a lot of motor vehicle violations, traffic violations, but no criminal record to speak of.
What about his girlfriend that he apparently was talking about?
We don't know if she's a girlfriend or not, but there are several people in this investigation that we've talked to, including the female that was mentioned, and they've all cooperated so far.
Where is she now?
Well, we can't tell you where she's at, but she's safe.
Have you guys made contact with Mr. Stevens since he's been on the run? Have you tried to
Early in this investigation, we did have contact with him, direct contact with our detectives. They tried to, of course, convince him to turn himself in, and of course, that hasn't happened to date. So, again, we're asking the public's help in finding this guy. We know he's out there someplace. We talked to him via cell phone, yes.
He seems calm, cool, and collected, at least getting ready to commit murder. Did your detectives say anything about his mindset?
No, I haven't talked to the detectives to that extent about his mindset. Obviously, he's got deep issues, and whether he was calm or not, he committed a heinous crime in this city, and we want to get him off the streets as soon as possible.
How is his family reacting? Are they helping you at all?
We've talked to the family. We haven't had anybody try to obstruct us in this investigation so far. And that's why I want to make sure people understand to aid a felon is a felony crime.
Chief, what have police done to check out the claims that he made that there were other homicides?
We've searched high and low throughout the city, places that were mentioned in the Facebook post as well as places that weren't. And again, as of 9 o'clock this morning, there are no more victims from Steve Stevens.
In talking to friends and family members, have they given you any indication that there were signs leading up to this, or this was just suddenly he flipped out on something?
Well, I really don't want to get into that part of it because there are a lot of things out there still to kind of nail down for our investigators. But the main thing is for Steve to turn himself in or for the public to give us his location.
Is there anything you can talk about that you're doing that won't compromise your investigation
pinging? Are you trying to track down the cell phone?
We're using all investigative tools at our disposal, be it the federal government, of course our officers, county, state. We're using every investigative tool available to us.
I know you were asked this before, but specifically this report of the cell phone pinging near Erie, Pennsylvania, is that something you can address specifically?
Again, we don't know his location, so we're asking people definitely in the neighboring states, if you see that vehicle or see him, to give us a call. We've expanded the search from the borders of the city of Cleveland, Northeast Ohio, to the Midwest, to be specific. But to answer your question specifically, I can't answer your question specifically.
Thank you. We'll be providing more media updates as information becomes available.
We have all the security parameters in place for the Cavs games that we normally do and things above that. So everybody will be safe coming to the Cavs game tonight. Thank you. Thank you. We don't know. Thank you.
Again, everyone, we are expecting another news conference. This was a press conference from earlier this morning regarding the search for the Cleveland Facebook Live killer. If we do get that feed, we'll take you there live here on News Now. Wait. Looks like we're getting it now. Stand by. Press conference coming up in just a second. A live press conference. The search for the Cleveland Facebook killer.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mic check.
Good. All right, thank you.
It's a good song. It's okay. Yeah.
No, it isn't.
Hi, it's Michelle. Can I get to control the police?
We're not feeding this because the machine is locked up. So can you reestablish the feed and start it on for that? I'm not going to.
Hey, this is Michelle with Cleveland. I want to make
You don't turn off this here. Stay at the top.
I don't know, but I can find out.
Just the button. Did you ever have it connected? Hey, John, tell me if you see
Sorry, can you repeat that
you
one?
see something. Here comes, these are some
Okay.
words that put up. And obviously if it comes to it.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
if
right.
it comes to it, we'll start to Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't. Sure, I can't listen to
Sure.
IT.
It would probably not
I'm
be
gonna read my opinion on
as soon as I see
I'm gonna get to it, unless you get trouble with taking a nap or something. Good.
They wanted me to go down and just see what there was other stuff, just right away that happened, and then they say they were doing yeah, I don't know.
Welcome to the Fox News Now stream. We are just waiting for this press conference to start any moment in the search for the Cleveland Facebook killer. Now, the police in Cleveland, Ohio, pressed their search today for this man who posted a video of a fatal shooting on Facebook on Sunday. And then at a news conference, officials said that they did not know the whereabouts of the man, Steve Stevens is his name, 37 years old, who was being sought in what they say was a random shooting of Robert Godwin Sr., who's 74 years old. Chief of Police in Cleveland said detectives have been pursuing leads since the shooting took place at 2 p.m. on Sunday. Again, officials there said they do not know where the man, Steve Stevens, who's 37 years old, and he is wanted in this random shooting, they say, of Robert Godwin Sr., who's 74 years old. The police chief said, quote, "We're still asking Steve to turn himself in, and if he doesn't, we'll find him," end quote. Now, the authorities did not know Mr. Stevens' location or condition, and the special agent in charge of this FBI division in Cleveland said, quote, "At this point, he could be in a lot of places," end quote. So a warrant for Mr. Stevens for a charge of aggravated murder has been issued, and the police asked residents of Indiana, Michigan, New York, Northeast Ohio, and Pennsylvania to be on alert. They believe he could possibly be in one of those places. Now, the guy that they are looking for said in a video that he had killed multiple people, but the police said there was only one known victim. Police chief said that detectives had talked to Mr. Stevens on the phone, but he did not elaborate on that conversation. Mr. Stevens had many motor vehicle violations, but no criminal record, he said. Again, if you guys are just joining us here on Fox News Now, as well as Fox in Phoenix Facebook Live, we are just waiting for a press conference from police here in the search for this Cleveland Facebook killer who posted a video saying he had killed multiple people. Again, though, this guy nowhere to be found right now, but I'm assuming we'll hear some updates soon about maybe they have an idea of where he could be, or maybe they're just going to be asking people to still stay on high alert. Either way, we're going to hear an update soon from the police department there in Cleveland, who is looking. They're looking for this guy right now. Now, in the minute-long shooting video, a driver pulls up to an older man on a sidewalk. The driver asks the man to say a person's name, then pulls out a gun and shoots him. Afterward, the victim can be seen on the sidewalk with a streak of what appears to be blood near his head. The police originally said that Mr. Stevens broadcasted that shooting on Facebook Live, but Facebook said that while he had posted a live video at some point on Sunday, the shooting itself was not live. By late afternoon on Sunday, the videos had been removed from Facebook and the account had been deactivated. This also brings up the question of there's been a lot of, crimes being posted on Facebook, literally streamed live as they're happening, and I think that's something that Facebook is trying to work on now with, detecting these videos, finding them, bringing them down, deactivating the account, or getting this guy's information and handing it over to the authorities. So that brings up a whole other, conversation of how is it that these people are streaming these things on Facebook and then they have the opportunity still to get away? They're still looking for this guy, even though he was posting it on Facebook. You would think that he would be caught right away, but it takes a while for these things to pick up traction. I think it took, Facebook can only monitor so much. They've noticed the videos, they've taken them down, they've deactivated his account, but now at this point he is on the run. Now, Mr. Stevens, again, the man that police are looking for, he blamed his actions on his mother and an ex-girlfriend, Joy Lane, who in a statement said she was sorry that all of this happened. Now, his ex-girlfriend also said in a statement, "My heart and prayers go out to the family members of the victims. Steve is a really nice guy. He's generous with everyone he knows. He was kind and loving to me and my children," end quote. Mr. Stevens has worked at Beachbrook, a behavioral health agency that serves children since 2008. He had been a vocational specialist since April 2015, and before that was a youth mentor. But again, this is the guy that police are looking for right now. Keeping you guys updated as we wait for this press conference to start live on the Fox News Now stream.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today. This is our afternoon briefing relative to the Steve Stevens Facebook shooting incident press conference. Greg Jackson, and also available will be our members of our federal law enforcement partners. Mayor?
Well, we want to announce that there is an award of up to $50,000 for the arrest of Mr. Steve Stevens. The money comes from the FBI, ATF, and the Marshal Service. We also want to emphasize that that we are still engaged in a very aggressive and very focused attempt to find Steve Stevens and bring him to justice. We will emphasize again the need for the community to give us support. They've been very supportive during this incident, and we ask for them to continue to be supportive of it. So I'll turn it over to the chief, who will give you some more detail.
Thanks, Mayor. As the mayor stated, the new developments are the reward that's being offered, thanks to our federal partners and Crime Stoppers. We appreciate that. But also, we're still employing Steve to turn himself in, definitely to contact a relative or a friend, because there are a lot of folks out there that want to talk to him, want to get this resolved peacefully. So, Steve, if you're out there listening, call someone, whether it's a friend or family member or pastor. Give them a call, because they're waiting on you to call them. We're almost, we're a little over 24 hours away from when this incident started, and we definitely want to get it resolved as fast as possible. The victim's family, they deserve that, and the community deserves it. Our reach now is basically all over this country. Our federal partners, our local partners have reached out to their contacts all over the country, and this is what we would consider a national search for Steve. So we are not going to leave any stone unturned. The tips, we want them to keep coming in, because we've received dozens and dozens of tips. The FBI line, please call that line if you have a tip out of the area. If you have something locally, call 911. But keep those tips coming in, and we do follow up on every tip we receive. The mayor has conversed with the family. This administration has talked to them. We know their hearts are heavy, and we're trying to get this resolved. So with that, if there are any questions, we'll open it up.
Chief, is there any reason to believe he's still in the vehicle that you suspect that he was driving at the beginning of all this?
Mm-hmm. Well, right now, we don't have any reason to believe that he's not in that vehicle. When these things start to evolve and people, maybe switch vehicles or things like that, he's not going to go out and buy a vehicle. So usually there's some kind of crime involved in securing a new vehicle, and we haven't had any reports like that so far.
Chief, is there any truth that he's been spotted in Philadelphia?
No, there's no truth to that. But again, we're receiving dozens and dozens of tips, and we follow up on all tips that we receive.
Chief, you look like you got a little choked up when you started talking about Mr. Godwin's family. Can you describe just the emotion, you, the federal partners, how difficult this is?
Well, I think we're all standing here because of, what unfortunately happened to, one of our citizens here in the city, minding his own business, going about his day on Easter. It is personal, definitely.
Chief, what have you been able to, and I apologize if this question was asked this morning, what have you been able to determine happened with this woman that he mentioned in this video that might have led to this state line that he did yesterday?
To be honest, we've interviewed several people involved in this, and I don't think there's any rhyme or reason for it happening. I don't think there's anything that we can point to specifically to say that this is what sparked this. Only Steve knows that. Hopefully we can find him soon, and then we'll get to talk to him and find out exactly why he did this.
Have you been able to locate the people that he was talking to on the cell phone?
We've located a lot of people that he's been talking to, and they've been cooperative in the investigation so far.
What do you want to say?
How long was the post up on Facebook before it was taken down?
I can't give you the exact time frame, but it was sometime yesterday.
But was it up for minutes, hours? Can you say?
I couldn't tell you exactly.
Chief, do you believe Stevens is still in the Cleveland area, or that he has gone to another state?
We don't know. You know, when these things happen, there are a couple scenarios that play themselves out. You know, I don't want to speculate on any of those scenarios. Of course, we in law enforcement kind of look to all of them and, you know, govern the investigation according to, you know, things that have happened in the past and things that we think may happen in the future. But I can't tell you, you know, I can't tell you one way or another. We're trying to follow any investigative lead. We're trying to make sure that we in law enforcement, you know, kind of look in the past and really bring something in this case that's going to locate him. And all that's being done.
Is there any evidence, though, that he's outside of Ohio?
No.
Chief, what about parents who are trying to deal with this, who have to talk to their children about this? What's the message you have to parents who need to talk to their children about it?
Well, our message to the community at large is to be careful. You know, unfortunately, we're in an era where things like this happen, maybe not to this degree, maybe not this publicly as was done, but we have to be careful, we have to be vigilant, and we have to watch over each other.
Are you doing anything different for the game tonight, Chief?
Yeah, and just a further comment on your question, as the mayor says, you know, it's traumatizing to our community, to everybody, not just our kids. And, you know, the Division of Police, our law enforcement partners, you know, we have counselors available. We have counselors now in contact with the family. And if there is a need out there, whether it be at a school or an institution, we can arrange for counselors to come out and talk to folks.
Chief, can you comment on the search of the home in Twinsburg and the weapons that were removed? Were they his?
I can't give you an exact synopsis of all that, but we've searched every available location where he's either resided, where he's had family members, and they cooperated in those searches, and there have been items recovered, yes.
Were they weapons? Were they guns?
Some were weapons, some were other things that are pertinent to the investigation.
And they were his? Can you comment on how many?
I can't verify who they belong to.
Are you still assuming he's armed?
Yes. Yes, we definitely, I think we can say without a doubt he's armed.
You know what the murder weapon was specifically?
It was a pistol. I can't give you the caliber and things like that, but yes, he's armed. Tracy?
Chief, did you all find any video or pictures of his car from any of the highway cameras, any of the cameras that may have caught that?
We've been looking at video throughout the area. I don't know specifically, and our investigators would have to talk to that, if we specifically found that vehicle within a video. But I mean, a white, you know, newer model vehicle, there are thousands out there.
Right, how hard is it to try to pinpoint?
It's very hard. It's difficult. I mean, again, you know, it's a white 2016 vehicle, four-door, and there are thousands that travel throughout Northeast Ohio.
Do you think you'll be releasing 911 tapes?
Those get processed through public records, so we'll get that to you at some point.
Yeah, we'll get the tapes out, but we really want to concentrate on finding Steve and bringing closure to this family.
Chief, you talk about people snapping and doing something so spontaneous. Is there anything that you can talk about that led up? Did he have financial problems? Anything in his past?
Again, there are a lot of things that go on in people's lives, and we at this point cannot concentrate on one issue that may or may not have led to this. I mean, there are a lot of things going on in his life, I'm sure, as evident by what's happened, but we're not going to pinpoint a specific thing and say that's what triggered this, because we don't know. And when we talk to him, we'll be able to find out more about that.
Thank you for coming. We'll provide more updates as it becomes appropriate to release information.
Thank you.
Can you tell us anything about what gave rise to the activity in Philadelphia?
Again, we're following up on every lead that comes in to us, every single lead.
So something came in from that area?
From that area, yes. And continue to send those leads in. Thank you.
When do we think that's ready for event tomorrow morning? Right, there is no new information to expect tomorrow morning.
All right, everybody. Well, that was the press conference giving everybody an update on the search for this man you see on your screen here, Steve Stevens, 37-year-old man that police are searching for right now, wanted in connection with a video that was posted on Facebook yesterday of the fatal shooting of Robert Godwin, who is 74 years old. They say they don't know what triggered this. They don't know why this happened, but police are still asking for people to be on high alert. We appreciate you guys watching with us live here on Fox 10 Phoenix, Facebook Live. All right, everybody. Well, we will be right back at 1 o'clock to keep you guys updated on all breaking news here in Phoenix and across the United States. Stick with us. Okay, everybody. Well, contestants still keeping their lips on those Kias. Let's take you to that right now while I pull up the next top stories for you guys. Figure this will be a little bit more entertaining than the shot of the Capitol building here. So let's take you to the shot. He looks like he is getting exhausted, everybody. But he's doing it. Anyone who keeps their lips on the car the longest wins. This is live out of Austin, Texas, everybody. Looks like the feed is a little glitchy right now, you guys. Bear with us as we try to work out this technical issue. He's keeping his lips on the Kia, everybody. This is the Kia kissing contest in Austin, Texas. Person who keeps it on the car, or keeps their lips, I should say, on their car the longest wins. You can tell this guy's just asleep at this point. He's probably just exhausted from standing and having to keep his lips pursed on a car. But we'll see who wins the contest. Looks like this guy's not giving up. Looks like we have another shot of this as well. Let me see if I can take you here. Here's a different angle, everybody. Oh, there we go. You can see all the other contestants. Let me see if I can turn up the sound a little bit as well.
Some of them is kissing hard, some is kissing, but they all kissing hard. For the opportunity to win this 2017.
Perfection with fruit jam or avocado. But for me, the best part of the Thomas's English muffin is how to make that all sandwich so I can live in every morning. Thomas's English muffins. Breakfast like no other.
I think that pizza's getting cold.
Yes, August ordered pizza.
That's phenomenal.
I know. They don't have any Rhode Island they broadcast live from Southwest here. We're here giving away a brand new caravan. I can't wait to see if you're going to walk away with this already in the car. You're already with like 7 hours in. I guess you're going to have to wait to find out. Staying by.
is for somebody in a red shirt and khakis.
Somebody must fall for it. Did someone pay for it?
Nobody paid for it. It was doing cash.
Are you serious?
Sheets right here.
No, this is just me. Pizza scandal going on right now.
What is it? No.
Oh, that's so weird. Somebody ordered August pizza.
That's not my middle initial, and that's not my last name either. It doesn't start with an M. Whoever it was said it was for the competition. So
yeah, it says Kia competition, red shirt, khakis.
Dear
Yeah, they said. So somebody's ordering just pizzas and not paying for it?
I don't know. It's 1405.
I don't have cash on me. Oh, here's my boss. Boss man, come on, pay.
You got in there. So here's a pepperoni
They better have
pizza.
good toppings
Now,
on it.
you're not getting any
What am I
of this.
eating?
No, I'm just kidding.
It's,
What am I eating?
I think it's just pepperoni.
There's no such thing as just pepperoni.
Oh, yes. Oh. Zach for the win.
No, you're good, man. You stay around hanging out.
If I had money, I'd give it to you.
Thanks, man. Y'all have a great day.
Give it up for Daniel. Thank you, Daniel.
Hang out that long. Thanks, man. Have a good day.
We're going to say hi to you on the radio, too.
Yeah, I think somebody's trying to get me out of the competition.
That's funny. One from Paul B. Now or never is on Kiss FM. Let's go.
I don't want to fight right now.
Thank you, Zach, for the win. Who did you order the pizza?
Quality control purposes of the chicken.
Awkward Tums on it. Just go ahead and get it. Who was your first 10 minutes? I'm kissing you after this. Tums on there. You know, my online today was slow motion. I'm sorry. I said, look around. We're going to eat this pizza. Whatever. He's over here. Your side onions.
You're looking fantastic, right?
Alicia, you are off to the wrong thing. Triple S bread. Yeah, we're changing the whole body. How do you feel about it for $9? How do you feel? Wait, say three. Big Sean, bounce back, 96.7 Kiss FM, EJ, Tear, Billy Tear, Tear, with us.
All right, you guys, well, it looks like they are taking a short break there to give those guys just a little bit of time to relax while they are still doing this kissing contest. Whoever keeps their lips on a Kia the longest wins. We'll take you back to that as soon as break is over. I'm sure right now they're probably just, eating some pizza, getting a drink of water, trying to relax a little bit. As soon as they put their lips back on that Kia, we will stream that live for you guys as well. But still live at the White House is the Easter egg roll. Let's pull that up for you guys. Thanks for watching live with us on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. You guys are watching live the Easter egg roll from Truman Balcony in Washington, D.C. right now. And here's a live look of the White House as well. Want to pull this up for you guys, though. Just give me one moment here. From the reading nook at the White House, where notable figures are all asked to read stories for Easter. And this happens to be with Ben Carson. Let's take you to this.
I'm Ben Carson, my wife Candy Carson, and our beautiful granddaughter Tesora Carson. And we're going to be reading today The Grouchy Ladybug. At least I was going to read it, but my wife just took it away.
And I'm giving it back. Here it is.
And there are those who say that I can't be grouchy because I'm not by nature a grouchy person. But today I'll be grouchy just a little bit. Okay. It was night, and some fireflies danced around the moon. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the sun came up. A friendly ladybug flew in from the left. I saw a leaf with many aphids on it and decided to have them for breakfast. But just then, a grouchy ladybug flew in from the right. It too saw the aphids and wanted them for breakfast. Aphids are little tiny insects that crawl around on leaves and eat them, and they're not very nice, but ladybugs like to eat them. Anyway, good morning, said the friendly ladybug. Go away, shouted the grouchy ladybug. I want those aphids. We can share them, suggested the friendly ladybug. No, they're mine, all mine, screamed the grouchy ladybug. Or do you want to fight me for them? If you insist, answered the friendly ladybug sweetly. It looked the other bug straight in the eye. The grouchy ladybug stepped back. It looked less sure of itself. Oh, you're not big enough to fight me, it said. Then why don't you pick on somebody bigger? I'll do that, screeched the grouchy ladybug. I'll show you. It puffed itself up and flew away.
And here's the picture so you can see. Do you remember these? The grouchy ladybug and the sweet ladybug? Well, let's see what happened next. At 6 o'clock, the grouchy ladybug met a yellow jacket. Hey you, said the grouchy ladybug, wanna fight? If you insist, said the yellow jacket, showing its stinger. Look at the difference between the ladybug and that yellow jacket.
Yeah, I have really good eyes to see that.
Yeah, but you can see the difference. There's a little spot here and then there's something big down here. Is this a smart ladybug? Maybe not. Anyway, you know what she said? You're not big enough. It flew off. An hour later, it's 7 o'clock, and it met a stag beetle. Hey you, said the grouchy ladybug, wanna fight? If you insist, said the stag beetle, opening its jaws. Oh, you're not big enough. And she flew away again. It's 8 o'clock, and you know what it came across? A praying mantis. See how big it is? Hey you, said the grouchy ladybug, wanna fight? Oh, if you insist, said the praying mantis, opening its huge claws. Of course, the ladybug said, oh, you're not big enough. And she flew away again. Now it's 9 o'clock, and it almost flew into a sparrow. Hey, you, said the grouchy ladybug, wanna fight? And the sparrow said, well, if you insist, and it was showing its sharp beak. What did the ladybug say? Nah, you're not big enough, so it flew away again. At 10 o'clock now, it sees a lobster. Look at this thing. Is that huge? Yeah. Hey, you, said the grouchy ladybug, wanna fight? And you know what the lobster said? If you insist, with those huge claws, would you wanna fight this guy? No, I wouldn't either. Well, the grouchy lady, of course, she said, and you're not. Yeah, flew away again. Let's see what happened next. Oh boy. You know what this is? You know what this is? Yeah.
What's that?
Would you even go close to one of these? No, I wouldn't either, because what do they do? And you can't get it off, it's tough, right? So, this silly, I think she's silly, ladybug, says, hey you, wanna fight? You start to question the intelligence of this bug, don't you? It's not really smart. Okay. So you wanna fight, and you know what the skunk said? Oh, if you insist. And of course, the ladybug said, oh, you're not. Yeah, so he flew away again. Oh my gosh. You know what that is? Yep. Here it is, 12 noon. It's spotted a boa constrictor. Hey you, said the grouchy ladybug, wanna fight? Again. What do you think of the intelligence? Look at it! He is huge! Okay. Hey you, wanna fight? Said the silly ladybug. And you know what? The thing said, if you insist. Hissing as it answered. And you know what? The ladybug says, oh, you're not. Yep, and it flew away again. Well, at 1 o'clock, it happened upon a hyena. Hey you, said the grouchy ladybug, wanna fight? And you know, the laughing hyena laughed merely, says, well, if you insist, showing its sharp teeth. Well, you know what the ladybug said? Oh, you're not. Yep, and flew away again. Ooh. Can you tell me? What's that? It's a gorilla. Now, as big as we're bigger than ladybugs, right? Would you want to fight a gorilla? No. But this ladybug, hey you, want to fight? And the gorilla said, if you insist. And he starts beating on his chest. And of course the ladybug says, well, you're not. silly ladybug. Okay, let's see what's next. Oh, who knows what this is? Yes, a big rhino. Hey, you, said the grouchy ladybug, want to fight? And ladybug, and the rhino said, well, if you insist, and he lowered this, look how big that tusk is.
Is it on?
Wow. Well, you know what the grouchy ladybug is? What do you say? Oh, you're not. Yep, here we go again.
So,
at 4 o'clock, it encountered elephants. Okay, now here's, can you see this little ladybug right here? See that little thing, that little dot? You see it next to this elephant? Yeah. Okay. Well, of course, the ladybug's going to say it again. Hey, you want to fight? And the elephant says, well, if you insist. And he raised his trunk and showed his tusks. And the grouchy ladybug, do you think maybe by this time is thinking, maybe I really don't want to do this? I don't know. It's hard to tell with this silly ladybug. Anyway, you know what the ladybug responded? Oh, you're not. And flew away again. Okay, well, 5 o'clock. A whole day just about has gone by. It's 5 p.m. and it met a whale. Now you see the ladybug.
A blue whale, the biggest creature on Earth.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Any kind of whale is big to me. Okay, but anyway, you see this little dot right here. This little dot right here. That's the ladybug. You see that? And you see where the ladybug is? It's in front of the whale's nose. Okay? So is the whale going to hear it? Probably not. Let's see what happens. Hey, you, said the grouchy ladybug. Wanna fight? But you know, the whale didn't answer at all. So the ladybug said, well, you're not big enough anyway. He flew away, and it took her 15 minutes to get to one of the whale's flippers. Okay? 15 minutes now of flying to get to the flippers. And he says, hey, you, want to fight? Do you think that flipper answered the ladybug? No, it didn't. But you know, that ladybug is persistent if nothing else. And he says, you want to fight? And of course, it didn't answer. So it flies on again because it's not big enough. 15 minutes later, it's 5:30, and the grouchy ladybug gets to the dorsal fin. Hey, you, said the grouchy ladybug, want to fight? Is this fin going to answer? No. No, because it doesn't have ears, it doesn't have a mouth, and so on and so forth. And the grouchy ladybug didn't hear anything. He says, you're not big enough anyway. So he flies another 15 minutes. Let's see. Now, it's 5:45. And the grouchy ladybug said to the whale's tail, he's been on this whale for like 45 minutes. Hey, you, said the grouchy ladybug, want to fight? Well, the tail didn't answer, but you know what happened? It twitched, and the tail went whoop, and it hit the ladybug so hard, just smacked it all the way back around, across the ocean, across the land. And you know what? At 6 o'clock, the grouchy ladybug, and that's what you call an expeditious return, arrived right back where it started from. It took a fast trip, right? It probably hurt, but it took a fast trip. Ah, here you are again, said the friendly ladybug. You must be hungry. There's still some aphids left, and you can have them for dinner. And you know what the wet, tired, hungry grouchy ladybug said? Oh, thank you. Thank you. And you know, the other one said, you're welcome. And as the story ends, all the aphids were soon gone. The leaf said thank you, because the aphids, you know, eat leaves and probably hurts. You're welcome, answered the ladybugs, and they went to sleep. And the fireflies, who'd been sleeping all day, came out to dance around the moon. So was it smart to be grouchy? Because, I mean, think about it. What would have happened if that ladybug hadn't been grouchy? Any answers? What? Yeah, they would have shared. And what else? That's a good one. Yes? Yeah.
Very good.
He wouldn't have gone through all of that stuff, all that trouble, to just get to eat what he did at the end. So
And
is it better to be grouchy?
We can learn a lot from that too, right? learn how to work together and to be nice to people rather than running around calling people names and being grouchy to them. And you young people can teach the adults how to do that. We'd like that, okay?
Yeah, we need you to do it. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for being such a great audience.
You're getting a live look of the White House right now, and they are also giving us a couple different shots here. Take a look at the lawn right now at the White House. Let's pull this up for you guys here. Let me move it down just a little bit so you guys can see. This is live right now.
I cannot wait
Easter
to sit back and watch what
going on
these
at the White House
gentlemen
right
do
now.
on this stage right here. You've heard about this band, right?
I
As
have.
well
The
as,
U.S. Navy.
An event
The
on
United
stage.
States
Let me bring
Navy
up that shot for you
Band.
here. Give me 1 second.
Country Current.
Let's go.
So here is what's going on live at the White House right now on the Bunny Hop stage. Again, this is an event that is a tradition at the White House. President Trump said Melania had been spending a lot of time to plan this.
Thank you. Thank you. You've been such a wonderful audience for us. We're going to close with one more song this afternoon. We're going to feature Staff Sergeant Tracy Lebrecht from Houston, Texas. This is My Country, 'Tis of Thee.
Okay, you guys, looks like that Kia kissing contest has started back up again. Let's check that out and see what's going on there.
594-9248. Listen up, Boston and surrounding areas. Freeway insurance has rates starting at
Frizzy's air dry waves. It gives you defined, touchable waves with soft, feather-light movement. No heat required and no frizz. Frizzy's air dry waves is why my curls look amazing. It's real feature America's best-selling brand. They offer the most 5-star craft safety ratings and the highest owner loyalty of any other brand.
I think the balance of watching
here is offering $20,000 on select Ford cars and SUVs. New retail delivery from dealer stock and May 1st. Residency restrictions apply and offer excludes all GTS models.
35 minutes.
Then visit your best in Texas Ford dealer for complete details.
Memorial Park in Cedar Park on April 30th at 9 a.m. All money raised to benefit Austin Dog Alliance's Hounds for Heroes program, which selects dogs from shelters and trains them to become service animals for veterans and first responders who suffer from post-traumatic stress. Austin Dog Alliance improves the lives of families and individuals. Still out there watching, we have some viewers for Power for Bond between dogs and humans. Please visit AustinDogAlliance.org for more information.
The mid-60s, tomorrow partly cloudy skies, highs hanging in the mid-80s.
Sergeant Steve, egg at 7-Eleven for Bell. And get your choice of any 2 Coca-Cola or Sprite 20-ounce drinks for just $3. Or pick out a Coca-Cola or Sprite 2-liter for just $1.29. It's only at 7-Eleven. At participating locations for a limited time only.
Let's get back to the hits.
96.7 Kiss FM is EJ. We're live here in Southwest for Kiss Up Chill. We still got 19 left.
You guys are watching live here on the Fox News Now stream, the Kia Kissing Contest, something that everybody's talking about right now. A contest for people to keep their lips on this car here in Austin, Texas, and whoever lasts the longest wins a new Kia Optima. Pretty interesting idea for the company to do, as a lot of people have been talking about this as it streams live all over the internet right now, including through our station here, Fox News Now. People do crazy things for free stuff, you guys. Now, the contestants may want to keep in mind that the winners in previous contests had to kiss the car for 50 hours. And thanks to the internet, we all get to watch as many people rest their lips on this car in hopes of getting that vehicle for free. Now, they are allowed to have breaks. As we just showed you a little bit earlier, a pizza came. Someone had ordered a pizza while this contest was going on. You can see there's a few other contestants. It's not just this car, but there's another car right behind this black car here. The silver one you see in the background. Contestants also keeping their lips on that one as well. But every few hours, they are allowed to take a break and then come back and continue the kissing of the Kia. Which to me, I think it would be a lot easier to win the contest if they just never had a break, and then whoever gives up. Whoever can stick with it wins. But You know, contests like this can be pretty difficult to plan out, especially when the last winner went on for 50 hours. So we'll see how long these people can hold out for a free car. You're watching live on Fox News Now.
So this is what's popping at Southwest Theater here in Round Rock. You can stop by, cheer them on. We have some of our pizza that we sold for lunch. We have no idea where it came from. You did? Well, that's what happens when you make the big bucks, and we are just like rounding for change here. Yeah. You just have to go to Listen, one day in life, I want to be able to afford a large pizza. That's all I want in my life. You're the right? Yes. I'm like, I know. I'm always up here. I'm always up there at the IKEA, at the Round Rock Outlet, at the AXA. I hope they're watching so I can get a discount card or something. I'm saying though, like 1.2 million views, and I get something. But it's cool. We're rocking. But you've been here since like 30, by it. That's what's funny is I woke up at 5 o'clock and I was like, yes I did. Not woke up, but I went up to see it. I saw that it was 5 o'clock, shrugged my shoulders. Nobody believed you. And went back to sleep. Destiny says hi, Mom. Hi, Destiny. Where? Tyler is responding. Rock out, Tyler. Is that Serena? Thumbs up, Serena. Listen, I'm not trying to like they are in it to win it, man. I thought I was showing 25 minutes. And like 4 people left. But it's 19 of views! I know, it's like 2 of you guys. Man, this is pretty dope. What are you gonna do when someone gets called out and you gotta do an exit interview? Like, what do you how do you deal with that in that moment? What happened? At what point do you think Okay, so you can do this spot. I've seen a lot of
I want to read some of your comments here in the chat. Bodhi saying, I had a Hyundai, best car I ever had. NHS said they should have breaks. I think someone made a comment a little bit farther up saying, you know, they have to give them breaks for health reasons. You don't want to have to deal with anybody, you know, not feeling well or having health issues because of this contest, you know, because obviously that's a bad look for the company. So it makes sense that they can now have, you know, more breaks every hour or so. But my co-host Samia brought up a really good point is, you know, it might not be the Kia that they really want. It's more that they get this free car and then they can sell it for the money. So really maybe it's more about the money, you guys. Scrolling up a little bit, reading what else you guys have to say about this contest. FS Mora saying, fun fact, Kia actually stands for Kisses in Automobiles. Kara Sato saying North Korea has a similar contest. Shom 100 saying this is so dumb. Yeah, a lot of people are saying this is sort of just sad to see. Others saying this is hilarious. It's just, you know, it's something that these people chose to do. They're going to get this car for free if they can last. Previous winners had to kiss the car for over 50 hours. Smooth Cobra in the chat saying 20,000 G's. Yep, if you sold the car, you definitely get a lot of money. So it depends on what you want to do. If you just want to keep the car and you just want a free vehicle, or if you want to sell it. Sort of like that TV show contest they had on Nickelodeon where you had a grocery cart and they gave you, I think, 5 minutes to go through the store and pick out as many toys as you wanted or something. And a lot of people were saying, you know, obviously they should pick out the TVs and the Xboxes and then just sell that for money instead of picking out little toys that they want to get. So I think people like to think strategically like that when it comes to these contests. Again, my co-host Samia made a good point about that, that really this might not really be about the car for them. But either way, Kia's getting promotion, and these people are going to hang out here until the very end. They do get breaks, though, every hour in case they have to use the bathroom, take a break. They don't want to have any health issues with anyone just trying to get a free car, because as you guys have obviously heard in the past, with different promotional contests, they don't always go well, and then it ends up looking pretty bad for the company, so they want to make sure that everyone is still in good shape during this contest. Smooth Cobra saying sell it for $20,000, then buy a second-hand BMW M6. Abraham Miller saying that was my dream as a kid. Kara Sato saying 76 hours is the record according to Guinness. Kev, good question. No, we are not. Just streaming this because this is sort of what everyone's talking about right now, and Fox does have a camera there, so we can take shots from all over the United States, and this happens to be the one that everyone seems to be talking about today. Paul in the live chat section on our YouTube stream says a few spiders placed on each car would make it very interesting. Yeah, that would certainly make it interesting. Hopefully no one's scared of bugs, and hopefully that does not happen. Mind control experiment saying he's taking a selfie. Yeah, it looked like before people are allowed to have their cell phones there. So yeah, if you guys look in the upper corner of your screen, the guy in the maroon colored shirt looks like he is taking a selfie right now. Hilton in the live chat section saying front bumper is the best spot to lean on with a kiss to outlast. Devitra saying whoever wins is going to need a massage after all of this kissing. Janet says, did they get the car with all of the people's lip stains on it? Yeah, good question. I'm assuming they get the car washed and cleaned. Maybe they get a different car than this. You know, they get to go and pick out the color that they want. A Kia Optima is what they will win if they leave their lips on their car the longest. Look at the guy just leaning over the silver car there, just trying to be as comfortable as possible. Looks like he might have his headphones in. This girl is concentrating very hard right now, eyes closed. It's kind of interesting. Everyone just sort of falls asleep during this contest, takes a little nap for an hour, and then they're allowed another break. They go get some water, maybe a piece of pizza, use the bathroom, and then come back and do it all over again for 60 minutes. And it's on and off like that until the last person is still standing. Yeah, Steph's saying this looks weird. Yeah, it definitely looks weird. I think it's definitely one of those contests that gets people thinking, wow, this is pretty crazy that they are leaving their lips on a vehicle to win a Kia Optima. Yeah, Karo Sato saying lip stains are optional. This girl looks like she's moving her head back and forth. I think this is sort of a form of torture for the mind when you have to literally leave your mouth and leave your head in the same place for an hour. You can start to, get a little antsy there. So she's sort of moving her head around a little bit. Looks like she does have a water bottle next to her, but if she takes her lips off the car, she loses. Yeah, time to deliver pizza in the chat saying 1 hour breaks makes it so much easier. Yeah, I think that used to be a little bit tougher, but they have to stick with keeping everyone healthy and sane. They don't want to have any issues during a promotional event like this. Look at that concentration. So you can see that guy right next to her has his cell phone. He is taking selfies and using his cell phone. I mean, I think he's holding it up not just to take selfies, but because he can't move his face off of the car. So he has to hold his phone above his head there to look at tweets. Maybe he's watching our show. You never know. Yeah, I would just play Netflix or something on my phone and hold it up there and just hang out for an hour. That would probably help the time go by. You guys are watching live here on the Fox News Now stream.
Unfortunately, one of them is William Cannon near where you are. Right now, the score is Pleasant Valley and 7. NPL and Mopac this actually one more to watch for. This one has also been and stats. Give me a quick look at some Sunday traffic. Here's the big Mopac to look at. So quickly deal and 35th. I'm Jim Reynolds and doesn't look at your off-area traffic.
This report is brought to you by 7-Eleven. Thursday, egg at 7-Eleven for Bed Fest. Get your tickets on 2 Coca-Cola or Sprite 20-ounce drinks for just $3. Or pick up a Coca-Cola or Sprite 2-liter for just $1.29. At participating locations for a limited time.
Guys, girls, do you love the Disney Channel? How about TV shows like Jessie or Fox? Well, how would you like to be on the Disney Channel? If it's your dream to be in a movie or real TV show like Jessie or Fox, listen up. This week, audition for casting will be held in the Austin area, looking for kids ages 4 and up for TV commercials, TV shows, and even movies. Can you imagine seeing yourself on TV? How amazing would that be? This is a
About 10 minutes until your next break.
About 10. So do you want to be a show like Jessie or Fox? You want this first $200 right now and the next superstar?
Mitch, I'm totally with you.
That's 844-446-6335. 844-446-6335. 844-446-6335. That's a deal so good it should not exist. In related news, Halloween should not be able to be heard from 3 miles away. Here to comment, a Halloween.
Oh, you're the man.
Sounds like a really good deal! Indeed, that's over a quarter pound of fresh beef with 4 nuggets, fries, and a Coke, all for just $4. Anything else, Halloween?
Participating leagues for limited time. Increase 4 piece nuggets, small fries, and drink. Fresh beef available in the
A customer came into Austin selling lunch specials after getting his car service to the dealership. The check engine light had come back on. He wasn't about to go back, wait in line, give them more money just to have it looked at. We had his
Alright, here we go. What up? This one's straight right past the line from Southwest.
Simply Steve was free to get it off to McDonald's.
No, they're more taking their turn. I love it. In just a couple of minutes. Hang on.
Safe Auto has made it easy to lower your car insurance rate and your stress level. Safe Auto will give you a car insurance quote in 3 minutes.
Then unless your car is staying on 867 get right at your live in Southwest here. I'm here. Always kids stuff here.
More than 50 years ago, TCC revolutionized by a new money-back guarantee. Your job was from 6 months of graduation to 3:47. Visit
Jack in the Box has built the Crave Van, a 90s panel van designed to crush your cravings. So if you're up late, ready to throw a pan with 2 tacos and fries and a small drink for just $6, Jack will drive over hills, across valleys, and through your newly renovated living room to satisfy your cravings. Sayonara and fancy new wall. Comments are out your curly fried burger late night lunch you get for $6 plus tax. Only at Jack in the Box. Versus participation major. $8 meal price on Saturday now.
At this point,
Okay, everybody, looks like it's getting a little blurry there on our camera. They did mention they're going to be taking a break in about 10 minutes, so it looks like we got that blurry issue fixed. Again, they're going on their break in about 10 minutes. You're watching live on the Fox News Now stream, the Kia Kissing Contest. Whoever keeps their lips on a car the longest wins a new Kia Optima. And you're watching live out of Austin, Texas.
Shots for your kids playing different sports? Not so much. So $99.99. That's after a $100 instant rebate. So Precision Camera, go check it out. Anderson and Burnett is on the web too at precision-camera.com. You can even just go in there and say, I want that Hudson camera, because they'll know what you're talking about because I'm obsessed. I love it.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas now offers Star Kids Medicaid. When you have a child on Star Kids due to a special need or disability, you want to find a health plan that works hard to coordinate care for your child. You also need an advocate that can help you coordinate your child's medical visits and paperwork. Working with healthcare providers is not always easy. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas can help. With Star Kids, you'll get constant coordinated care between all of your child's key caregivers and access to pharmacy benefits that cover many kinds of health conditions. As one of the largest providers of healthcare in Texas, we offer Star Kids families extra respite care, horse therapy, and other extra benefits through our value-added services program. Caring for a child with special needs is never easy. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas will be your partner in service coordination so that your Star Kid gets Star treatment. Call 211 now to apply for benefits. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal research company. Value-added services may have restrictions and limitations. Introducing McDonald's Minute Maid Slushie. Refreshing cold ice. Delicious flavors. Chilling out together. Try the new Minute Maid Slushie only at participating McDonald's. In 3 refreshing flavors. One simple menu set. Get a medium Minute Maid Cherry Limeade Slushie, Fruit Punch Slushie, or an Orange Slushie for just $1.39 each. Right now at McDonald's. Limited time only. Price and participation varies.
This is the sound of a large open McDonald's. That is the sound of our strong internet. And now the mini-sized Coke is only $1 all summer long. This is the sound of someone taking a long
Hello, everyone. Samia here. We are just waiting for this break to wrap up. We'll resume this Kia kissing contest in just a few minutes. All right, looks like our feed has temporarily disconnected. Perhaps the photographer is powering up. Stand by. Again, looks like they have lost the feed. I want to go ahead and show you guys what this contest looked like earlier. This is this morning, as you can see, 20 people involved in this contest. Quite a crazy sight to see. Again, that is what it looked like earlier today. Again, for those of you just joining us, you are looking at a feed of the Kia Kissing Contest. Now, this is a contest that started this morning. The person who keeps their lips on the car the longest will win the vehicle. 20 contestants kicked off this contest this morning at a Kia dealership in Austin. Actually, not Austin, but rather an Austin suburb, the suburb of Round Rock in Austin, in the Austin area in Texas. Round Rock is north of Austin, and this is the Kia dealership there. This contest is in partnership with a local radio station there. As you can see, many people using their phones, listening to music or a podcast, something with headphones, finding a way to keep themselves busy. Now, what's interesting about this contest is that people are giving a break every single hour. So in case you need to go to the bathroom, drink some water, eat something, you are given that opportunity to do so. The question is, how long will this go? Will it go 1 day, 2 days, 3 days? We'll just have to wait and see who comes out the winner. Looks like we have that live feedback. You guys were looking at video from earlier this morning when the contest first kicked off, but we do now have that live feed once again.
This ad is sponsored by Casting Calling.
Your Texas Ford dealers feature America's best-selling brand. They offer the most 5-star crash safety ratings and the highest owner loyalty of any other brand. And right now, your Texas Ford dealer is offering $3,000 cash back on select Ford cars and SUVs with new retail delivery from dealer stock by May 1st. Residency restrictions apply and offer excludes all GT and ST models. Go to TexasFord.com, then visit your best in Texas Ford dealer for complete details.
No, but you could use it.
The fastest show on 2 wheels. April 21st through the 23rd at Circuit of the Americas. MotoGP, Red Bull Grand Prix of the Americas. The fiercest, fastest, most fun racing experience ever. The Red Bull Grand Prix of the Americas is the only MotoGP race in the U.S. in 2017. Tickets are on sale now at circuitoftheamericas.com. MotoGP rides again, April 21st through 23rd. Don't miss the horsepower arena.
Greg Wampy was in search of a 2.5-carat high-quality diamond for his wife. But just try finding that size diamond in your average jewelry store.
Most stores that I went to when I came in, they didn't even have what I wanted. They would have to order it, they couldn't bring it out, they couldn't trade it.
And on the internet, he could find the diamond all right, but he couldn't see it, and he couldn't compare it side by side.
And might use small web.
Something that I didn't realize on the internet. Because there's a lot of things that happen inside the diamond that you just may not like. I needed a place that I could go that gives me a bunch of different options. Exactly what I was getting into.
And the only place that could do that, Diamonds Direct. At Diamonds Direct, Greg saw as many as 20 diamonds with no price and was able to take his time to find just the right one at the right price.
Everybody else out of the water couldn't even go close to
Diamonds Direct, the price you want, the selection you need.
This is going to allow me to give my wife the ring that I know she's always wanted and always dreamed of in a way that I couldn't anywhere else.
Diamonds Direct, and the domain beside Dick's Sporting Goods.
This summer, the Goddard School is offering a fun-filled summer camp your child is sure to love. Visit your nearby Goddard School today to take a tour or to enroll. Visit GoddardSchool.com.
When you shop an engagement ring store with open, self-serve cases, you'll try out 10 times as many styles without all the weird stuffiness. When you shop at a store with hundreds more styles than other stores, you'll be more likely to find a ring that seems like it was meant for you. You can do all of it. And when you're ready, we'll make you a fresh ring in your style and metal of choice, a ring actually meant just for you. The Ring, a better way to engagement ring.
Austin, Texas, get on your feet and prepare for the brand new Cedar Park Nissan with an all-star lineup of Sentra's multiple controls and Titan radios. Visit cedarparknissan.com.
Convenience store hockey. The risk seems high, with the only potential reward being convenience store hockey. In life, we need more rewards, less risk. So call Safe Auto. You get a free car insurance quote that only takes 3 minutes, and you save 25%. All upside in only 3 minutes. Safe Auto is the maximum, so all you have to do is the minimum. Get a free quote today at SafeAuto.com.
But the YMCA also join the Y Group Tax Day, Tuesday, April 18th for only $1 and get the rest of April free. That's a saving of up to $85 with 8 area locations.
paycheck, free group exercise, and discount for Silverton, summer camp, and youth sports. Call 730-YMCA or visit austinymca.org. Join the YMCA of Austin, where you'll find family values and family values. 730-YMCA or austinymca.org.
Want to be a tornado? With 2 campuses in Austin and online programs, Concordia is Austin's leading Christian university, where students embark on an adventure that leads to meaningful work. Join them on Tuesday, April 18th for their instant decision night. Register at concordia.edu/IDN.
Stop in the name of love. Love of brakes, that is. Austin's Automotive Specialist started out specializing in brakes over 38 years ago. And while your car can now drive itself and talk to satellites, your brakes still do only one thing. And we're great at making brakes work well. Simply the best for less. We guarantee it. AustinsAutomotiveSpecialist.com.
During Roundup Nissan's Max Time Reward Event. It's the new 2017 Ultima, $199 a month for 36 months with just $1,200 due at signing. Max Time Reward Event. On this price, no security plus
Michael, what's this happening? What did I do? What was said?
Wow, you are fast.
About 30 minutes.
Yes, there are.
Gives you the top, but on the right side, the white people like this spot.
What you been looking at? Order Jimmy John's sandwich delivery today. Jimmy John's, freaky fast, freaky fresh.
Vehicles never rest. Neither do the specialists who service the bed. And keeps those cars and trucks running or stopping better than ever. After all, we need to go better than Ford service.
Service when you use the Ford Service credit card. Ford's the best in Texas. Subject to credit approval, taxes extra, and by payment delivery. Counts excludes on most vehicles, non-axle exclusions apply. See your participating Ford dealer for limited details through 6/30/17. Introducing McDonald's Minute Maid Slushie. Refreshingly cold ice. Delicious flavors. Chilling out together. Try your new Minute Maid Slushie only at participating McDonald's. In 3 refreshing flavors. One sip will make you say, get a new chili lemonade slushie, fruit punch slushie, or an orange slushie for just $1.39 right now at McDonald's. Limited time only. Prices and participation may vary.
This is the sound of restaurant going into the Coke. And now the new size Coke is only $1 all summer long. This is the sound of someone taking a long sip. And if you think that sounds good, how about any small McDonald's smoothie, hot cake, or shake for $2? That's how that is. With topping only at McDonald's. A la carte limited time offer to see McDonald's. Cannot be combined with any other offer of $2.
Overnight lows going to get down into about the mid-60s tomorrow. Friday night, guys, highs in the mid-80s.
When you're not drinking with your friends, just one more could easily turn into up to $17,000 in financial fees, jail time, and you could lose your license. Avoid a DWI. Plan while you can before you go out so you don't drink, drive, go to jail. A message from Dexter.
Starts now. 96.7 SFM.
Oh, that one? 'cause it was just broadcasted on the air. Here, Kiss FM is EJ broadcasting live from Southwest Kia. Julia Michael issues. These 19 people have these issues in their car. They got some issues too on Kiss. What up, bro? Sorry. Here we go, ready? I got issues. We're rolling 50 minutes now. Stop, y'all. 96.7 Kiss FM. DJ, broadcasting live from Southwest here. Trying to see the last one. Broadway. This is Brandon. This car is awesome, man. It's Kiss FM. Rolling 50 minutes now. Rolling 50 minutes now. Stop on Kiss FM. DJ. So the rumor is that Justin Bieber actually in the studio working on some new music. What are some of those picks? I got them in next 7 KissFM.com for DJ. Yeah, I feel it's coming out into everything.
Selena Gomez and The Weeknd were all cuddled up and whatnot at Coachella. You know what's funny? I actually really like their relationship. Isn't that weird? Don't judge me. Broadcasting live from Southwest here, y'all. It's Kiss FM.
And as one of our viewers on YouTube pointed out, this is a kissing contest sponsored by Kiss FM. Fitting. Again, this is a Kia kissing contest. The person who keeps their lips on the car the longest wins the vehicle. This could be a long night, guys. A very long night.
fast line, got kids here, trying to see who's going to drive away with this brand new car so he can get stuck in ATL traffic. As a matter of fact, let's check out and see what's happening out there.
This report is brought to you by MGM Resorts. There's always a lot going on in MGM Resorts in Las Vegas, especially now, with rooms starting at just $39 a night. That's right, the biggest and the best resorts on the strip, starting at just $39. Book today at MGMResorts.com.
Guys, do you love the Disney Channel? How about TV shows like Jessie or Fox? Well, how would you like to be on the Disney Channel? If it's your dream to be in a movie or a TV show like Jessie or Fox, listen up. This week, auditions for casting will be held in the Austin area, looking for kids ages 4 and up for TV commercials, TV shows, and even movies. Can you imagine seeing yourself on TV? How amazing would that be? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Casting listings include various Disney shows and movies like Pirates of the Caribbean, starring Johnny Depp, The Hunger Games, and Spider-Man. So do you want to be on the Disney Channel or a TV show like Jessie or Fox? Be one of the first 200 callers right now, and the next superstar could be you. Space is limited, so call right now. Call 844-446-6335. That's 844-446-6335. 844-446-6335. 844-446-6335. Once more, guys. 844-446-6335. Call now. This is sponsored by Casting Calling.
Jack from Jack in the Box has built the Crave Van, a 90s panel van designed to crush your cravings. So if you're up late craving a sriracha cookie,
5 minutes. 5 minutes for your next break.
for just $6, Jack will drive over hills, across valleys, and through your newly renovated living room to satisfy your craving. Sayonara, fancy new mall.
Try a sriracha cookie fried burger late night munching for $6 plus tax. Only at Jack in the Box. License participation maybe $8 meal price outside of late hours.
Let's talk to other planets, build a robot, or become a secret agent. This summer at the Goddard School, your child will dive into new, amazing, and unforgettable adventures. Summer camp at the Goddard School incorporates science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, or as we call it, STEAM, into exciting, one-of-a-kind, and fun experiences for your child every day. Visit your nearby Goddard School to take a tour or to enroll. For more information, visit GoddardSchool.com. Come on, take my hand, let's go to school.
Hey, it's Chip here from Hewitt Volkswagen. At this point, you probably know how much I love Volkswagens, but I bet you didn't know this. I love used cars too, and Hewitt Volkswagen has an incredible selection of used cars to choose from. All makes and models with some under $10,000. There are some incredible deals with some that aren't even Volkswagens. Just don't tell anyone that the dealership I said that. I've got a reputation, you know. Hewitt Volkswagen, true story. Off I-35 in the Westinghouse exit in Georgetown, or see for yourself at HewittBW.com.
Stay your claim with Wainwright Injury Lawyers. Car accident, back and neck injuries.
Wainwright got me $109,525.
Stay your claim. Call Wainwright Injury Lawyers now. 888 Austin 720.
To understand what makes Diamonds Direct so different than other jewelry stores, you have to go back 60 years, when a diamond cutter in Israel became well known for his exceptional craftsmanship. His diamond cutting business flourished for decades. Then his sons got involved and started selling these exceptional diamonds to upscale jewelry stores here in America. Then, after a few years, these wholesalers changed the game and started selling these precious diamonds direct to the public at the same prices they had sold to the jewelry stores. The no middleman concept became an instant success, and Diamonds Direct was born. Today, Diamonds Direct provides that extraordinary value to people all over America, leading the industry with the highest quality diamonds that still come straight from the best cutters, offered at the guaranteed best prices, period. Diamonds Direct, a truly revolutionary concept with a unique history rooted in quality, committed to excellence, and always focused on value. Austin's direct diamond importer at the domain beside Dick's Sporting Goods.
Okay, now, if you don't know the difference between the urgent care and neighbor's emergency center, let me tell you.
Neighbors Emergency Center is a freestanding ER, meaning it's open 24/7. You're going to get imaging and laboratory all done right there at a Neighbors Emergency Center. You're going to have faster access to board-certified physicians. It is amazing and gorgeous. I remember when you walk in, it looks like a five-star resort. There's 2 locations in Austin, one up on 620 in Lakeland, right across from Lakeland Mall. Also on East 51st, right next to the HEB, on Mueller or online, NEC24.com.
Dumb children's need a little. Humans don't just need a little care. They need a lot of it. That's why Dell Children's has the most pediatric specialists and specialty programs in Central Texas. Whether it's pediatric doctors for cancer, heart, brain, or spine, your little human always has access to the care they need. Welcome to the only choice for children's specialty care.
Was there any leftover lunch?
Welcome to human care for little humans.
We'll be bringing dinner first soon. There's even leftover breakfast.
SAT and ACT. We've got more board-certified teachers than any other district in Texas. The U.S. News and World Report ranked several of our high schools among the best in the nation. Yeah, great things are happening. In all these districts,
1 minute. 1 minute.
this is our school district. All are welcome. Enroll now at austinISD.org. AISD, reinventing public education.
Austin, Texas. Get on your feet and prepare for the brand new Cedar Park Nissan with an all-star lineup of Sentra's Ultima Pro and tiny 2 minutes north of Lakeland Mall. Visit cedarparknissan.com.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. Listen, $85 a month? How am I ever going to afford auto insurance?
Liz, you need to call Freeway Insurance. I have the same car as you. I only pay $29 a month.
$29 a month? But I have tickets.
Doesn't matter. Freeway saved me hundreds of dollars on the car insurance, and they can save you money too.
I'm calling now. What's their number? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Your break starts now. Also, you guys, please go on your break.
Listen up, Austin and surrounding areas. Freeway Insurance has rates starting at $1.
I just want to give y'all a heads up.
Once again, it's time for another break at the Kia Kissing Contest there in Austin. Let's listen in on what the contestants are doing now. Again, for those of you just joining, this is a Kia kissing contest. The person who keeps their lips on the car the longest wins. This is an event sponsored by the radio station there in Austin, Texas, Kiss FM. Now, this event is taking place at the Kia dealership in Round Rock. It's Southwest Kia. Round Rock is a suburb of Austin, north of the city. Interesting anecdote I'd like to share. One of my colleagues, my coworkers here at Fox 10, Dean, took place in one of these kissing contests and won. He kept his lips on a boat for 71 hours and won. It was down to him and one other person. When someone asked them, hey guys, what do you want to eat for lunch? The other person, without realizing it, responded. That's how that person lost, and that's how Dean, my coworker, won a boat. So that was an interesting story that Dean told me this morning. Dean's contest, however, seemed harder. You weren't able to take a break every hour in Dean's contest. In Dean's contest, they only got a break every 4 hours, and that break was then 30 minutes. Now, the contest we're watching now, the participants get a break every single hour. That's probably why many of the contestants have survived this contest. Again, this contest started with 20 contestants. You can still see more than a dozen people involved participating in this contest to win a Kia.
If you can't get a voice,
I don't want anybody here.
Here we go, Monday night. ATX, what up? We're Southwest here. How it's like surviving.
And just a reminder, if you were sitting last round, please stand this round. And if you were standing last round, please sit this round. Less than 30 seconds.
We are right 10 hours in. Yeah, up here at Southwest. What up? Monday night is all here on this
It must be interesting going through this experience. I'm just wondering what goes through these contestants' minds. I need water, I need chapstick, never thought I'd make out with the car. So many thoughts. Again, this contest has been going on for hours. It is now, I believe, 5 o'clock in Austin. 5:07 there in Austin. This has been going on all day. Doesn't look like it'll be ending anytime soon, so indeed it will be going on all night. This bizarre contest at Austin, Texas, specifically the suburb of Round Rock. Again, person who keeps their lips on the car the longest wins. You can't help but watch because it's so peculiar. Quite an interesting live feed that we're getting, courtesy of our Fox station in our Austin.
Like, what are your priorities? It's not a free call.
Sounds good.
We're trying till 7 o'clock. No. That was going out of the
I still had a lot of food left.
it him?
Yes.
I'm the head honcho with the microphone. Abby wants to know. Jonas, Abby wants to know. What? We're here. On our way back. I know, I feel like it's... Face baby, let's come off the car. Dunzo.
Alright, well, you're all set.
Awesome. You did a great job today. Abby said you're doing a great job.
Hi. Hi, we're looking for August. He's on the other side.
He's over here.
Oh, there he is. Here, over What's your name?
Hey, you did really, really good. I need to do the same.
Congrats for making it so long. Every time I try to leave, this is what always happens.
So let's get it together.
Hello, Allison. Allison, can you hear me? Director, somebody? Hello?
Looks like the photographer is trying to get the attention of the staff there at the Austin Fox station. That is why he's speaking and waving at the camera.
We're down to 16, yep.
Allison. Hey, we only have 16 left. Yep.
All right, so the photographer just said we only have 16 left. If he is talking about the number of contestants, that means that 4 people have dropped out since this contest started this morning. We started with 20 contestants, and looks like there may now just be 16.
Now we'll just start getting rid of it.
message and data rates apply. Swap to 200.
Wrapping up 50 minutes non-stop. This is 96.7 KSFM. It's DJ, broadcasting live from Southwest here in Rock. And O is here. Are you like super excited that you don't have to deal with this madness anymore? But listen, you got here at 5 o'clock in the morning, right? Say something. That's the reason why we say pick her up. Wrapping up 50 minutes non-stop. This is 96.7 KSFM. It is Jay. I got O here and Maggie. What's happening? No. We're not going to call it a waltz or anything like that. So you were kissing the car and then what happened?
I wonder who each person is going to kiss following the contest. I have so many random thoughts as I watch this Kia kissing contest in Texas. It is quite amusing to watch.
You still deserve a high five.
We just got wraps over here. Take stuff to take home. Oh, cool. We have too much food right now. These people are looking to eat. I feel like I'm all
To this album drops. Ready for it.
Really? Are you a digital? So.
is, all we do is to have fun.
The contest that might never end, or so it seems. Eventually this contest will end with one person as the winner of a brand new Kia Optima. That's right, it's a Kia kissing contest, partly sponsored by the radio station Kiss FM. This taking place in the Austin suburb of Round Rock, Texas, at the Kia dealership there. Again, participants get a break every hour. They get a brief break, about a 10-minute break every hour. They can use the bathroom, drink some water, snack on something, make phone calls, whatever they want to do during that precious break time. We've been carrying this feed for you all day. This event started this morning in Texas, and we'll continue to broadcast this for as long as we have the News Now feed.
Jonas.
What?
What's the password?
Shake with you if you want to check that out. 967kfm.com. Oh, this was a live book.
What's up? We're out here at the Septia.
That's it.
Got your IFB in.
Thank you.
Over here, killing it. You're like trying to go home.
Jay. Say what's up, EJ? What's up, people?
Well, they need something else to watch after the I'm going to do the next hit because I want to be like walking around somewhere.
I'm probably about 48. I'll do like 10 after the same.
Nobody had money.
Yeah.
Just give me a thumbs up.
Not most people didn't have that much money today. So they're
3 minutes?
I'm glad that no one has like bad Texas allergies because
buy a Blink.
I like how the window's open. So you are like forced to smell the car. I don't know. Maybe that's more of a goal, right?
We are under 10 minutes. Under 10 minutes. The break time.
Alright, I want to go ahead and read some of your comments coming in from the YouTube chat room. So if you guys have thoughts that you want to share regarding this Kia kissing contest, who you think's going to win, who you think will lose, what you think the contestants may be thinking, anything you want to share, feel free to leave your thoughts in the YouTube chat room. I'm going to go ahead and read some of your comments in just a couple minutes.
One of my lips wasn't typing anymore.
Oh, they called you out? Oh, shoot. This was a stupid ball in here. Jonas, we're calling you out on the air. I'm going to get annoyed about
You started, you were doing it for 10 hours, and then you got, listen, I feel like they're
Yeah, it's just over 5. More like just under 6.
The service room for died southbound side of this blocking the lumber room to watch for that every time I stayed away for a little while. But that's exactly well on the lawn here. Things to where Pleasant Valley and Riverside and on Texas line and August and on 65 and Freeway Parkway. I'm DeVos and
This report is brought to you by Frank Steve and this for Bed Fest. It gives your choice of any 2 Coca-Cola or Sprite 20-ounce drinks for just $3. Or
Just that quickly, it's done.
Strike 2 liter for just $1.29. It's only at 7-Eleven. At participating locations for the
I would assume, yeah, it's over here at the social station.
Your Empire's diamond expert, Jimmy. What's up?
Yeah, I'm going to jewelry stores asking them to show me certain shapes and sizes.
Buy the fidget spinners.
But they have nothing in stock. Isn't the jewelry store supposed to have a lot of diamonds in stock? They claim they can get them brought in for
Wait, how do you see the comments?
It's not wrong. Let's say you go to a tiny restaurant and ask for pasta, and they don't have any, but they can get it for you. What does that say?
Must be a pretty high-end restaurant.
Exactly. In your case, it means those jewelry stores don't specialize in GIA-graded diamonds.
All right, we're going to go ahead and read some of the comments the viewers are sharing. Alex Jones, Alex DeLarge Jones, one of our viewers, saying the guy in the red looks hungry. Grim Reaping thinks no one will win. Matthew Skywalker 101 saying this challenge ain't going to end. They all want the damn car. Bud 420 is saying they've been at this for 6 hours, LOL. Philip Dolan saying, I think the woman kissing the tire will win because it's less stress on the body joints.
By law to choose where you fix your car, and you shouldn't have to wait for a reservation to get the process started. Empower yourself with Apollo Paint and Body Shop. Family owned and operated since 1976. Provide to refile your rubber and breaker exits. Apollo Paint and Body Shop. Family owned and operated since 1976.
Zero Down delivers Mercedes-Benz injection, shop motor, and full premium and drive away with no money down. Lease the new 2017 C300 Sports Sedan, $476 a month, or the new 2017 GLE 350 SUV, $687 a month, both for 36 months and zero down. 1,009 security deposits, 1271 and 1482 to sign plus TG. 100 for Mercedes for details.
This just in, Wendy's is adding the quarter-pound double stack as an option in the 4-for-4 for a limited time. With so much beef, that's a deal so good it should not exist. In related news, howler monkeys should not be able to be heard from 3 miles away. Here to comment, a howler monkey.
Wow, that sounds like a really good deal.
Indeed, that's over a quarter-pound of fresh beef with 4 nuggets, fries, and a Coke, all for just $4. Anything else, howler monkey?
I'm not allowed in libraries.
Participating Wendy's
Such a troll, I said she's
available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada. Not valid in Alaska and Hawaii.
What do you get when you mix the #1 Fiat store in North America? $5,500 in savings and an IIHS top safety pin plus a new 2016 Fiat 500X from Lyle Maxwell Fiat Alfa Romeo. We've been the #1 Fiat store in North America for 6 straight years, so you know you'll get a better deal with us. Before you buy anywhere else in Texas, come see us for a better price on a new Fiat and their price on a used. Get a fresh take on your ride.
The hardest part would be like moving my lips, like the reposition, because it's just like.
At Nile Maxwell Fiat Alfa Romeo, 1349 Research Boulevard, online at fiatboston.com. Example 2016 Fiat 500X.
45 seconds.
Manufacturer rated 1500, sales price $17.99 plus TTN.
When it comes to finding the right home, at
Slow down to 30.
hiking trails and the Blanco River. You don't have to be
20 seconds.
First homes to forever homes. Blanco Vista has a wide selection of homes for everyone. Find your home at Blanco Vista and visit BlancoVista.com.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
How you hanging in there? Right here, oranges. Did you get your energy drink earlier?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, your pillow is over there.
Thank you.
All right, it looks like it's time for another break. That's right, 20 contestants is what we started off with earlier today. I believe at last update we were down to 16 contestants, all hoping to win that Kia.
It's okay if we don't. You're like, oh, get it. Oh, some people volunteer. Wait. I've got all these different things. You have. You don't got some things. You
I think we're going to lose a lot of people on the bus.
Say hi to my friend Blake, because he's been itching to get lost. Say hi.
Say hi.
Say hi to He's not care. I swear, man, Tyler has like, a ton of people that are like in our overall count.
All right, everyone, we are going to continue monitoring this Kia kissing contest. This wraps up my day, however, here on News Now, but Mary Kate will be joining you with more Kia kissing contest coverage in just a few minutes.
this and just like bring your arms down the side a little bit more. Just like, almost forget
She's
that
in here. Got her, what's up?
I almost forget that we're live on this.
Delaney! That's my middle name. We talked. I remember. What is Felicia?
Parks and Rec. It's like,
Parks and Rec. Oh.
13 Reasons Why.
Oh, the Selena Gomez show. Selena Gomez show that her and her mom helped produce. Have you watched it? I haven't. I haven't had time.
Stop eating, guys.
Nevada. Kiss FM is 96.1 here in Denver. Yeah, it's 96.7 Kiss FM here in Austin. You should listen to that one through the iHeartRadio app. That way you can hear me and AJ as your jocks. And we have more fun here in Austin. We talk about fun stuff that's happening, and we do crazy stuff like this, like giving away a car. I doubt anybody here has ever had the opportunity to win a free car before. And everyone's got their own story. How long will it take?
Check 1, 2, check. All right, Facebook. So the reason we can't show you too much is because we're connected in a very corner where we need to keep everything plugged in. So that's where we're at. So right now we're going to take a tour and let you look around and see how some of these people are doing this Kiss a Kia. A lot of them have stayed on the same car. She's even got a pillow just to try and stay comfortable. But the thing is, if you sit 1 hour, you have to stand the next hour. And we have some cool ways of passing the time here. We're watching something. Guys have the mats out here. Everything just to try and stay comfortable. We're down to 16 people now. He's passing the time watching score updates on a basketball game. And I don't have my phone. I can't answer you all's questions, so I will as soon as I'm able to put the camera back up. But there, this guy's been kissing, he kissed the tire about 2 hours ago, and now he's back. He and his wife have teamed up to give him a better chance. The Kia that they'll win is this black one that's right in front of the camera that you see mostly on the tethered shot. But it's that one. Someone's going to take home that Kia. But if you guys want to plan, probably around 8:30 again, we'll do this right before our 9 o'clock show. And you guys can check in on some of your friends or people that you may know. But 36 minutes left? Tyler, how are your legs doing, man? Yeah? All right. Tyler's become a buddy. He's always over here on this car where we're located. But good luck, guys.
He wanted to go to the 1975, bro. Like, where are your priorities? Definitely not a free car. It's okay, he's rich. He doesn't need a new car anyway. So we're broadcasting live. Southwest Kia, man. We are down to 17 people. I thought it would have been like 5 people left by now. Like 5 people. What are we, like 10, 11 hours in so far? Yeah. I thought there would have been more people like dropping off like flies. But no, they're in it to win it. Sleeps. All right, 96.7 that's our broadcasting live from Southwest Kia up and around Rock.
Want to know what's hot in music, lifestyle, and entertainment? I'm going to want you to join me on the move every Saturday morning. I'm talking everything that's fun and trending, important stuff you need to know, and then everybody will be talking about it. Stars that are on the move.
Listen to Enrique every Saturday from 10 a.m. to noon on 97 Kiss FM.
Reports and savings from our shows. Find Allstate agent near you at allstate.com. What I think
On that break, yeah, they recorded that break earlier before that girl fell off. So right now we have 60. Just because, like, if we were to lose a phone, we'll have to
Riverside, those areas actually recorded here. Actually, the new being shown on Wellcraft, rather than Thomas Square. That's a relatively recent action. That's the trouble on Woodrow. Ontario also known for Joe Austin.
Is brought to you by the Texas Lottery. Check out the new Lone Star Lottery from the Texas Lottery today. This $6 worth of draw games for $5. Now you can get more games for less cash. Play your favorite daily draw games like Paul or Never, Texas Triple Chance, Pick 3, Daily Draw, and Cash 5 is never been easier. Ask for the Lone Star Lottery today.
We did it! Sings Austin is here. We are everyone's dealership with financing for all. SingsAustin.com. This hour brought to you by Freitags Florist.
Gold's Gym is now offering a free 12-week transformation.
We all worked out together, we supported each other, we encouraged each other to go to the gym.
I've got her into lifting weights, and she got me into cardio. We really tied them together. We had fun.
This is going to be a lifestyle change for us.
130 pounds. Where were you in 12 weeks?
Join now risk-free with a 30-day satisfaction guarantee and see how you win the highest in customer satisfaction at Power Fitness Centers 2 years in a row by J.D. Power Associates. Visit jdpower.com for more.
Your Texas Ford dealers feature America's best-selling brand. They offer the most 5-star driver safety ratings and the highest owner loyalty of any auto brand. And right now, your Texas Ford dealer is offering $3,000 cash back on select Ford cars and SUVs for new retail delivery from dealer stock by May 1st.
There's 1 minute left. There's 1 minute.
Go to TexasFord.com, then visit your best Texas Ford dealer for more details.
Now, you can't just call yourself an expert. You have earned that title. And in this stuff, we have earned it for decades. Want to see it? Start from scratch. Make it for starts by hand. One of 11 environmental flavors. Scratch made ranch. Repeat for over 20 years. That's becoming an expert. Wingstop. Only experts.
If you're like most girls, shopping engagement ring, you'll be torn between two styles you've never worn. At the Ring Austin, we took a look.
See, my step counter is definitely going to hit that 10,000 steps today. After Euphoria, though, it was at like 31,000. That night was wild.
That kind of shopping is generous and all about you. Only happens at the Ring. And it's a way cooler way of engagement.
At Dad Children's, we are committed to helping kids reach and maintain a healthy weight through good eating habits and exercise. Welcome to the only comprehensive childhood obesity center in Central Texas. Welcome to Human Care for Little Babies.
Our 72-hour super sale starts right now, $15,988. That's 2016 Altimas. This is the priorities on the same markets. We got 2016 Altimas, $15,988. 72-hour super sale Nissan San Marcos, 72 hours Altima, $15,988. Walk on to NissanSanMarcos.com for all the details. I-35, exit 201 San Marcos. Or partially online, call 866-279-1111. So
excludes snacks, tactile rich drink.
Don't miss the ultimate savings at Santa Rita Ranch, a master planned community in the hill country northwest of Austin. They're the #1 selling community on the Ronald Reagan corridor. And right now, enjoy spring savings on homes by 8 of Austin's finest builders. Stop by their homegrown art and wine walk on Saturday, April 22nd. Enjoy wine tastings and art competition and tour 12 Santa Rita Ranch. It's not just the good life. It's a place where we have fun every day. SantaRitaRanchAustin.com for details.
So Jake asked me to get tested. What? He wants us to be safe for the rest of these. So we made a plan to plan therapy. Wasn't like embarrassing? No way. They made us feel totally great for taking care of ourselves and each other. Go to PlannedParenthood.org to make an appointment. Okay.
I come to you with visions of a mountainous land, a land whose planting is unprecedented, and the inhabitants are of the utmost dominion. What land is this, ask you down? It specs wines, spirits, and finer foods. With specs a colossal selection of libations, it truly is a land of majestic beauty. So go forth and plant your specs flag for all to see as you shout, cheers to savings.
Everybody listen up. It's time to hip hop into a nicer newer ride. Scott over here from Dream Cars Austin. If your ride's not giving you satisfaction, it's time to spring into action. So I'm gonna keep this real. Let me tell you about this deal. With only a buck down, you can ride around town. You got haters on your credit, we got banks that forget it. When no one else gives you zip, we'll show you how to get that whip. For a buck down or $100 a month, you can be cruising in a Chevy Cruze. With that deal, you can't lose. For down payment on the loan, you know where to go. Are there approvals coming slow? We won't tell you no. And we'll be grilling every weekend, so come and be a star. Burgers, dogs, and chicken, and a nicer newer car. But hurry, this offer will hip hop away quicker than MC Hammer. I'm Scott Oler, your dealer for the people. Visit Dream Cars this week, north in Cedar Park or south in Buda. Shop online at dreamcarsaustin.com or give us a call at 512-298-5000.
Offers be not combined with require bank approval. Negative equity may affect amount money. Example fact number 1875037
Let's listen in on a modern-day marriage proposal. The players lit their smartphones. The young man pledges his true love to the woman of his dreams. She accepts. They exchange kissing emojis. There are some hearts. No links. But look at this. He's putting his phone down. He's got a box from Diamonds Direct. Well, now she puts her phone down. Oh, unbelievable. That, folks, shows how special a diamond from Diamonds Direct is. Two people have put their phones down. He slips the Diamonds Direct diamond on the finger. She kisses him. Human contact, ladies and gentlemen. Who knew a Diamonds Direct diamond was capable of revolutionizing the virtual universe? And look at this. Her phone is ringing and she's still looking at her Diamonds Direct diamond. What's next? Tweets from actual birds? Amazing things really do happen when you give her a diamond from Diamonds Direct. Come in today and see how we can help you download real emotion with Diamonds Direct at the link beside Dick's Sporting Goods.
Guys don't really talk about antiperspirant. Despite that, 91% of Men Plus Care users recommend it. Here's what they say.
It blocks the perspiration. I think it's essential. It's comfortable. It smells nice. My girl likes the smell. That's it. It's more masculine. And my underarms aren't the worst thing in the gym. It's kind of like the Twitter game for arm pits, I guess.
Dove Men Plus Care antiperspirant. Up on sweat, not on skin.
Want to be a tornado? At Concordia University, Texas, students aren't just getting a degree. They're taking the world by storm. With 2 campuses in Austin and online programs, Concordia is Austin's leading Christian university, where students embark on an adventure that leads to meaningful work. Join them on Tuesday, April 18th for their instant decision night. To apply, bring your official transcripts and test scores, and receive the same-day admission decision. Register at concordia.edu/IDN.
Austin, Texas! Get on your feet and prepare for the brand new Cedar Park Nissan with an all-star lineup of Sentra, Ultima, and Titan, where you, the customer, comes first. Cedar Park Nissan will be open on Sunday, so shop on Saturday and get your best deals on Sunday. 2 miles north of Redline Mall, right on the corner, right on the price. Visit CedarParkNissan.com.
56.7 Kiss FM.
It's brought to you by 7-Eleven. All right, well, it's going to get down to about the mid-60s tomorrow. Partly cloudy skies, high
7-Eleven for bed packs. And get your choice of any 2 Coca-Cola or Sprite 20-ounce drinks for just $3. Or pick up a Coca-Cola or Sprite 2-liter for just $1.29. It's only at 7-Eleven at the good spending locations for a limited time only.
repeat myself every couple rounds.
All right, you guys, we'll take you back to this Kia kissing contest, but we do want to alert you to some breaking news that Chopper is over right now locally here in Phoenix. Let me update that lower third real quick so you guys know we are, in fact, streaming this live right now. Give me 1 second here. Here's what we know about this, you guys. A child was left in a car at 124th Lane in Litchfield Park, Arizona. Now, the child was left in the car for about 20 minutes. The parents realized this after about 20 minutes that the child was in the car. They went out, got the kid out of the car. Luckily, you guys, no injuries. Looks like Chopper Feed getting a little glitchy here. Let me work to get that figured out for you guys here. Give me 1 moment. All right, we got it back. So again, this is the neighborhood that it happened in. This is in Litchfield Park, 124th Lane, the 5000 block of North 124 Lane to be exact. Again, no injuries, which is great news. But the parents, you know, they realized after 20 minutes that the child was in the car. They went out, they got the kid out, no injuries reported. Now, some of the things we don't know for sure yet. Age of the child, still unknown. We don't know if it's a boy or a girl. We do know the child does not need to be transported to the hospital. But, you know, this is something where, you know, the parents forgot. It was 20 minutes the kid was left in the car, and luckily there were no injuries. And you guys, I mean, this is Arizona, so it's about 93 degrees here today. That's something you always have to be careful with. You're watching this live from the News Chopper on Fox News Now. This call came in around 4 o'clock. It's about 4:41 here in Phoenix. Police said the child is fine, breathing, was a little sweaty, but will not be transported to the hospital. And that is the neighborhood that it just happened in. And you're watching this live from the News Chopper. Johnny says, how can a person forget a child in the car? Johnny, it happens more times than you can believe. It's just something that, you know, happened. Luckily, the kid's okay. Kid was a little sweaty. Obviously, it's 93 degrees here in Phoenix today. Again, this is on 124th Lane in Litchfield Park, Arizona. Let's take you back now to that Kia kiss cam, I guess we should call it. It's a contest going on right now. Whoever can keep their lips on a Kia car the longest wins a new Kia Optima. You can see some people positioning their lips on the car and being able to play on their cell phones at the same time. You're watching live here on Fox News Now. You guys are watching live right now the Kia Kissing Contest in Austin, Texas. How far would you go to get a free car? These people keeping their lips on the Kia card in order to win a Kia Optima. Now, the last winners of the last contest had to do this for over 50 hours, everybody. So we'll see how long these guys can go. Now, this contest started with 20 contestants. That's with Southwest Kia of Round Rock, Texas, and radio station Kiss FM holding this contest where 20 contestants get the chance at winning a 2017 Kia Optima. There are 16 contestants left, and they have to continuously, I should say, kiss a Kia Optima until they are the last one remaining. Now, they have to sit for an hour, stand for an hour, sit for an hour, stand for an hour. So if you're wondering why are some people standing and others sitting, it's all part of the strategy of this contest so that everybody finds it challenging and it's all equal. Some people even have pillows. You're allowed to take a break every hour, 10-minute break. And you get to have some water, have some food, use the bathroom, whatever it is you need to do in that 10-minute break. And if more than one contestant is left after 50 hours, the radio station does a random drawing, and it's being broadcasted live right now, you see, on the Fox News Now stream. Now, one feature of this contest is that the dealership will offer packages and exclusive deals to contestants that keep on kissing the vehicle. They will also offer contestants buyouts, which would likely go towards a new car. So if you just want to give up, you can buy out and just get yourself a Kia right then. But I think what a lot of people want to do is they want to get this car for free and either keep it or sell it for the money. Looks like there is a live situation going on right now locally here in Phoenix. I'm going to take you to that real quick and get you guys more information on this event. Give me 1 second here. You're watching live on the Fox News Now stream. Okay, everybody, this is another breaking news event locally here out of Arizona. A fire at Walmart in the 5000 block of West Northern in Glendale. You can see the shoppers and the employees have evacuated to the parking lot. As you can see, there's no smoke, but you can see firefighters going inside the Walmart right now. A couple of vehicles there actually on the scene. Just keeping you guys updated on all live breaking news here throughout the show. Of course, we'll take you back to that Kia Kiss Cam in just a few moments, but we do want to alert you guys of this situation going on at Walmart. If you're here locally in Arizona or have any friends that could be doing some grocery shopping right now, this is at the Walmart in the 5000 block of West Northern in Glendale. Obviously, no smoke, but you can see all of the employees are outside right now, as well as the shoppers. We'll keep you guys updated on any injuries or the cause of the fire as you watch this live with us here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, everybody. Well, I just wanted to show you guys that breaking news event. It is live from our news shoppers, so I want to make sure you guys see that. Look at all those Walmart employees just outside waiting right now to get back inside and continue their day here It's Monday, everybody. Let's take you back to that kiss cam in Austin, Texas. Looks like it is break time. They get a 10-minute break every hour to relax, get a drink of water, whatever it is they need to do. Probably relax the mouth a little bit since you have to keep your lips pursed on a Kia for an hour every hour, and then you get a 10-minute break. Daniel Richards in the live chat says, would you participate in this, Mary Kate? I don't think I would. I'm not sure that's something that I would want to do just because, putting your lips on a car for that long to get the free car, I just don't know. I mean, I'm not really of a contest person in general, though. But it just depends. I mean, let me know, you guys in the chat, would you do something like this? Would you participate in a contest like this? I think it's one thing if no one knows you're doing it. You're kind of like, okay, it's fine. No one has to know that I'm kissing a car for 50 hours. I'll tell them later. But if it's being, streamed and shot all over, television and internet streams, I'm just not sure. These people are brave, and there will be one lucky winner of a new Kia Optima. You're watching live here on Fox News Now. Yeah, I said an hour every hour. Didn't mean to say that. I meant they get a break every hour. Thanks for watching, guys. Live here on the Fox News Now stream. Beautiful Butterfly says, I would never do this. Well, and, some people saying they wouldn't do it for this specific car. Well, think about it, though. You could get the car for free and sell it if you wanted to, or give it to, your mom or something as a gift. You could do whatever you want with the car. The mate in the chat saying, I'd wear a mask. Yeah, what if you just wore a mask? That way, no one has to know you're doing it. You don't have to ever tell anyone, and then next time you see your friends, you've got a brand new Kia, and you never have to explain how you got it. Looks like some of them just calling friends on their break, as you can see over there. Others eating. You get to choose what you want to do during your 10-minute break. And then you kind of have to work out when you should or shouldn't use the bathroom. It's all about the strategy. Where do you kiss the car that is most comfortable and that you can still play with your cell phone? That's what people are trying to do during this Kia kissing contest. Now, you have to switch off, though. 1 hour you stand, the next hour you sit. So you have to strategize with that as well. Daniel Richard says, do they even know we can see them? Yeah, they know that we can see them. They know this is being streamed live. Definitely wouldn't be fun if they didn't know the whole time that people were watching. So yeah, good question. Definitely they know that this is being streamed live on the internet. Oh, thanks, Schultz. Appreciate you watching here live on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate, taking you into the next few hours of the show here. all four cylinders in the chat saying, do they get second or third prizes? Yeah, they get discounts on cars, or they can, you know, quit and actually get a buy-in, so they can get a discounted rate on a car depending on when they stop and when they want to quit, as well as exclusive deals for just simply participating in this contest. I mean, because think about it, even if you don't go the full time and you don't win, I'm sure that they want to give these guys something for participating. Wins in the chat saying, why are none of them washing their lips? Good question. Good question. That's definitely a way to share germs. Looks like we did lose that camera shot for a little bit there, you guys. Let me see if I can get it back. In the meantime, while I try to get that shot back of the Kiss Cam, I keep calling it the Kiss Cam. We're not at a baseball game. It's the Kia Kiss Contest. I'll try and get that shot back for you guys here. Sometimes when they go on breaks, camera guy, you know, turns off his camera for a little bit, give his camera a break as well. Yeah, Paul makes a good point in the chat. He says they should be wearing shirts with sponsor logos. Pete says they get their 50 hours of fame. Yeah, RA saying what a gimmick. Yeah, some people saying it's a gimmick, others saying, hey, it's just a good way to promote, you know, the company. Whatever it is you think about it, it's interesting to watch, that's for sure. Oh, Wynn saying pop the hood and kiss the battery terminals. Very dangerous. Now, can someone just get in the car and maybe just kiss the steering wheel or something? I'm assuming not. But yeah, someone made a really good point in the chat. Why aren't they washing their lips after? Maybe they are and we just aren't seeing it. But then to think you're going back to another spot, putting your lips right where someone else was, it's sort of... But I think they do wash down the car in between each break, as we've seen that. Let's take you to this breaking news, though, still at the Walmart here in Glendale, where a fire happened today. You don't see any smoke. But fire department is on the scene, and all of the employees there at the Walmart are now standing in the parking lot, waiting to go back inside. You can see fire officials there at the scene just trying to work out this situation here. Again, this is in the 5000 block of West Northern in Glendale, Arizona. No word on the cause yet of this fire or any injuries. But we do know that everyone had to evacuate the shoppers and the employees there at Walmart. You're watching live here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, you guys, let's take you back to that Kia contest, where contestants are currently on break. But you can see right now they are cleaning off the cars. So that's good news. That was a good question about the cleaning of the cars in between the kisses. Grim in the chat saying, why so many frequent breaks? At this rate, it will take forever. Well, here's the thing. If there's any health issues because they've made people kiss a car for way too long, you know, obviously Kia wouldn't want to be liable for any sort of health issues or anything that could happen if you're doing it for too long. So just to be safe, I think they do a break every hour. But yeah, you make a good point. It could take a while if they're allowed to break every hour. Bodie in the chat saying they should have no breaks or food. That would probably make the contest a little bit more interesting. But here's the thing: is people will do a lot for free stuff, and people probably would hang out for as long as they could without food. But then you get people passing out, and then Kia is, under fire, and they don't want to deal with that. They don't want to have to be to blame for anything like that. Because we've read stories in the past with contests going wrong. So I think, Kia wants to be safe about this, and that's why they let them have pizza and water and breaks. Jimmy K saying, why is no one washing the car? As you can see now, they are cleaning up the cars. Good question. Looks like they are getting ready to start that contest back up. Break is over.
Tears from falling down.
watching, Tyler? Texting. Cool. You doing good? How you holding up, August? Good, thumbs up. Cool. That actually looks kind of comfortable. It looks comfortable. Yeah. Seen this technique a lot. It's kissing a tire.
Hey, Felicia.
Got all kinds of games.
$1 and get the rest of April free. That's a savings of up to $85. With 8 area locations, 3 group exercise, and discounts on swim lessons, summer camp, and youth sports, call 730-YMCA or visit AustinYMCA.org. Join the YMCA of Austin, where you'll find family values and family values. 730-YMCA or AustinYMCA.org.
Customer can get all the time after being responsible to the so Christine and I all come back home. She wasn't about to go back, wait in line, give them more money just to have it looked at. We had his truck hooked up to our standpoint. Turns out it was just a loose gas can. Since he scanned for free, it didn't cost him a dime.
Have you ever wondered how a coupon gives you a better night's sleep? Well, right now, during the Factory Mattress store-wide coupon sale, you can save up to $1,000 on top brands, ceilings, and Factory Mattress gives you more with the largest selection of Tempur-Pedic, the guaranteed lowest prices, and the longest comfort guarantee in the industry. With incredible in-store coupons like free delivery, free luxury sheets, or even a free bed frame. Experience the only way you know you're getting the right support from the mattress you choose. Our exclusive one-thing technology. With an A+ rating for the better
This break is 15 hours.
the company you can trust. Locations at Factory Mattress Texas. Factory Mattress, premium brands, low prices, sleep
Sydney and Sit Dog Training is offering #1 source for happy and obedient canines. From brood and common lessons to our home training and board and train programs, we have a training style perfect for every dog and owner. Get your pup started off on the right paw. Find out more at austin.sitmeansit.com.
I was in the Marines for about 8 years. I love how USAA gives me the peace of mind and the security just like the Marines did. One afternoon I was sitting in my office and we had a storm come through. As I was looking out the windows right in front of me, I saw the leaves start to twirl around like a mini tornado, and it shook the glass so much that we thought the glass was going to break. I came outside after the storm passed and I saw a big branch out of the truck. Once I called USAA, they reassured me that the truck would be fixed. They took the time and walked me through each process and told me my options, and then I was shocked within a day my truck was in the shop being fixed. I was just amazed at how easy it was. It was great customer service. I'm Jennifer Williams, and I'm a USAA member for life.
I need a car after this. I need a massage.
After 39 years of quietly being the #1 engagement ring store in Canada, Spence Diamonds is now opening stores all across America, and we're celebrating by bringing diamonds to town like no one's ever seen. Pink diamonds, yellow diamonds, blue diamonds. Successfully created diamonds, and only a fraction of those can create pink, yellow, and blue diamonds. We found Michelangelo, we found Vincent Van Gogh. You're going to be happy if you shopped at Spence.
Now open in the domain.
Spring is finally here, which means you're probably planning picnics at the park and road trips you've been waiting for all winter. It also means the Honda Dream Garage sales event is back. It's the best time of year to find the perfect kind of Honda for everything you have planned this spring. Whether that's the let's see where this road takes us kind of Honda, or the trip to take the kids apple picking kind of Honda.
Here we go.
Well, the perfect Honda for you. Because right now, well-qualified buyers can get 0.9% APR on all the Hondas from 2017 Accord. That's a Kelly Blue Book Best Buy with a available 7-inch display audio kind of Honda.
Shop your Central Texas Honda dealers today or online at centraltexashondadealers.com.
See dealer for financing details. For more information, visit kellyblue.com.
You guys are watching this live here on Fox News Now. It's been going on all day, you guys. This Kia kissing contest in Austin, Texas, where everyone has to kiss this car, keep their lips on this car, and whoever gives up loses, and whoever stays on that car the longest wins. Now, okay, they get a break every hour. Just a 10-minute break to get some water, food, use the bathroom, whatever it is they need to do, and then they go back and put their lips back on the car. So we'll see how long this one lasts. The last winners in the last contest had to go for over 50 hours. So we'll see how long these guys go. Again, though, the winner will get a Kia Optima vehicle. Whether or not they want to keep that Kia or sell it, up to them. You're watching live here on Fox News Now. It's been going on, you guys, for a long time today. Yeah, they do get a break every hour, probably just to keep it safe and make sure everyone is in good shape. Looks like people now are going back and finding their kissing spots for the car. And in between every hour break, they do clean the cars so that when you put your lips on a new spot, it should be clean. PK back in the chat saying, would you do it, Mary Kate? I wouldn't do it. I gotta be honest, I don't think I would do it personally. But you never know. I mean, if you're someone who truly believes you can do it and you want to sell the car for some money, maybe you've got a kid in college, who knows? Why not? Joey in the chat saying, hope they all win. Yeah, I don't know. I think there can only be one winner, but the other contestants get special offers and deals as well. I know, it's the kissing spots. Well, I mean, they have to find one designated spot and stay there for the full hour, and then they get a 10-minute break. And the way it works is you're either you're sitting down, or you're standing. We've been doing this all day, you guys, so I apologize if I don't have more content to bring you, but this is the way it works. Basically, you sit for an hour or you stand for an hour, and you go back and forth on this Kia kissing contest that you're watching live here on Fox News Now. Schultz says, would you do it for a Lamborghini? Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. Now, see, maybe. Antonio Dawkins in the chat saying, I do it for a Lamborghini. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, regardless, though, even if you don't, if you're not, into driving a Kia, you could sell the car if you wanted to. So, we'll see who wins. Really just depends on who wants to really spend their days doing this. Maybe someone has to go to work eventually. All depends on their schedule and how they're feeling. People can have their cell phones, so I see people watching Netflix or texting while they are kissing the Kia car. Someone ordered a pizza earlier today. Tom O'Neill saying, can you deflate the tires? I'm not sure, but I don't think that would help you win the contest, but good question. I'm not sure. Probably not. See how the people that are standing now, they're trying to get in the most comfortable position. It's almost like a form of torture, though, if you think about it. Having to just stand in the same spot for 60 minutes with your lips pursed on a car. Very interesting stuff. Can't imagine what they're texting their friends right now or their boyfriends or girlfriends. You know, what are you doing? Come over. I can't. I'm kissing Akia right now. I'm doing this for us. That's probably what the text messages are that they're sending their friends right now, right? Who knows? But this has been happening all day, you guys. People are talking about this on the internet, this Kia kissing contest. You can see this girl playing on her phone right now, entertaining herself. She's got her headphones in. This is millennials at its best, everybody. Ruby saying, can you lay on top of the car? Good question. I'm not sure if you can. I don't think they want anyone climbing on the car, but that is a great question, because if that were the case, I would think that would be the easiest spot to get in. Yeah, you're right, Bodhi. Not all of them are pursing their lips. Some are just sort of resting their mouth on the car. Looks like someone was laying down on their back. So everyone's finding their most comfortable position right now. And you guys are watching this live here on Fox News Now.
15.
sun is coming down. We'll see how many we'll have left in the overnight. Kiss FM.
Everybody's talking about Diamonds Direct.
It's amazing. They'll be our jewelers for life at this point.
You cannot beat the prices that I got at Diamonds Direct.
The middleman was cut out, and that's what we like about Diamonds Direct.
You could come in here and then go online and research it yourself. You cannot beat the value that Diamonds Direct gives you.
Diamonds Direct had a bigger selection for us to choose from that same day. They didn't have to order out. They had it in store.
It's comfortable and it's laid back, but it's efficient and professional. Very laid back. Not one time did we feel like we were being pressured.
Go to Diamonds Direct. Don't go anywhere else and don't waste your time. This is the place you need to be.
They have a great ability to meet your budget and give you the biggest bang.
My insurance company.
6 a.m.
You should go to Diamonds Direct, see what they're all about, and I promise you won't want to go anywhere else.
It's unanimous.
What's up?
Diamonds Direct is the people's choice for selection, for quality, for guidance, and of course, for value. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion. And the remaining side exporting to the top.
So if you get into that like almost 24 hours straight, do you have one guy over there, he was watching like the basketball stats for the playoffs.
No matter where you shop, no matter what you've been offered, the Coverts will beat it. Hi, I'm Jimmy Covert, and we have both Chevy and GMC trucks in one location for you to choose from. All in the color, style, and all the options you want. We offer the best customer service and, of course, our famous low over price that no one in our
car can now drive itself, top the satellites. Your brakes can't do only one thing. We're great at making brakes work well. Simply the best for less. We guarantee it. Austin'sAutomotiveSpecialist.com.
When you shop an engagement ring store with open, self-serve cases, you'll try out 10 times as many styles without all the weird stuffiness. When you shop at a store with hundreds more styles than other stores, you'll be more likely to find a ring that seems like it was meant for you. You can do all of that at the ring. And when you're ready, we'll make you a fresh ring in your style and metal of choice, a ring actually meant just for you. The Ring, a better way to engagement ring.
Everybody listen up. It's time to hip hop into a nice new ride. Scott over here from Dream Cars Austin. If your ride's not giving you satisfaction, it's time to spring into action. So I'm gonna keep this real. Let me tell you about this deal. We're gonna get fucked down. You can buy around town. You got haters on your credit. We got banks that forget it. When no one else gives you zip, we'll show you how to get that whip. For $1 down and $1 million a month, you can be cruising in a Chevy Cruze. With that deal, you can't lose. For down payment on the loan, you know where to go. Are there approvals coming slow? We won't tell you no. And we'll be grilling every weekend, so come and be a star.
There are a ton of social networking websites, but one stands apart for a very special reason. This one saves lives. It's matchingdonors.com. Matchingdonors.com links organ donors with people in need of kidney and other transplants. In the U.S., 22 people die each day waiting for an organ transplant. Most of them for kidneys. If you've ever considered becoming a living organ donor, or if you're someone in need of an organ transplant, visit matchingdonors.com, home of the greatest gift of all, the gift of life. matchingdonors.com.
All right, everybody, we're going to cut out of this to take you to a live town hall in California where House Representative, or I should say U.S. Representative Jeff Denham is speaking live right now.
Policy at the Modesto Irrigation District. It being mayor wasn't enough. He also serves on the transportation. He takes the lead on transportation and drinking water. Mayor Soyseth serves as Turlock's representative and the vice chair to STANCOG, which is your transportation agency for Stanislaus County. He's also a former adjunct professor at Stanislaus State University, which is great. Before his election, Mayor Soyseth lived and worked in the rural villages throughout Afghanistan as the Director of Economic Growth for the United States Army 2012-2013. So please join me in welcoming our Mayor, Gary Soyseth.
Thank you so much for all coming out here. I know, I apologize to the Congressman and the Settlement. I know all the questions are going to be for me tonight, so put your feet up. My name is Gary Soyseth, and I am the mayor of the city of Turlock, which is about 400 feet that way on that side. This is Daenerys, so this whole border development, I won't get into that with you, Supervisor, but we appreciate you being here. I will keep my remarks short as well. We are focused on balancing our budget here in Turlock, and we are going to be going line by line through our budget again over this summer, and I'm pretty convinced that we're going to be able to balance that budget this time around. We paid off aggressively our debt here in the city of Turlock. Upwards of $5 million we have taken from toxic debt, and where the interest has been skyrocketing, and we paid that off, and we are replenishing our reserves rapidly. We have also taken the lead on water resources here in Turlock. We worked with the Turlock Irrigation District to get surface water, so we're no longer dependent on groundwater 100%, and we will hopefully be breaking ground in spring of 2018. We have also taken steps to make sure all the water molecules we use in the city of Turlock become recyclable, become reusable. 10,000 acre-feet of water is what we use, and I'm excited that 100% of that, by the time I'm done being mayor, will be used and recycled either on our farms, in our sports complexes, or other places. I agree. Thank you. And finally, I am committed to strengthening our partnership between Stanislaus State, great Stanislaus State, and the city of Turlock. Yeah, give a round of applause for these guys. It is a bastion of free thought. These are great students that make a great part of our city of Turlock. I'm so glad to be over there talking about the Mayor's Award, where we talk about alternate ways of methods of transportation, when we talk about bridging the town-gown divide between the downtown and Stanislaus, when we retool all of our bus routes so that Stanislaus students can show their ID card and get on there for free. We have been really progressive with working with our students, and I'm very proud of that university, and I'm proud that a lot of those students are all here tonight, so give them a round of applause. And finally, as mayor, it is my commitment to you, to all of you, that whether you've been here for 100 years, or whether you're a new resident, whether you're a refugee or an immigrant, that you feel comfortable and safe in the city of Turlock. I had the honor of opening City Hall's doors just the last weekend to 60 refugees from Afghanistan and Syria. They came in. We expressed to them their rights, knowing how to be safe, how to access services. We explained to them what they can do here in the city of Turlock and how they can become part of our fabric. And why do we do that? We do that because we want them to feel welcome. That is a good thing for our safety, for our security, for them and for us. And so I'm committed to making sure that any person from any community feels welcome in Turlock. I don't care if you're from the LGBTQ community, if you're a refugee, if you're a citizen that's been here for 100 years, you will be treated with respect. And finally, and then I'm turning it over because I have a feeling this is the last time I'll be able to speak tonight. Finally, I'm very proud that we have launched our 1,000 Flags, American Flags initiative to honor our veterans, to honor those people that have committed their lives and their time to defending our country. So far, absolutely, that's my vice mayor over here. So far, we have 11 additional new flags, but we have a website that's going to be tracking that, and by Veterans Day, you'll see 1,000 new American flags. And so I'll leave you with this. If you want to talk to me more, I take every appointment that's requested. 668-5540, extension 1100. That's City Hall. Call me, and I'll meet you anytime. Thank you so much.
I think he just gave my home number out. That was good. The mayor always likes to be called after 10 p.m. and before 6 a.m., so in case you don't. So a couple of things now. We've got a bunch of questions here, and we're going to start going through them, and if you didn't submit a question at the end, we'll let you go. If we do let you go, there's going to be 2 minutes for your question or your comment. Preferably it's a question. Again, and I'm asking for everyone, we're going to try and get through this as fast as we can. I know that there's going to be more questions for probably the state and federal representative, but I've got the first 4 questions here that came from the Stanislaus State ASI. So I'm going to start with a question for each one, and I'm going to walk around, and if I call your name, if you can stand, I'm going to walk towards you. I'm going to read your question. In case there's a question back for you, you can ask it. So, with that, the first question, I'm going to go, and Gary, I'm not going to leave you out tonight, but I'm going to start with, let's go with Assemblyman Heath Flora. Do you support Susan Aikman's bill to make college free for all? That sounds like a setup.
Yeah, that was we should start with the easy one, right? Yeah, the truth of the matter is, my colleague from Stockton, we spoke a lot about this, and we do have some different ideas on free college for everyone. My biggest concern is we have to keep college affordable for everybody. That is the number one. Somebody down here asked a question? Sorry. That's our number one priority, is making sure that everybody who has the opportunity goes to college if they want to. Free college is a very big ask for our taxpayers. We have to figure out a way to fund this. Like everything in life, it comes down to a financial burden. Yeah. That's a great opportunity if you're not the one that's getting taxed. So it's I understand that, sir. You are the one getting taxed. We all pay into the system, right? We all. Okay. So we're going to get it back to the question. We're not going to talk about the president's taxes. Okay. We're going to focus back on the question, which is affordable college for everybody, correct? That was what the question is, right? Okay. There is a big difference between free and affordable. I support affordable college for everybody. I cannot put the burden on somebody else's money that I did not earn. That is their right to have their money. We all pay a tax break. What is the burden of education? So let's talk about education just briefly, okay? We talk about four-year colleges being education, right? What about career tech? What about career technical education? No? What about, listen to me. What about our union friends that are pipe fitters, that are electrical workers, that are sheet metal workers? What about those guys? Let's take our communities and let's put them into that type of education. So, listen, I'm going to sit down with this question. The colleague and I from Stockton are going to continue this conversation. We need our high school students to come out of high school. We need our college students to be prepared for the workforce, no matter what. So however we can help them in a respectful and sustainable way, I will support that. Thank you.
Thank you. For the congressman, what are your views on Pell Grants, and do you support summer Pell Grants? Are you also supportive of student loan forgiveness?
Whose question is it?
This is from the Stanislaus ASI students. They get the first four questions.
So Pell Grants, absolutely. We've had this conversation. I'm a big supporter of Pell Grants and believe that summer school is one of those things that we ought to have Pell Grants for as well. Student loan forgiveness, what type of student loan forgiveness? No, I wouldn't support it. Yeah, so if you serve in the military, that would be one form of being able to do some student loan forgiveness. Serving your community, I think there are opportunities, but those are things that we have to discuss. I haven't seen a piece of legislation that is on that right now. Let's be disrespectful now. Let's be respectful. Wait your turn. Next question.
That was it. Up for the mayor. In your opinion, what was the one thing you believe Turlock needs to compete with other college towns?
Sorry, put my microphone away. Say that again.
What's the one thing you believe Turlock needs to compete with other college towns like San Luis?
Absolutely. So that town gown divide I talked to you earlier about, and by the way, we don't want to be a slub. We want to be Turlock, California. That's exactly what we want to be. No, it's bridging that town gown divide so that they have an affinity for Turlock, and then making that second layer where we actually have jobs for those educated individuals to stay here in Turlock, stay part of this community that they've helped build and put together. When I'm over there, I had a one-on-one with these students. They want Turlock to be their community. They don't want to just stay on the campus. They want to bleed into this community. They want to have dialogue with community members. If they're from Sacramento or down south and they come here, they want to feel a part of this. And so I'm proud that we've been able to have that dialogue and have it constructive and keep going from there. So that's what I would say.
That's great. Thank you. For the supervisor, how do you propose we make Stanislaus County more attractive to college students and businesses besides the ag sector? I can tell you that there's three things that make a vibrant economy. One is a safe community. I want to introduce Sheriff Adam Christensen over there in the corner. Appreciate you showing up today. Part one, crimes have been very flat, so I would say we're on the right track. And we'll tell you the second part is an educated workforce. And that comes in a lot of different, that's trade schools, that's college, there's lots of things that need to be, and we have to work on that because we've seen the graduation rates tick up, and teachers are very much underappreciated, and because they're social workers, they're doing things that are probably outside of their scope. Appreciate it. And the third thing is infrastructure. Infrastructure is, here's Mr. Bird from MID. Low energy prices, sewer and water capacity like Turlock have, world-class infrastructure, a road system, which we're dealing with right now. Major L, thank you all for the half-cent sales tax that passed just recently, and you will see our roads improve vastly going forward. Those are the three things we're attacking, all three of those issues in fast order. I'm going to point out one thing about the Sheriff's Department. I can't speak for the Turlock PD or Modesto PD, but we've been in a state of declining revenue. Everyone knows that. We went through the Great Recession. I think at a high we were about 214 deputies out on patrol. We went to a low of 144. Now think about that when you think about our safety, and yet crime has stayed flat on the Part 1 crimes, the quality of life crimes, because of Prop 46 and some other things that have crept up. But they're doing an incredible job, the police services. So thank you, Adam, and to all your guys. I appreciate it. Okay, the next question is Glenda Olson. Glenda, where are you? This is for Congressman Denham. You recently indicated in the letter that in the Central Valley we face a lack of access to quality health care. Access is important, but affordability is a necessity. How does the legislation you are drafting in regards to health care address and solve this problem of lack of access?
Thank you for your question. So two different ways. Again, I talked about having a partnership on the state and federal level, make sure we have a medical school here. We have other medical schools across the state, and you see doctors staying in those communities. So having a medical school here is one part of that. The challenge is we will never get medical schools here until we expand a residency program. So the two things that I'm mainly fighting on in this current healthcare debate is to make sure that we have residencies here. We expand our residency program specifically here in the Valley, not across the state, because oftentimes we leave that to the governor, who transfers our residency programs to places where it's convenient for people to live, or it's convenient because that's where their medical school is. So we want to have them specifically here in the Valley. The second is making sure that we actually reimburse our doctors for taking Medi-Cal patients. And so we are 48th out of 50th in the state, in the country. Our governor needs to reimburse our doctors. In fact, we just passed a tobacco tax. And whether you supported the tobacco tax or not, that tax was designed to have that money go to reimbursement for our doctors so they'd actually see Medi-Cal patients. So he's now taking that money, that $1.4 billion, to go to the general fund rather than reimbursing our doctors. So I think the state needs to have some skin in the game, but the federal government as well needs to make sure that we are running pilot programs or programs altogether that expand the amount of money that we are paying to doctors specifically to see Medi-Cal patients. Hold on, let's be respectful. Vito, can you hand her the microphone so that we can, happy to answer your question in more detail.
As I said in the question, access to the doctor is one thing, but affordability is something else. And under the bill that was going to be voted on by the House, and we didn't know how you were going to vote on it, the American Health Care Act, it's a misnomer as far as I'm concerned, because too many people were going to be without health insurance. And so many people that are wealthy were going to get big tax cuts. So in my question, I said access is one thing, but if the means are not there for people to be able to afford the health insurance, they're not going to be able to go to the doctor because they can't afford the insurance. So what can you do to make sure that the next time that a bill comes before you to vote on, it's not going to be one that gives big tax cuts to the wealthy and does not provide enough money for the individual?
Okay, so being affordable, I think, needs to be affordable for everybody. We need to make sure that businesses aren't stopping creating jobs, that, my kids who are in college right now should be able to work more than 20 hours. And I think that there are, let's be respectful now. Let's be respectful. If you give me a chance, I'd love to answer the question. Let me finish. So I think it needs to be affordable for everyone. And that's one of the things that we've got to work on. But again, the focus, I think, as we have been one of those states that has expanded Medi-Cal more than any other state, and we're still 48th out of 50th in the country on having doctors that will actually see these Medi-Cal patients, we have a lack of access. And so I think that we've got to do... So again, they don't want to see Medi-Cal patients because they don't want to lose money like any other business. We need to make sure, let's be respectful now. Let's be respectful, because I'd love to stay here as long as you want to stay here tonight, but we got to be respectful. Let me answer her question, and then we'll go to the next one. Thank you.
Listen to her.
Thank you.
She gave you a turn. Give her a turn. Get her the mic. Get her the mic.
So I want to expand access and affordability. I want to make sure that if you've now gotten insurance for the first time because we've expanded Medi-Cal, then you're able to keep that. But I also want to make sure that if you have Medi-Cal now, then you're actually able to see a doctor. And I would add just one other thing. One of the things that has changed in our state, in our community, that I think is a benefit of the Affordable Care Act is our health centers. We have health centers that see a lot of our Medi-Cal population. Those health centers have now doubled in funding over the last 7 years. And so those health centers have been a big benefit in our community. But we're still not able to see all of the doctors we'd like to. So accessibility and affordability. Thank you very much.
Next question is going.
Thank you.
Next question is from Pat Higgenberger. And the question is, what will you do, this is for the Congressman again, what will you do to protect our earned Social Security and Medicare benefits?
Vito, one more time.
What will you do to protect our earned Social Security and Medicare benefits?
Can you let the people ask the question? Yeah.
It has been something that I have campaigned on. I've talked about. I think it's important to make sure that we've got Medicare as well as Social Security for the next generation. Both Republicans and Democrats agree that our Social Security system hasn't been a secret. Under the previous president, we knew the amount of debt we were taking on, and we knew that Social Security was going bankrupt. It's something that both... I would just say that doing nothing is not the answer. You elect us to show leadership. It's an issue that we're going to have to show leadership on. Thank you.
Could you turn on the mic, please?
My understanding, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but Congress borrowed money from the Social Security Fund and never paid it back. Number two, there's some easy fixes, and one is to raise the cap so that a person who makes $500,000 pays as much as the same percentage as the rest of us. So those two things would be helpful. We also have major corporations in the United States that pay this in tax. Zero. Absolute zero. GE, as far as I know, is one example. So when I was growing up during the Eisenhower years, corporations paid a much higher portion of the revenues for the country. And we started seeing a real slide in income during the tax reductions of the Reagan era, and that's when the rich and the poor started to separate, and now we have two-tiered society, and this is all connected economically.
Next question is from Andy Nasrati. Where's Andrew? There we go. You guys are looking for Andrew? Where's Andrew? Oh. Did you have anything to add?
She referenced a bill. I'm happy to look into what that bill is. I'm not sure who the author is. To be honest, I'm not sure all 2,000 bills that have been introduced so far, but I'm going to look into that one.
And Andrew Nasrati. Oh, there you are. Okay, his question is for the congressman again. Can I trust you to use the best available data with regards to environmental protection?
Yes, absolutely. I think as we're looking at our environment, we need to use the best science available. But that actually means looking at the best science available. So, was this your question, sir?
Yeah, it is. Why did you vote against or vote in favor of the repeal to protect the streams from coal mining? Why are you trying to protect the coal mining industry when it's already dead? We need to be investing in clean energy. The fossil fuel industry is not something this is something that should be a bipartisan issue that we should all support. The Republicans are putting people in place that don't believe in climate change. Do you believe in it, that humans are causing it? Will you say right now that you believe that humans are causing climate change?
Ask me all your questions and I'll answer all your
questions. That's the one. It's a yes or no. Do you believe it?
I would love to answer every question tonight, and I just have to be respectful. It's like church. It's just like church. We have to be respectful, and I'm happy to stay. So, no, I'm going to answer the question. Let's calm down a little bit. Thank you. So, before we start any more chants, before we do the talk, demo talk, or the read our cards, or you're not done yet, let's just keep... You're welcome at our town hall. We want to address every question, but okay, so climate change, I actually do believe, yes, there are man-made... No, I'd like to finish. So let me ask you. So I'm supportive of all of the energy solution. So I like solar. You like solar? Okay, wind. Well, what about hydro? Who likes hydro? Okay, see, this is part of our challenge. So as a Republican, hold on, I'll give you another chance to rebut. But if you want me to answer your question, give me a chance to answer it. So I've already said yes. I believe in climate change. I believe that we need to have an all-of-the-above energy solution that not only deals with solar and wind and some of the more popular things, but here in this state, we don't consider hydro the cleanest of energies. Green energy, I see a lot of people here that don't support hydro energy any more than we support biomass. I'd rather see clean biomass than see our forests burn up, which actually creates more carbon in our community. So I want to see an all-of-the-above energy solution that creates energy independence so we're not relying on foreign oil or any other foreign energy. Let him finish.
I support that, but what I'm wondering is, are you going to actively fight the fossil fuel industry from being such a big part of our country? We're already too late when you ask the majority of scientists. We're going to be suffering from the consequences of climate change unless we act years ago. So we need to act immediately, and our Congress seems to be unaware of it, seems to be ignoring the facts. It's not enough to say we need to plan. We need to act immediately. Our president has refunded the North Dakota Access Pipeline, something that has incredible damage to the water sources and something that the majority of Americans do not support.
Thank you. So I've been on record. I've voted several times now on the Keystone XL pipeline. I support Dakota Access. I believe that we've got to use our own natural resources in the country. And in this process, we're not only creating more jobs and putting people back to work. Let me finish. I'd love to answer. We got a lot more questions I'd really love to get to. So let me finish. A lot of union jobs. That's why the unions have supported it. A lot of union jobs. So in this same process, let me finish. Let's be respectful now. So in this process, we're also getting greater natural gas, which is also a much cleaner energy. I think there's opportunities for us not to only become energy independent, but also allow us to create jobs and be much cleaner for our environment. Again, I believe in climate change, and I'm willing to do something about it. Supervisor, let's go to the next question.
Okay. Myrna walks.
That's not true.
Where's Myrna walks? Okay.
Great job, buddy.
So Myrna walks, and there she's here. There she is. Okay. So we'll get through more questions because we've got. I think you can tell me how many questions. We probably have 200 questions up there. At this rate, we won't get through many of them. Coming at you, Myrna. Okay, Myrna's question is, why not feed the hungry instead of more dollars for war? That's being...
We're addicted to war.
Does it mean?
Yes.
So, give me the question one more time.
Why not feed the hungry instead of more dollars for war?
I'd like to feed the hungry. This is one of the things that came... Hold on. No. So this is one of the issues that came up when we did a series government event. It was a breakfast a few weeks ago, and it was actually held at Howard Training Center. Yes, Howard Training Center, where actually we make meals. I volunteer there at times to feed. It's Meals on Wheels. So I do believe that we have important programs. Hold on. Now. So one of the issues that's come up in the new funding bill is CDBG grants. So I want to make sure that those grants stay in place while Meals on Wheels is funded mostly separately outside of the federal government. The grants are very important. And so that's one of the issues that I want to make sure continues to get addressed. But I've also supported foreign aid when it comes to feeding, whether it's people in Jordan or Syria, to make sure that we are feeding people at the same time. But at the end of the day, my number one job is the safety and security of this country. That's something I'm going to continue to focus on. Thank you for your question.
I'm sorry, I'm hitting on my number. It's Gary, so I said it's number. There you go. Okay, next up. Brian Sordo. Brian Sordo, where are you? Okay. His question for the congressman: why should anyone pay a larger percentage of their income than any other student? Oh, it's a student. Citizen. Okay, any other citizen. First $40,000 tax-free, 20% flat. After that, no tax breaks. So, okay. Why should anyone pay a larger percentage of their income than any other citizen?
I believe for a much fairer, flatter rate. I do think that we ought to have a flatter rate system in place.
Appreciate it.
It's interesting how I hear people talk about Social Security, how we should pay the same rate, but they should pay more, but the same flat rate. So wouldn't that hold true with taxes too then? So if they pay more in their Social Security, which would be, okay, but then everybody pays the same amount for taxes too, percentage-wise. No tax breaks.
Oh, I'd like to get rid of loopholes. Yeah. There ought to be a much fairer system than what we have today. It's one of the things we're working on. It's actually one of the things that I agreed with the previous president when he wanted to lower the corporate rate down to 25%. My concern was that 85% of our small businesses, 85% of our businesses are small businesses. And so we need to lower the corporate rate down for all businesses, and then we need to have a much fairer rate. I know most of you didn't support President Obama, but it was something that I supported that he did.
Okay.
Yes, a fair, flatter rate. Yes, get rid of all the loopholes. Thank you.
Tina Savini. Her question is for the Assemblyman.
What? I thought your question was for me.
Okay, the question is, do you support AB 393, holding community college and CSAA fees at some level?
That was actually something with Laura.
Yeah.
I had several questions.
Yeah, I did say the Assembly member.
Can we allow her to break the rules since she was very respectful and patient, and allow her to ask each of us a question?
Absolutely.
I'm not sure if that was a sarcastic comment or not, but...
No, I want to answer your question.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Congressman, well, who am I allowed to ask a question to? That's
Both of us. So start with the war.
Great. Assemblyman Laura. First thing, okay, great. First thing I'd like to say is that I am a long-time resident of this community. I grew up on a farm in Modesto. We moved from Ohio when I was in the 4th grade. So I have been in this community for a very long time. And I have the privilege to teach at 2 institutions, although as adjunct faculty, I can tell you that that's a very difficult job. I teach in arts, which is an incredibly difficult job, especially with the climate we've been in more recently, where everything human and everything for the collective good has been repressed. Anything that is on the public dime has been privatized, and anything that is for the public good is in a downward spiral as far as I can tell. And it's very difficult to look at your faces and see some of the things you say that you all have said that you're interested in addressing. But let me get to the point with the question, be respectful of everyone's time. I was teaching today, so it's kind of part of the hazard. But I'm very concerned about when I was a student, what it meant under Reagan when they started taxing scholarships, when the affordability of student loans, the crushing debt that students are facing, and now the CSU Board of Trustees has just voted unanimously to 5% increase as a mandatory increase. Now, while that's only about maybe a couple $100 each semester, the students I see every day already are struggling way too hard to make ends meet. Many of them are immigrants. Many of them, as you know, Stanislaus is one of the highest rated colleges for improvement of life. And by this increase that the Board of Trustees have voted in, what they're always screaming about when we fought with Chancellor White last year, the faculty, trying to protect students and faculty wages. And I'm sorry, I know it's a long, complicated question. Do you support the Assembly Bill, I think it's 393, which is a freeze on the fee increases at least until the 2019 to 2020 academic year?
First of all, it's a great question, and I think I'm going to be able to answer it. To speak to the particulars of the bill that you're referencing, I haven't read that particular bill, so I'm going to answer it in general terms on what my beliefs are, because that is what I will support. So I think that will answer the question in roundabout terms. I absolutely support keeping education affordable as best as we possibly can. And there is an opportunity right now, and I know that the president, we just got a new president with the state, and I know that they're under these massive issues right now with bringing in more students, paying teachers properly, and all of those types of issues. And so they have to balance their budget. So if they find it necessary to raise that, it's something that I do take very, very serious, because it is a concern of mine. Because in California, with our students across the whole gamut of situations, housing, education, gas taxes, sales taxes, everything is going up in the state of California, including our education system. At some point, we can't afford to live in the state anymore. We can't afford to have students here anymore. So to answer the question, I want to do everything we possibly can to keep education as low as we possibly can, while keeping our schools, our campuses, the best they possibly can be within those dollars. We have to balance those budgets. We have to make sure that these schools stay solid, stay relevant, so we can give people good education. But on top of that, is our generation, millennials, and now coming into X, we need to have honest conversations with them on what it means to be educated. 4-year degrees are incredible. We need folks to go get 4-year degrees. But when we talk about, and I mentioned it before, about career technical education and bringing the arts into career tech, because that's part of that as well. We need to focus as a society and as a community on those type of jobs, that type of response to it. If we can find the high school students that just want to have a good paying job without going to a 4-year degree, then we need to support that as well. But to answer your question,
Bill also covers community colleges, and one of the things that worries me most is the things that you're talking about with technical education. I absolutely believe that. But if people aren't growing up really in family businesses, they're not growing up on the farm anymore. What I see are students who are very book smart and know how to get through the test, but they don't have the practical skills. On the same token, you can't just get practical skills without the heart and the mind that go with that. And so that's where the arts are so vital in all this stuff. We're not talking about balanced budgets, where the money's coming from and where it's going.
and I completely agree with you. And I love your passion behind this, because you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. We have to make sure that our system remains solvent and that people can afford to go with it. And that is a really big question. Right now, the education in the state budget is roughly $52 billion out of our $104. So it's just over 50% of our state budget goes in education. About 16, 17% of that is into higher ed. So we have a lot of money going into this. So we need to really figure out if that money is being used properly, if the state needs to supplement something along. I'm open to those conversations. I absolutely am. But with that being said, we have to have a sustainable for all of us, because somebody has to foot the bill. And the people that foot that bill are the taxpayers of California. So we have to keep Sacramento accountable to that. And we have to make sure that the money that's allocated to education goes to education, so it remains affordable for all of our students.
Kathleen Alvarado. Kathleen Alvarado. Here, thank you. Kathleen Alvarado from Sirius would like to ask the congressman, do you support right to work? You support the right to work?
We are a right to work state. We're not?
I disagree. The state of California is not a right-to-work state. Right-to-work states are killing the unions, and the unions are what help keep us, make us able to have living wages, health insurance, and other benefits to keep us competitive with the rest of the world. I don't want right to work in California. It means that the unions aren't going to be able to represent their people because the people aren't going to be required to pay their union dues. And no one's going to be able to represent them.
Thank you. Thank you for explaining. I don't believe that there's a bill out there on that now. But Steve King, I believe, had an amendment that I was against that dealt with this issue.
There was a federal right to work bill, and that made it difficult for the people who work in the federal jobs to get proper union protections.
Okay, Rich Silverman. Okay. Rich Silverman's question from Antigua. When we break ground on the VA facility at French camp, what is the status of it? When will we break ground on the VA facility at French camp? What is the status of it? Did they catch that?
Yes, thank you. So, French Camp will be the newest VA hospital. It is one that has already had federal authorization as well as federal funding in the 2017 budget year. It should break ground this year. We're waiting on the Army Corps to do the finals. Their final plan is coming back, but we're holding them accountable. Our veterans are driving too far to get care right now. Unless you're going to one of our Veterans Health Centers, you're going all the way down to Palo Alto. So we'll lose between veterans and costs. French Camp will get done this year.
Okay. Next up, Alejandro Carrillo from Oakdale. Alejandro, come over there. Come into you. Immigration uniform.
Good to see you again.
I get the name right.
So my name is Alejandro Carrillo. I'm from Oakdale, California. The first question is for all of you, actually. So I'm putting in
Get ready.
He's going first. So I'm sure you've all read in the newspaper that culture is coming to Modesto. So culture is coming to Modesto. Okay, so I wanna hear if you either support or condemn what she says. She's against immigrants. She's against even people of the Catholic faith. So I want to hear from each of you. Do you support our culture coming to Modesto?
Sure, I'll take that one first, even though I wanted to take my microphone off again. So during the election, when I was trying to make up my mind as to who to vote for president, you'd find me outside Madison Center Plaza when Bernie Sanders came to town because I was trying to get a spot to get in. So, it's not who I voted for, but it's someone I wanted to go listen to. I wanted to take the time to hear what his opinions were, what his philosophies were, what he's going to talk about. And so while I'm out of town for the Agriculture event, I'm not against going in and listening to people that I disagree with or that I agree with. And so for me, I'm a Republican that went to UC Berkeley, right? So I went there and had my ideals sharpened. Either I was more fortified after having really robust conversations about where I stood on whatever topic it be, or I learned something and I moderated a little bit. So that's just where I come at any one person. So that's just kind of my philosophy going forward.
This may not be acceptable because it may not believe me, but I haven't hardly paid attention to Ann Coulter when she decided she was coming, because I don't necessarily want to read her books because I have my own ideas on what we need to be in California, but I do absolutely support people's right to free speech, even though I may disagree with it. Okay? Whatever that speech may be. I personally will be at a firefighter event in Livermore, Lathrop, that night, so I will not be attending. But it is something that we have to understand, that we, our veterans, fought for the right to free speech. Even if it's the most divisive speech that we can talk about, they have that right. Okay? It may not be my thoughts, but I just, as much as I may not agree with her, she has the right. Thank you.
Alejandro, good to see you again. You came over to our office not too long ago, and we had a very nice time. Thank you. I'm in Washington, D.C. voting that day, but I as well believe in freedom of speech, even when it's somebody that I disagree with. And there have been many on the left that I've been very disagreement with, but freedom of speech, I think, is good for our country, and it's something that I fought for as a veteran of 16 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the advantage has always been, I don't know why I'm holding two microphones, but the advantage has always been, and I walk around today and answer the questions I only want to. That's just a joke. I feel very much, I had a group of folks who I very much respect coming in and tell me about, it's probably been 3 weeks, I'm going to say something about Ann Coulter, and truly, because I don't have the cable news service, I have no idea who the lady is. I went and watched her on The View. I watched her on The View, 2 episodes of The View, and so she's, she's not my favorite person for sure. I'm not going to be there. I'm going to be out of town for the same reason my lovely girlfriend moving her up north. But I do believe in free speech. It's a tough thing. There's a fine line between what people perceive as hate speech versus free speech. We have to be careful because, as they always say, you don't yell fire in a crowded theater, crosses the line, but it's kind of a muddled line. So we have to accept, and you vote just like watching sports on TV or going to a game. You vote with your wallet with folks like that.
So I also think you don't call Mexican rapists, but okay. So this last question is for Congressman Dunham. In a recent conference call that you held at the conference house, you answered 3 of my questions regarding immigration reform, saying that you were for the ban, that you were for the law, that you were for militarizing our border. But the 4th question was, what extra protections do you guarantee deferred action recipients, especially students under the new administration?
Well, thank you. See, I do take questions from everybody on my teletown halls. We've done several of these already. I try to be respectful of your time, and we keep them to an hour. But I try to answer as many questions as I can, as much detail as I can. I'm for comprehensive immigration reform. It's one of the issues that I've actually debated Ann Coulter on, and we've had some issues because of my strong stance on it. I am somebody that not only supports finding a solution for DACA children, but I'm somebody that's authored bills and driven them through the House, and I'll continue to do that. So comprehensive immigration reform means just that. Same way that I supported the only Republican on the Senate bill. Now. Come on now. Look. No. Come on, it's been an hour and a half already. It's been an hour and a half already, and I'm more than happy to stay longer. So hold on. Well, I would like my record to speak for itself. Being the only Republican. Come on. You want me to finish? Let me finish. I'll give you all the details you want. So remember the bipartisan bill that came over 2 years ago out of the Senate? I was the only Republican that signed on initially. Ultimately, David Valadao and I think a couple of others signed on to that as well, but that was a comprehensive, bipartisan immigration bill that you could look up today and see that I supported it. So it's black and white, and I'll continue to support it, but again, letting my record speak for itself, I'm also author and co-author of several different bills, not only on Dreamers, but dealing with all aspects of immigration reform. Our entire immigration system is broken. Everything from border enforcement, border security, to addressing our Dreamers that came here to no fault of their own, to overextended visas, to refugees, to those that have come on travel visas, and those that have had work visas. We have to resolve it all the way to bring people out of the shadows and ultimately not only create a greater America, but actually inviting more people to participate in our workforce.
Mike, there we go. Rick Kelly from Series. Rick Kelly has a question for both the Assemblyman and the Congressman, and it says, we appreciate your service, but he wants to know about...
So I have a question about water storage and our water in our valley. You kind of addressed that already. We live out in the country and we have a well that we can drink our water from, and I'm a little concerned that with all the agriculture going on and trying to get water out of the ground, that my well is going to dry up. What are you guys planning to do, or how you're going to help with replenishing our aquifer?
I'm probably going to say, first of all, the mayor should probably speak on this. The only reason, and the Assembly member, because it's a constituent issue, it's in groundwater management. Let's start with, I'm sorry.
Well, let me start with my quick response. Okay. So, I believe we've got to have more above ground water storage, but that also means off-stream storage for flood control, and I think that's one of the best ways to actually percolate water back into our underground water table. So from the federal perspective, it's creating more flood control and more water storage.
Absolutely. So I'm happy to answer this question. You're a Series resident. What I alluded to earlier is that we are actually embarking on a surface water program. The city of Sirius and the city of Turlock, we just acquired 9 billion gallons of water per year for 50 years from the Turlock Irrigation District from the Tallmay River for drinking water. Exactly, you should clap. Because right now, both of our communities are 100% dependent on groundwater. And that groundwater is going away. So we worked with the Turlock Irrigation District in the 4th year of a drought to secure this for 50 years. Now, this water is going to come through, treated, and we will be able to lessen our pumping, which means we're going to have in-loop recharge, which will replenish our aquifers and strengthen them for the times when we do need them later on when the cycle comes in for a drought. So this is the conjunctive use pattern of using water that we at the city of Sirius and the city of Turlock hope to help spread our region. So we have 9 billion gallons of water for the two cities. That's more than the capacity that we need. So we're reaching out to our partners in Houston and in Keys and in Hillmar and Denair and other places where their groundwater is depleting, and we're hoping that they come on board as well and we can sell them water so that we're not pumping nearly as much, so that we can have a sustainable water resources for generations to come.
I think you're going to see when it comes to water, it's a federal, state, and local issue, and we all are pulled on the same end of the rope when it comes to this particular issue. So I will just add one more thing. Coming out of an ag background, 25 years ago, we started really pushing drip irrigation systems. And I'm not sure the gentleman that I'd look at you if I knew where you're from. There you are. So 25 years ago, we started a lot of drip irrigation, which really we pumped a lot of water out. What we're finding now is we're not flooding as much as we used to. And so we're not getting that groundwater recharge back into our underground aquifers, into our communities. So it's something that I really want to take a look at the state level and see if there's studies that we can do to see exactly what kind of help flood irrigation will help on those aquifers, because we do have a tremendous amount of water right now. So if we can flood certain areas, recharge our underground aquifers, it's something we really, really need to take a look at. But I think a lot of this issue with our groundwater started 20 years ago when we really moved into micro and drip irrigation systems, and now we're kind of maybe suffering some of those effects where it was very effective on water, but we're not getting that groundwater recharge out of our reservoirs to permeate that ground again.
And I would tell you the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which was passed a little more than a year ago, requires that agencies get together and that essentially within 20 years that every drop you take out of the ground, you have to replenish it with a drop. I'm simplifying it. It's going to be very difficult for the Central Valley. It's easier for Stanislaus and Merced counties because of the Forsyth and the Modesto and Tulloch irrigation districts, Merced irrigation districts, South San Joaquin irrigation district. So we're not in critical overdraft at this point because of the surface water. Next question, John Wiedemann. Where's John Wiedemann? I see John. John's back here. Okay, so John has two questions, two-part question for the congressman. Will you call for an independent, non-partisan investigation of Donald Trump and Russia, his business efforts? And the second part of this question is, will you ask Donald Trump to release his taxes?
So yes and no. So let me start off with the first question. On independent investigation. First of all, I believe that regardless of what the investigation is, it always starts in the House and the Senate committees first. And so we have the investigative committee going on a bipartisan level in the House. We also have a Senate one. Let me finish. We also have a Senate one going on. But our third, which is actually an independent body, an independent investigation, is the FBI, which is doing their own investigation right now. Well, look, this is not something new. This is not... Hold on now. No. This is not something new. You know, this was something that I called for a year and a half ago. Remember President Obama got on TV and said, you guys knock it off Russia? That there was something going wrong. He knew something was going wrong then. And I thought we needed to have an investigation back then. And I was pushing it. So yes, under Democrat control, under Republican control, if you're hacking into our system, if you're trying to manipulate elections, then yes, we need to hold whatever country it is accountable.
Will you introduce a bill on the floor saying that? Will you introduce a bill on the floor for an independent investigation to investigate Russia's involvement in this past election?
As I did under the previous administration, I supported the House and the Senate working through it first. But secondly, I would say the FBI needs to conclude its investigation as well. Independent body.
Allison Cassidy. He said yes and no. Allison Cassidy. Allison. Is she leave?
Hold on, let me...
Okay, I'm coming to you, Allison.
Part of your talking points here, where you're chanting yes or no, you want me to give you a yes or no answer, so I gave you a yes and a no. I said no, I won't do it. So you don't want a yes or no. Do you want me to explain? All right, let me explain. So you do want me to explain, let me explain. So, under the previous president, hold on. Yeah, I understand. But you want to know a larger explanation of how I look at these issues. So my job is to represent. That means working with either Governor Schwarzenegger, Governor Brown, or President Obama, President Trump, whoever the next president is. Had Hillary Clinton won the election, I'd be trying to work with her as well. So when people ask me, as they did under the previous president, force him to show his birth certificate. Will you introduce a bill to do that? No! I'm not going to ask the previous president that I served under to show his birth certificate any more than I would ask this president to show his taxes. Hold on, let me finish. So, I understand did leak one of the years of his taxes, and it appeared he paid more taxes than any of the previous presidents. I know that year wasn't good enough. See, so this is why I leave it to you. The same way that as political, hold on. No. Okay, so we've gone over an hour and a half already. And I want to go another hour. Who wants to stay here another hour? Let's do it. I am ready to do it, but we have to be respectful. I can give you a yes or no answer, but if you want me to explain, you have to allow me to explain. I want to stay here and explain some of these things. So, some of the more politically charged issues, if it's a political issue, I'll allow you guys to work out the politics. If it's a legislative issue, I am more than happy to tell you how I vote. There has never been a bill that I know of under any administration in the history of our country, I've had my staff looking this up, to see where we've demanded a congressional legislative issue. We were going to pass legislation to force somebody to show their taxes. I will allow you to work through this political issue.
Okay. So the next question from Allison Cassidy is... Okay. The next question from
How do you want me to vote on it?
Allison Cassidy.
Yes, on what bill? Is there a bill?
You are just preventing him from answering more questions. Come on, guys. Okay, next question. Allison Cassidy from Patterson, staying next to my right. The Valley has the worst air quality in the nation. 1 in 5 children has asthma. Considering Trump's drastic cuts to the EPA, how do you plan to reduce air pollution in our region?
I want to make sure I fully explain my answer. So it was the whole thing's to me.
It is for you, but
so we had a little disruption. Can you please read the question again?
Yes. The Valley has the worst air quality in the nation. 1 in 5 children have asthma. Considering Trump's drastic cuts to the EPA, how do you plan to reduce air pollution in the region, in our region?
Thank you. So as we talked about already, my position on climate change, I'm looking for policies that address all aspects of clean energy. So that not only includes solar and wind, but I believe hydro should be a green energy as well. So I want to see more storage and more hydroelectricity. Beyond that, let me finish. Beyond just hydro, I also believe in biomass. I believe that we've got to continue to clean up our forests so that they don't burn up. And as Stanislaus County does, we actually have biomass, so rather than burying our trash, we actually use biomass as a cleaner form of energy to solve one problem while helping us to reduce gas emissions as well. I think as farmers, if you want to reduce the amount of carbon in our air, those of us that plant trees, it is something that is helpful as well. So I grew up with asthma. I am concerned about our air quality. I know from a state perspective, CARB, California Air Resources Board, deals with a lot more of the quality of air control. So, do you want me to come to you? Huh? Now you understand, if we were going to follow a federal guideline, that federal guideline would be far above what CARB already has. So you would be asking me to change and lift our cap in the valley rather than make it a cleaner air that we're already have under CARB. So you want a federal perspective that goes beyond CARB? CARB is the California Air Resources Board, which is the most stringent in the entire country. You're asking me to push EPA below the California air pollution.
Okay, Assembly member.
Well, we have it. It's state law.
There's this asthma that we have in the Central Valley, it's coming from a lot of different areas. So there's a couple things I do want to address. We get a significant amount of smog from 90 miles away from us on the coast. So a lot of the San Francisco area, the Bay Area, a lot of that comes into our area, which we have to deal with. The wind blows it into the grapevine, and it goes over the hills, and away it goes. So we do have to understand that we are dealing with our issues as well as the Bay Area issues together, right? So when it comes to ag, there is a very unique, and it's a bill that I'm actually sponsoring with some friends with Cal Recycle, working with the environmental groups, and the Congressman has mentioned a couple times tonight on our forest system. Okay, right now, the environmental groups understand that in Sierra Nevada is roughly about 300 to 400 trees per acre. A healthy forest is in 60 to 80 trees per acre range. We are significantly overgrown. The issue with that is when we have these forest fires, that Ren fire that burned in 2013 put off as much greenhouse gases as 2.5 million cars in a year. Okay? So if we're going to have an honest conversation about this, let's look at the entire spectrum. The Central Valley, when it comes to agriculture, has made drastic measures with the help of CARB and programs to take old tractors off the streets and put new ones in. So we are really working hard to address this issue. So I do support in a lot of ways what the Air Resource Board is doing, but sometimes I do think that they're asking too much too fast. When we talk about the fossil fuels and some of those issues when it comes to our trucking systems, like the green energy right now with battery-powered cars, we're not there yet. So we have to have technology catch up before we make these drastic cuts, because we feed the world out of the Central Valley, and some of the best environmental people that I know are the farmers right here in the Central Valley, and I'm excited to represent them. So it's something that we are working very closely with the state and the feds on addressing this issue, but it is not going away. It's only going to ramp up. I would want you to.
Okay. There is a member on the California Air Resources Board right here from Turlock that John and I serve as well. One other thing I want everyone to recognize, we have other elected officials. I didn't recognize all of them. If you're an elected official, stand up. I know my colleague Terry Winthrop, but there's a lot of people from around the area who are on different elected boards and are all listening to the questions you have so that we can work better together. Okay, Andrew Gomez from Turlock. Andrew Gomez. Andrew's question is for the mayor, Gary Soyseth. What steps are you taking to improve Turlock's roads?
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for that question. Absolutely. So as you know, I was a large proponent of Measure L, which passed this last November with over 72% from California, or from Turlock specifically. Give yourselves a round of applause. That half-cent sales tax is going to be front-loaded here in the city of Turlock. We are going to fix it first before we do larger projects. We're going to fix the actual roads that are here, that are in the worst condition and traveled the most. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about West Main. From 99 coming into West Main, that is going to break ground August 1st and be the first Measure L project in the entire Stanislaus County. And I'm very proud of that here in Turlock. After that, we're going to be going on to Olive. We're going to go into East Avenue. And one of the things that I get criticized the most is about roads in Turlock, how the newer sections in Turlock seem to be always repaved and the older ones go into neglect. And that's partially true. And that's partially true because those newer sections have assessment districts. They're self-taxing areas that provide the funds to repave the roads every 7 years. And so these older roads are neglected. That's why when we did our Measure L formula, we focused on those areas. We focused on West Main and East Ave. Look at the map. Those aren't in our newer areas. Those are in our older neighborhoods where the potholes are worse and the gutters are worse, and we need to make sure we take care of those. Additionally, we have a pothole repair team that goes out there every single day. If you have a pothole in your yard, in your cul-de-sac, someone just talked to me about one on Flower Street today when I was turning in my taxes. Give me a call down at City Hall. We have a team that wants to fix those right away. It's a Band-Aid approach, but that's why Measure L, which will bring upwards of $70 million into our local economy here to fix roads, is the right solution for the city of Turlock.
Thank you very much. Charlie Rose. Rose. That's what it says. I see Charlie Rose. I'm going to ask the question because it's a pretty broad range topic, and you can answer. You can all answer. How will you protect mental health funding in the Affordable Care Act? How will you protect mental health spending or protect mental health funding in anything like ACA or even local?
Mental health?
Yeah.
A couple different ways. We passed 21st Century Cures last year, which actually had a mental health bill in it. I brought Tim Murphy from Pennsylvania. He is the only psychiatrist in Congress, so he's dealt with a lot of mental health issues. But it is one of the issues that he's come to our community so that we could actually address some of the mental health issues in our community. It's one of the reasons I co-authored the bill initially, which was passed last year. We need to make sure that it's one of the, if you take a look at our jails, prison system, I think some of the changes here locally we're doing a better job with, but a lot of it is mental health right now where we need to give people help that they need so that they're not creating some of the challenges.
I will tell you, in Stanislaus County, we have a brand new jail, an 8,900 project. It's about $90 million just to get populated right now. We can all attest to there were never any services for those who were mentally ill inside the facility. So in a lot of cases, people came out worse than when they went in. We currently in this brand new jail in Adam Christensen is the operator of the jail. We have a full medical and mental health facility in there, state-of-the-art hospital beds, and people are going to get the treatment they need and the treatment they deserve. If we're going to reacclimate, because the money rolls around, it's all about stopping recidivism. But recidivism comes with drug and alcohol use and mental health disorders. It's the we would call it the grunge of, it's mean. It's hard to break that, and so we at least have an opportunity now to do that. So thank you for your comment there. That's not true. I appreciate that, but that is not the truth. Terry Withrow, where's Terry Withrow? Did he just walk out? He's on the Board of Supervisors. Went out the back way. He ran, yeah. But he is our mental health board representative for the Board of Supervisors. The mental health board is made up of both consumers, meaning you have a family member or you're a consumer yourself, as well as citizens. Right now we're going through some outreach meetings to see if Laura's Law fits in our community. We have a brand new, I can see that. And so the meeting, the outreach, I was hoping he was there. He was going to tell me when they were, but it's very important that your voice is heard on all subjects. That's all. What are you going to say?
Okay.
This is completely out of line, Bonnie.
I apologize. Thank you. So mental health, I appreciate talking about prisons, talking about homeless people. But what about all the teenagers who are suffering? Have 15-year-old daughters suffering from it? I had to take her to the Bay Area to get treatment. I had to take her to Southern California to get treatment.
Can I ask, is that because of the lack of providers or?
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Well, lack of providers, yes. I'm not going to buy into the whole ACA thing, his lack of providers thing. I'm not going to go there. But I have really, really good health insurance. I'm blessed with it. But in 1 year, over $200,000 in medical bills for my daughter. And it just kills me the idea of people who can't do that for their children. And I want to know what's being done for children. There's no facilities within this district for children. My daughter had to be put in an adult facility for 48 hours with adults suffering from mental illness before she was transferred to some place in the Bay Area. And that is unacceptable. And I want to know what you guys are going to do about that. You guys work for us. Sorry, I'm not trying to be rude, but there's nothing for seniors as well. There you go. What can we do besides helping the people in the prisons, besides helping the people who are homeless? You know, I've done everything I can to raise my kid. I work, I pay taxes. There's stuff for people on Medi-Cal. I couldn't even go to a SpearNet because I have good insurance, but I have to drive 3 hours to get my daughter a doctor. So I want to know what you guys can do to help. My name is Crystal Susan, and I live right here in Judea.
Okay. I'm going to take a half-hearted stab at this also. Certainly, and wish Supervisor Whitmer had left, but there is something called Focus on Prevention the county is doing, along with all the 9 cities. And essentially what we're trying to do is trying to spend the best dollar we can. You have so many programs that have a little bit of money, and we're trying to put it together. First we started on homelessness, and now we're moving to focus on family, which hopefully will address some of these issues. Because focusing on family could be recidivism, it could be mental health, it could be drug and alcohol. I would agree with you, it's an epidemic when you take the totality of the situation. So thank you very much for your question. Hopefully we can make a difference. J.C. Hazeman. From the I'm going to ask you about that. Mental health funding, how we're going to get funding for children's specific.
Yeah, I mean, 21st Century Cures, it was a step in the right direction. It's not enough funding. We need to continue to expand it, as well as making sure that people can get the care that they need. One of the challenges that we saw that we addressed in 21st Century Cares was making sure that you could actually, as a parent, make sure that your child was taking the medication and able to get the medication. So, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. J.C. Hazelton. All the faces. Heard the woo. I see J.C. There's J.C. So J.C.'s question for the Congressman is, as a campaign for modernizing. You have a question? Okay. Please.
So my question is in regard to the California high-speed rail. I'm a big proponent of the California high-speed rail. I think that not only will it allow a lot of jobs in the Central Valley to be more one of the poorest areas, if not the poorest area in the state, and I really believe that California high-speed rail will allow access to other areas and help us grow our economy, help us prevent sprawl, and help to set the right direction for infrastructure that is environmentally sustainable. So I'd like to know how the Congressman, in particular, feels on the California high-speed rail, and if it's applicable to the others, they'd like to share the views on it as well. Thank you.
Well, let me ask our question first.
Hold on.
So, we talked about a lot of issues here tonight. First thing was everybody wants single-payer health care. We want to pay for everybody's health care. We want to pay tuition free. Everybody should have free tuition. Hold on. So my question to you would be, how do you want to pay for high-speed rail?
Hold on. Let JC answer the question.
My name is Josie. My question was for you. If I were to finance it, it would be on taxes. However, my question...
Let her speak.
I'm a big proponent of using taxpayer funds to fund high-speed rail. However, my question was directed at you. How you feel about it and what you're doing. I think that it's a really great opportunity for the Valley, so I'd like you to figure out a way to fund the high-speed rail.
So, California high-speed rail is different from any other high-speed rail project in the country. It has its challenges. The first of which, it went from a $33 billion project to over a $100 billion project. The only cost-cutting measure that they've had up until recently was to cut off San Diego and Sacramento. So my issue is, I believe we need to encourage trust in government, which means if you pass an initiative, hold on. You want me to answer, right? Hold on. So when you pass an initiative, whether it's the tobacco tax, hold on. She deserves an answer to her question. So I would love to stay here for another hour, but we're going to be respectful. She asked me a question, I'm going to answer it. So we passed a number of initiatives only to see the governor pull those tax dollars back and use them in other areas. So with California high-speed rail, we passed a $9.95 billion bond that was supposed to be dedicated to this project, but instead we've transferred that money to a tunnel project in San Francisco. We transferred some of that money to the LA area. Now there's been a push to transfer about $750 million of it to Caltrain. I believe the government needs to do what it says it's going to do. Otherwise, go back to the voters. If you've changed your mind, see if the voters have changed their mind. So California high-speed rail can be done, but they have to fulfill the will of the voters. So I'll give you a couple more examples. So on the Northeast Corridor, we're seeing expanded rail there based on the changes in Amtrak. In Florida, we're seeing all-aboard Florida, which will be it's going into place, will actually be in operation this fall. Texas will have the biggest high-speed rail project outside of California, done with zero government funding. It can be done, but it has to be done in a way that makes sense for the budgets of California. So right now, this $100 billion project with the $9.95 billion was passed by taxpayers, and so far we put in $5 billion from the federal government.
Ooh, wow.
We're still missing $85 billion. The governor doesn't have that money. The state budget doesn't have that money. And I know that there's always the response of just raise taxes on the rich, but we've already done that to fund our colleges and pay for health care for everybody. So I want to see high-speed rail. We just have to do it the right way. Hold on. So there will be some funding for regional projects under the full transportation bill that we'll be addressing later this year. Aside from that, we expect to have transportation funding the same way that I want funding for our infrastructure for water. There will be user-paid dollars that are able to be used in a number of these different projects, including California high-speed rail. So far, they haven't spent the stimulus dollars that were passed in 2008 or the subsequent high-speed rail dollars in 2010.
This is the end of this question.
That's been done through the state legislature before Dean got there.
Okay, so I get the, oh, you, yeah, please.
Check. Honestly, I think it's a great question because it's one of my biggest concerns right now in the state. We are constantly taxing people, and we can have a debate on whether or not taxes are needed or they're not needed. Like, that's fine. That's an awesome debate. But what irritates me the most is when we tax something for a particular project and that money gets pillaged into another fund, we're absolutely lying to the voters. So I have a tremendous issue with that. And the Congress mentioned the Prop 56 in California. That was a tobacco tax. Okay, the governor took all of that funding into the general fund. None of it is going to where they said it was going to go. So California Medical Association, those groups are really upset right now because they supported a tax that was going to help their constituents, help their friends, help their family, but it's not going there. So we have to hold Sacramento accountable. When we pass a bill to put money one way, if we need a tax, we have to put that money where it's supposed to go. Now, we can do it with constitutional amendments and all those types of things, but that is something I'm really, really worried about.
I get to plug something on rail. because I serve on the San Joaquin Joint Powers Authority, which runs the Amtrak system that gives 7 daily round trips to Sacramento, 5 to over to Oakland. Sitting right here, the man that operates the system. I'm on the board. Dan Levitt's here with us, as well as our COG director, Rosa Bark. I will tell you, if you're a believer in ACE and a believer in ACE and rail, we are going to reconfigure. I know, now I've got mush mouth. My son keeps looking at me, he's going, oh, you gotta be sweating. It's good. If you're a believer in it, we're reconfiguring one of the train sets by January next year. We're going to have a morning express that will get you to Sacramento. I don't know how many go up there, but it should get up there about 8 o'clock in the morning, so we're really excited about that. And then ACE, if you saw the recent brave vote that Assemblymember Gregg and Senator Cannella took, nobody likes the gas tax raise, but it's going to allow us the opportunity to bring ACE down to at least the series to start out with. We have a lot of work. It's not going to happen that quickly, but if you want it to happen. Modesto is going to be the first prize, right? This is our account. So, that was it. Okay, next question. Derek Obar. Still regarding. Oh, no. I got to keep moving. Derek Obar. There you go, Derek. Derek's from Tracy. It is your belief that the president should have, is it your belief that the president should have the authority to bomb military installations of sovereign countries without the consent and knowledge of Congress?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I have been vocal about the AUMF, the automatic use of military force. This was something that was put in place after 9/11, and now we've seen it used by the previous two presidents 37 times, 18 under Bush, 19 under Obama, and now we've seen it roll into a third presidency. My concern is that they're not going back to Congress. So when I got called into the war room under the last Syria vote, Senator Vice President Biden called me in to ask some of us what our opinion was. Definitely, you've got to go back to Congress to put boots on the ground. The question is on the AUMF. I think that we are now fighting different forces, different countries than anything under 9/11. So I think that we've got to revoke the AUMF, and if the president is asking for a new authorization, then that's something we need to discuss going forward. That is not no matter whether it's a Republican president or Democrat president, you have to go through Congress.
So a follow-up question to that then is, what steps are you actively taking to ensure that that becomes the way that it is now the process? I'm sorry, does that make sense?
Yes.
So you say that you disagree with the AMUF or whatever you call it. What are you doing to ensure that that is repealed so that the president needs authorization from Congress when he wants to attack, sovereign nations? I mean, not to steal the microphone. I think there's something fundamentally different from attacking terrorists in contested areas of desert in the Middle East as opposed to attacking military installations of governments. I mean, that is an act of war. If that happened to us, we would consider it an act of war. So I'm just curious, how is it different now that we're doing it?
So, again, I would just say that the AUMF was put under after 9/11. We put it in place because of Al-Qaeda, to fight Al-Qaeda, and now we're fighting the Taliban. Put it in place to deal with Afghanistan, and now we've seen the last two presidents bombing Syria. So I'm against. I think that it's something that has to be revoked. I voiced that to the previous administration. I'm voicing it to this administration. And I'm going to, hold on. And I'm going to continue to work with the House Armed Services Committee where this comes up in the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. I agree with you. Thank you.
I'm in trouble. Okay, Nan Wolf. Nan Wolf. This is Nan. Hi, Nan. Nan's asking me a question. I just feel really awkward asking it to myself.
Okay, best way for a lot of people to get out of Turlock is to go north and hit Taylor Road. As you go down Taylor Road, the two surveyors didn't meet. They didn't meet. And there's a ship in the road, and you can be driving along, see a cute dog on the road that you look at for a second, and you find out you're on the wrong side of the road. And all I want is a sign, two signs. Now the road is owned half by city and half by county. So you on your side, I want a sign that says up and down and down. And Mr. Soy says on your side, I want you to put another sign.
I'm going to beat veto, so I'm calling my city manager right now to get my sign.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's really interesting in these roadway projects because we have a good relationship and we talk all the time. I think a few years back we realigned, we had done some work on Doppin Road right before Canal where it was a dangerous situation. What roads do you live in between? Where is it between? I'm trying to think right now. It's going to be Here, Berkeley. Yes, I've got it. Okay, we'll stay long. Okay, I'm looking at it. I will tell you, I want to talk about roads for a second because the mayor got to talk about Major L. Stanislaus County, in my 8 years on the board, I'm in my 9th year right now, our road rating, pavement management index, which is how they rate the roads, has gone from just short of 70 down to a 55 last year, and after these storms, I guess we're down to about 50. Every one of you have driven on Stanislaus County Road, and I'm talking about the unincorporated area. The county maintains 1,500 miles and 230 bridges, and the roads are getting worse quickly. So what did we do? We got together every single elected official in Stanislaus County. Every one of these folks up here, our assembly folks, our senators, all came behind Major L and passed it with 72% vote, highest vote total since 1998 of a first-time measure, because people are recognizing how important roadways are and how much damage you do to your cars. So I'm going to go one step further and tell you that 3 years ago, Stanislaus County, to maintain those 1,500 miles of roadway and 230 bridges, we were receiving about $14 million in gas tax money because of the excise component. When they did some sort of flip, quadruple flip, or some sort, there was an excise deal on the total sale. The price of gas has dropped. Subsequently, Stanislaus County is only receiving $10 million. So between Major L, our fixed-at-first portion is $5.4 million. We're only about $1.4 million up after that, and that's why we were talking about state help, federal transportation bill, which they did pass, and state help, which they did pass. From SB1, as unpalatable as it is for everyone inside this room, I will tell you that they haven't raised the gas tax since 1993. You have half the purchasing power of that money, and it's a horrible situation today because they never indexed it. So with this horrible deal that was going to bring Stanislaus County about $12 million a year, you will see, I promise you right now, you will see appreciable improvement in your roadways for the first time, and since I've been on the board, in about 2 years, because the tax doesn't start collecting and phased in. It is, again, very unpalatable, but it is a necessary evil of driving. Vehicle miles traveled are going up, but so is vehicle mileage, so you're doing more damage while collecting less tax. Anyways, I had to throw that in there. The pitch transportation is very important to me, and hopefully to all of you. Okay. I'm going to say, Derek Clark, I apologize. Is that right? From Waterford. For the congressman, what are you doing to make... Sorry.
I'm a farmer in Waterford, and my name is Indira Clark.
I'm sorry, dear.
Okay. There are many endurers in this community now. My question is regarding farm labor. I read that in the Modesto Bee that 45% of the farm workers in California are illegal. Why hasn't that system been worked out so that we can have legal farm labor, people earning a living wage, not facing deportation? It's ridiculous that agriculture is such a big part of this economy and it has such unfair and unstable footing.
Thank you. And I agree, which is why I believe in comprehensive immigration reform that deals with a guest worker program as well. Something that I pushed under the previous administration and I'm going to continue to push under this administration. We need to make sure that we're bringing people out of the shadows and having a very vibrant. Thank you for your question.
Okay. Next up, Ted Heilman from Denair. How can we get a bigger voice for our area compared to, I'm going to say the Bay Area, Sacramento, and LA?
Jim, Lori, Mayor, Sheriff, appreciate your guys' doing your business. Sorry for the barbecue seem to be getting, but kind of sick and tired of doing my vote since I've been 18. Every time I turn around, I work hard, make my vote, and we keep getting outvoted by LA, by the Bay Area, by Sacramento, for stuff that we have nothing to do. I have respect for the lady's opinion. I have respect for the lady's opinion in the rail system, but move to Japan. If you're going to have a high-speed rail from Bakersfield to Sacramento with 4 stops, do the math. How fast are you going to go? The reason high-speed rail works over in Europe is because of the distance it goes, not because of the stops. The Ace train, the Amtrak, let's take that money and spend it in that. If you folks from LA and the Bay Area and Sacramento want to jump on a train, then jump on the train. Why do we need a high-speed train?
So the question, how do we have a better collective voice, back to the question, to make ourselves more powerful against LA, which has 10 million people in one county, and there's 4 million in the valley. How do we do that? Keith, you're up. He's up.
The simple fact is the way that our state government is set up, right? We're population. Each assemblyman represents roughly 500,000 people. Each senator represents 1 million. So just by the simple population centers, we are outnumbered. But I will say this. There is we are the Central Valley. Us in the Central Valley, all of us that live here, are uniquely different than the Bay Area and LA. So when I say we, it's all of us. Okay, it's each and every one of us. But what we have to do is help educate our colleagues in the Bay Area and in LA on how some of the legislation that they pass affects us here in the Central Valley. That's the only way that we can do it. The partisan politics in the state of California right now are not working very well because they are just running down. They do whatever they want because we have not engaged them. So that is one thing that Assemblywoman Olson started, along with our colleagues up and down the Central Valley, have really started bipartisan. Assemblyman Gray as well. We start to really spend a lot of time with our Democratic colleagues in the Bay Area to help educate them on who we are as a Central Valley. So to answer your question, it's a simple. Say what? Amen. It is.
Okay.
I agree.
I will tell you. I'm sorry. So here tonight, just when we talk about a collective voice, sitting over here in the corner, a couple of folks I invited, two of my colleagues on the Merced County Board of Supervisors, Lloyd Pereira and Darren McDaniel, and Brian Raymond, who's on the Atwater City Council, showed up. If we're not having these collective conversations valley-wide, as he was talking about, from Rudy Stalis and Vince Fong and Assembly members and senators, if we're not working together, regardless of your party affiliation, we're going to get stomped on in the valley. We have to remember that we have to work together. Okay, Susan Max. Someone from Houston, finally, thank you. Susan, I'll let you ask your question.
There was a budget proposal by one of your former colleagues, I asked the president. Albany was his name. Is that who recently the director of the OMB? Yeah, right. When he got up and he spoke about it, it seemed fairly draconian. Apparently, the president's goals are to increase defense spending, build the wall, I know, and the ever-popular school vouchers.
Better ask the question.
Oh, listen, I'm not really that. So the bottom line is, this is going to be done at the expense of the EPA, the Department of Agriculture. I can't remember the other one, but it's another one that's pretty important. Anyway, the question is what can you do to kind of mitigate the losses that we're going to find in the State Department is the other one that's going to get direct hit. I think we all think the State Department might be important right now. So, as our congressman, what can you do to kind of mitigate losses? Or how can you exert your political power?
Thank you. Well, first of all, did you come to our Houston government night? We were looking for more people in Houston. We want to come back to Houston. We need to get more people out there. So, the president, every president, proposes or should propose their budget guidelines. It's their framework that they would like to see. The House is where the spending bills start. It is up to us to define how we're going to spend all the tax money that comes in. Whether we're going to reduce our debt, whether we're going to expand Social Security, whether we're going to expand Medicaid population. It is one of the things that I read up on, that I pay attention to, and see how it's going to affect my community. So one of the questions that's come up, it's a tiny piece of the budget. It's a big thing to us here locally, it's the CDBG grants. This is the grant program that we had originally talked about, this was on the Meals program. But there are specific small items in the budget that are big things here at home. Those are things that I'm always going to fight for. So the president has provided his framework. It will be far different what comes out of the House.
EPA!
My second one has to do with the ACA. Why not fix it as opposed to repealing it and coming up with a program like the previous one that was pulled from Congress because it was so draconian? Why not just fix it? The ACA is actually pretty popular, and as you pointed out, it has provided a lot of mental health coverage for people that cannot afford it, or at least subsidized. There's some very good things in there, a lot of coverage for people that covers the essential health benefits. And I'll just let you answer the question.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. So, look, I realize there are diverse opinions on the Affordable Care Act and whether it went far enough or didn't go far enough, whether we're going to expand it or retract it, whether we're going to have single-payer health system or government or health care, universal health care across the country. I will tell you this, from a state perspective, expect you guys will see a bill on single-payer health system. And it will be up to the governor to decide how he's going to pay for that. Whether he raises taxes or whether he expands to be able to pay for what the new expense will be. But from a federal perspective, I would anticipate that the bill that comes out of the House will go to the Senate and drastically change. We will have the opportunity to add amendments to this, which is why I've got amendments that are prepared. You can look online tonight on my website and see the amendments that I am pushing within the Affordable Care Act. But your point is well taken. Look, there are things in the Affordable Care Act that we expect to stay. Our healthcare system as a country has changed. We have more people in California that are getting coverage under Medi-Cal. We also have people that are staying on their insurance till they're 26. We have pre-existing conditions. These are things that will stay in the new bill. And there are other aspects that I will need to fight for to make sure that they stay in. And so expanding Medi-Cal will be one of those.
You have 5 seconds. You see that timer?
What I'm really concerned about is just the essential benefits that people are going to provide. And some of the stuff that we're looking at, that you guys are looking at, absent California, is horrible.
Yes, the essential benefits were pulled out. I expect those to, I know that is one of the things that it was debated before we left that we expect to be debated once we get back.
Okay, Teresa Reshower, right? Teresa. Looks like Teresa's got a question for me.
I have a question for all of you. First of all, I'm going to start with you, Congressman Dillon. No surprise there. There's a saying in the labor movement, give us not only bread, but roses too. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting, the National Endowment for the Humanities, and the National Endowment for the Arts consume only 0.004% of the federal budget. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting, the parent agency of PBS and the National Public Radio System, spends only $1.35 per American per year. Together, NPR and PBS provide media access to 99% of Americans. Defunding these agencies, as the President's budget has proposed, will not materially affect the federal budget. Next, the Central Valley is much more rural and poor than the Bay Area. As someone who used to help people research grants in this area, I can tell you that we do not have a lot of wealthy individuals and foundations who will step in to fund our arts organizations and our public media. We need you to advocate at the federal level to maintain the funding for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, the National Endowment for the Arts, and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
13 seconds, keep going.
Okay. Representative Denham, will you promise to protect the funding for these agencies? No. And for the other gentlemen, Assemblyman Flora, or Mayor Soisa, for your respective bodies, will you introduce resolutions in your respective bodies to support expressing your agency's support for continued funding for the agencies I have named? And will you instruct your lobbyists to likewise speak up for these arts and humanities agencies at the federal level?
Congressman.
Thank you. I appreciate the very well thought out and very well researched question. Right now is the time when we're actually dealing with the National Art Competition. It gives us an opportunity to highlight and showcase a lot of the great artists within our community, as well as, while there are a lot of students that compete in this, I think a lot of the real recognition is going to the art galleries as well as our local art teachers. So it is an opportunity for us. Let me finish. Let's be respectful here. It is a good opportunity for this time of year for us to actually highlight a lot of the things that are happening here locally, but also to take a look from a national perspective of the funding that actually goes into these programs. So hold on. I know, let's not yell out right now. Look, hold on.
Hey,
ma'am?
Let him go.
Ma'am?
Please.
I understand that we've been here for going on 2.5 hours now. And I would love to stay here longer, but I know some of you are getting a little tired, so let's be respectful. I would still love to finish the question. Yes, it does. So let's wait your turn. We're still here. We've still got a microphone. We'd still love to answer more questions. But let me give the respect to the lady who actually asked the question. So in the past, let me finish. Let's be respectful, please. I would love to answer the question. Let's be respectful. So, ma'am, in the past, this is my going on 7th year. We've been addressing this in the budget. It is something that I've supported in the past and will continue to do. Thank you for your question. Thank you for asking respectfully.
Mr. Flora.
This question has a lot to do with the question that you asked previously. And I'm just going to say that I'm very committed to working with you on this and finding a solution. Because the truth of the matter is, we have a limited pot in California that we're pulling funds from. So we have to work together to try to find where we're going to find money. But you and I are going to be in contact very soon, and we'll figure something out. Thank you.
So, as a product of public broadcasting, as a rural farming kid who had an antenna on his roof that could get 3, 6, 10, 13, you guys all know those channels I'm talking about, it was crucial to my development as a pre-kindergarten attendee to have public broadcasting. So absolutely that will be coming before the City Council to support that funding. But here's another step though. When we go through the budget at Sherlock City Council, we make sure we have adequate funding for our after-school programs. Our after-school programs are crucial to our most vulnerable students in Turlock, and they're award-winning. We have great staff. We have a lot of college students that are our staff that are mentoring young people, especially young people who get out of school about 2:45, and their parents, who are often working 2 jobs, aren't off till 6 at night. So that gap is crucial. That's when the trouble is happening with our young people. So our after-school programs are going to be protected while I'm mayor, and public broadcasting is actually crucial to the education of our young people here in the city of Charlotte.
So, Teresa, thank you for the question. I will tell you that I fully support what you're trying to do. I think that when you look at what keeps kids out of trouble, what gets people into other things that keep them out of trouble, you've got PAL programs, you've got music programs, you've got art programs, you've got after-school programs, you have the Carnegie Arts Center here locally. So I'm very supportive and would be more than happy to write a letter on behalf of you. City Council Member Tony Madrigal with the question, please. Turn on.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. First of all, I just wanted to say, I'm not going to repeat some of the other questions. I do just want to state one thing. I do support protecting the Affordable Care Act in any way that you much as possible. Second of all, I did want to share with you that our region was really hit really hard, with these last floods and, our rights and river levels. And I understand that some of these flood prevention, flood damage prevention funding needs to be done way in advance, such as it should have been done, for example, the Orville Dam. I think that I just wanted to ask if you could please provide more funding in our area, or fight for more funding in our area for the victims of the floods that had to get relocated. The reason I'm saying this is because there was a lot of people that were living in some of the unincorporated areas that were specifically told this is not a mandatory evacuation. Nevertheless, they had no choice; they had to leave. I don't mean to throw county leaders under the bus. Nevertheless, they had no choice, and the only option they had was to travel to the Turtle Rock Fairgrounds, or even Stanislaus County Fairgrounds, all the way from Modesto, which was also not a choice for them because they couldn't leave their belongings behind. And I also just wanted to propose a solution to some of the things that some of us are asking for, such as, for example, free college education for all. I want to ask, for example, Assembly Number 4, if you would support California having an oil severance tax, just like 31 other states have done across America, and just like every other state that surrounds California has. Oregon, California, Nevada and Arizona, if you would support an oil severance tax. We don't have an oil severance tax here in California.
It's an interesting question, and so I thank you, Councilman, for bringing it up. Once again, we're talking about an additional tax on a particular industry, correct? So I understand that, but if we did do a tax, it is going to tax an industry. That industry, what industry is that going to hit the most in the Central Valley? Agriculture, right? Because we primarily use the most of that. So I would be very, very, very hesitant to do that. I think there are other ways that we can fund this, but when it comes to protecting the Central Valley, we cannot protect the Central Valley by constantly increasing our cost of living here. And so we have to make sure that we do it the proper way. The flooding one? When it comes to emergency preparation, we have to do everything we possibly can with the state and the federal help to get that done. There's nothing that I'm more passionate about than emergency. That's my background, is public safety, right? That's our background. Oh, thank you. I was worried about the red card. I saw you waving the red card. I was like, oh. It's a confusing thing. But when it comes to emergency preparation, you take it to Silly Gallagher's in the Yuba City area. When that dam they thought was possibly going to fail, 200,000 people evacuated in a matter of a couple hours. That is a big, big...
All right, you guys, we're going to hop out of this to take you back to the Kia kissing contest going on right now, where people are kissing a Kia car. Whoever is last standing wins a brand new Kia Optima. You're streaming live right now on the Fox News Now stream.
people are about to get a break. That's good, because I would probably have to pee my pants by now.
This was a while ago.
You are under 30 minutes away from a break. Look at that.
And we have a song that you haven't heard in the last couple hours, so that's good.
Oh, I mean, please.
Alright, you guys, looks like we have momentarily lost that feed. Let's take you back to the town hall.
You don't know a thing about the district's constituents. Everybody here, raise your hand if you did not vote Republican in the last election. Hello? In fact, Clinton won this district by 48.5%. You won by a margin of only 3.4%, or about 8,000 votes. Our representatives are out of touch with their constituents. When you insult me by sending me an anti-democratic finger in the face, asking me to sign an email card to congratulate Gorsuch, I wonder, what the good are you?
First of all, for writing my office. I assume that you sent an email. I would love to see the email response because I get 6 hours twice a week going back and forth to Washington D.C. and I write a lot of them. I go through a lot of them. Thank you. I'd love to see that.
That's the same one.
So this is not a response to any email to my federal account. I mean, if you send me a letter, I send you a response, regardless of what the issue is. Send me a letter, I send you a response. Give me a phone call, and I respond to that. This was not... Let's be respectful to her. Let's be respectful to her, please. And so... let's please can we be respectful to her? She's asking a question. Let's be respectful. Come on. This isn't a shouting match. Be respectful to her.
You know what? I have my big girl panties on. You do not have to be respectful to me. I'm tired of you telling me to be respectful. I am a respectful person. That's why I needed to talk to you about this issue of communication. You don't know me. You sent me an email based upon what you wanted to tell me, not what I needed to hear from you. I've tried to communicate with you, and it's just not working. Come on,
Okay, Priya Mishra.
Well, I don't know if there was a question there, but so this was a solicitation that you sent me that I guess got blanketed out to a lot of different people. Again, if you go to denim.house.gov and you send me an email, I don't care what the question is, what the issue is. Send me a question, whether you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, any party, I answer your questions. I will be happy to make sure that we give you a good response. Thank you. Every letter.
You do not.
No, I did not.
Many letters not gotten in. I'm called to a lecture office.
Okay. Next question. This is Priya Mishra. Do you support, she's from Salida, do you support eliminating the free and reduced lunch programs, school vouchers, and the elimination of after-school programs? CTA endorsed your last election. Do you think they will if you vote with Trump and Betsy DeVos?
I'm a teacher, as you know. 97% free reduced lunch at my school.
Thank you. Appreciate your question. So I've continued to go out to a lot of the schools and look at the school lunch program. It's actually something that we deal with under the Farm Bill. Farm Bill's coming up again. I supported it last time. We're negotiating the Farm Bill. I expect it to stay the same under the current Farm Bill. But I would say here locally, we're doing some really great things with school gardens to expand not only breakfast and lunch, but after school as well. So I would expect to see that continue on.
About school vouchers.
There hasn't been
My nephew went to a series. It was the charter school. I forget what the name of it is. And he went there freshman year, sophomore year. They promised him that he was going to be college bound. And then they found out that it was not accredited. And he lost 2 years of schooling, and he can't get into college now. He has to make up those credits because it was not accredited. Do you believe that these school voucher programs would be good for the state of California? Do you think that they should? Yeah. Do you think they should?
Okay, well, charter schools are different than vouchers.
It doesn't
We
matter.
don't have vouchers in this state.
Do you believe in voucher programs? Do you believe that? Do you believe?
But you're a teacher, you know about charter schools, right?
I do. Do you believe that more charter schools should be opening up? Do you believe in these voucher programs? Because they don't have the same level of intensity that the current school program has. Do you believe in the same form of education? I mean, they have totally different standards. Totally.
So I have not seen a voucher program on the federal level yet that is going to be an opportunity to vote on, but it's not something, let me finish. It is not something that I've supported in the state, nor something that I've supported on the federal level. And I've been proud to have the support of the teachers. Let me finish. And I'm proud to have the support of both NEA and CTA in previous elections. I work very closely with the teachers on a lot of these different issues that have come up. I'm in the House of Representatives, so the Senate votes on all confirmations. The Senate is the one that voted on Gorsuch.
Do you believe that services should be held with the same accountability that public schools are?
She couldn't do it without legislation. Legislation would have to do the House.
Donna Blanchard.
Wait a minute.
Donna Blanchard. No, she's here. Donna asked the question. Is she here? Missing. Mr. Ernesto, why are you against Planned Parenthood when federal money is not used? When money is not used for abortions, if it is religious view, why don't you consider those who are not religious and don't have a problem with abortions?
It's a personal view. It's a view that I've had before I came into the state Senate. It's something that I made my position very vocal. Look, it's a personal view for me. Let me finish. So it is an issue that No, I didn't get a chance to finish that stuff. Let's continue to be respectful because I'd love to stay and answer more questions. So let me give you my position on why I'm pro-life. Look, my mom had me when she was a teenager. The majority look, we have 16 different health clinics in this district that provide health care to women. 16. Thank you. All right. Out of respect for my two colleagues here, we're getting close to 3 hours now. Let me just say that I appreciate not only the large turnout, but I would like to say, one of the things that has come up from a national perspective is a lot of the anger and the protests in a lot of these different town halls that we haven't seen tonight. So I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for allowing us to have a civil discussion and give us an opportunity to actually answer questions. So I would ask you not only to continue to reach out and send me your letters, your questions, your concerns, and allow me to respond, but also give me the opportunity when we have open office hours in my office, which we've done. I've seen some of you here tonight that have come by our office, or our mobile district office hours, or join us on the telephone town halls. But I want to continue to hear from you, and I hope you'll come to our next town hall. I look forward to it. So thank you very much, and if my colleagues have anything to close on, I apologize you didn't get more questions tonight. I'd like to thank our supervisor for hosting this with us once again.
I got to tell you, I am appreciative that everyone made it out here tonight. Best crowd ever at our event. And we will do this again for sure. Maybe I might even try and do it in Houston for the few people. But thank you so much for coming and being respectful. Thank you to the assembly member, the mayor, and the congressman. I appreciate you all being here and sticking with us for 3 hours. Good night.
everybody, you're getting a live look of the Capitol building right now. Pulling up the next top story for you here in the show. There was a lot going on at the White House today with the Easter egg roll that President Trump said his wife Melania spent a long time planning. I do want to pull up for you a part of the Easter egg roll where Kellyanne Conway was there reading an Easter story to kids on the White House lawn. Let's take you to that. Here we go.
This book belongs to my friend Lane Hudson. Is he here? No? Okay. I love Easter, little cub said. Me too, Papa Bear said. It's even better than Christmas. Better than Christmas? Why? Because on Christmas we celebrate Jesus' birthday, but on Easter we remember we get to be with him forever. Forever, forever. That's why God gave us Easter. I like the Easter bunny, cried little cub's little sister. And candy, added little cub's little brother. The Easter bunny is like Santa, Papa Bear said. He reminds us of gifts and happy surprises in the morning. But God is the one who gave us Easter. Easter is part of a bigger story he had in mind for a long, long time. How did God give us Easter, Papa? See this egg? Papa Bear said, it's a symbol, helping us remember. Just like the shell cracks open and a chick comes out, we remember that Jesus was in a tomb, but he didn't say dead. He didn't? No. Even death couldn't trap God's Son. He is life itself. And God loved us so much, he wanted us to be with him always. We can see signs of his Easter plan all around us. Oh, look at that. Look at the pretty. It's sad this big old tree fell down and died, little cub said. Yes, Papa said. But when it did, it made room for new little trees to grow. See how the sun shines now, without those big branches to block it? And how all the pine cones fell across the forest floor? These pine cones will spread their seeds, and baby trees will grow like this one. Out of death comes life. That's how God wants us to see Easter. I still don't like it. Well, neither do I. We don't like to talk about death, but we were born to love life. God loves life. But sometimes we have to let go of one thing so we can move on to another. For instance, think about this river. Where do rivers go, little cub? To the ocean, little cub loves the ocean. Yes, the river ends, but it spreads into something even bigger. Heaven is like the ocean for us. Because God gave us Easter, we can be a part of something bigger. And even though we talk to Jesus now, in heaven we will see Jesus face to face. Couldn't Jesus just have waited for us in heaven? A long time ago, God's children wouldn't listen to him. They didn't even believe in him anymore. It made God very sad and angry. So he sent a huge flood to start anew with Noah and his family. In that ark with polar bears and giraffes and monkeys and turtles. And when the flood was done, God promised never to send another one again. Phew, little cub said with relief. That's good. Little cub liked water, but she liked land too. It is good. After the flood, God gave us a rainbow as a sign of promise. But when his children, who said they'd follow him, were disobedient again, he had to find a way to keep us connected once and for all. God wants nothing more than to be close to all of us, his children. So Jesus keeps the promise we broke, little cub, and because of him, God forgives us when we make bad choices. All of us? Everyone. That's how God gave us Easter. Do you talk to Jesus, Papa? Every day, Papa Bear said. All day. Does he talk back? In a way. It's like he whispers in my heart. In your heart? I thought we listened with our ears. We do. But to hear Jesus, it takes a special kind of listening. Little Cub was silent for the rest of the walk home. She was trying to listen with her heart. She listened and listened and listened. That night, as Papa and Mama tucked her into bed, she was still listening. And as her parents kissed her and hugged her, she turned over and remembered she was God's child too. In that moment, she felt comfy and cozy and cared for, almost as if Jesus himself had whispered, "I love you," in her heart. "I love you too, Jesus," Little Cub whispered. "Thanks for giving us Easter." The end. Happy Easter, everyone.
That was Kellyanne Conway reading at the Easter egg roll earlier today at the White House. After that, they had a few other notable people as well reading at the White House, including the Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos. Let's take you to that.
My name is Betsy DeVos, and this is my grandson, Tag. Tag, can you smile? And I am the Secretary of Education. Do you know what that means?
Yes, you're the head of all the schools.
No, you guys are the head of the schools.
What?
Yes, indeed you are. But I have a really fun story to read today. It's called Iggy Peck, Architect. Have any of you read this one?
No.
Anyone? A couple of people. Okay. So I'll try to hold the book up to see the pictures, but
Maybe you could read it first and then. No, sit down.
I'll read each page and then I'll show the pictures. Does that sound good? Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's get started. Where'd our butterfly go? Are you going away, butterfly? Okay. All right. She's flying away. Young Iggy Peck is an architect and has been since he was 2, when he built a great tower in only an hour with nothing but diapers and glue. "Good gracious, Ignatius," his mother exclaimed. "That's the coolest thing I've ever seen." But her smile faded fast as a light wind blew past and she realized those diapers weren't clean. "Ignatius, my son, what on earth have you done? That's disgusting and nasty. It stinks." Okay, there's Iggy's diaper tower. See it? Yeah. A smelly diaper tower. But that is quite a feat of architecture, isn't it? But Iggy was gone. He was out on the lawn using dirt clods to build a great sphinx. Look at that. Wow. That's quite masterful, isn't it? When Iggy was 3, his parents could see his unusual passion would stay. He built churches and chapels from peaches and apples and temples from modeling clay. Look at those. Amazing. Hey, can you guys sit down so the kids over on the lawn can see too? Does that work to sit? Can you guys down there see the pictures? Yeah? Good. Okay. Look at those fruit masterpieces.
Fruity masterpieces.
At dinner one night, to his father's delight, Iggy got a bright gleam in his eye. And out on the porch, he built the St. Louis Arch from pancakes and coconut pie. Wow. Yes. Look at that. Wow. Has anybody seen the real St. Louis Arch? Anybody? I see a couple people there. Dear Ig had it made until 2nd grade, when his teacher was Miss Lila Greer. On the very first day, she had this to say: "We do not talk of buildings in here. Gothic or Romanesque, I couldn't care less about buildings, ancient or new." She said in her lecture about architecture that it had no place in grade 2. Uh-oh. Iggy's in trouble. Mm-hmm. There we go. Miss Greer did not like his building ideas, did she? That might seem severe, but she was sincere. For when she was no more than 7, she'd had a great fright at a dizzying height in a building so tall it scraped heaven. On an architect's tour of the 95th floor, young Lila got lost from her group. That explains it, doesn't it? Look it. Okay. Here we go. She was found 2 days later stuck in a stuck elevator eating cheese with a French circus troupe. After that day, it's quite safe to say she thought all building lovers were nuts. As a teacher, she taught that above all, one ought to avoid them. No ifs, ands, or buts. See the elevator she got stuck in? And the French circus troupe? There we go. So now we know why she really doesn't like buildings, tall buildings especially. As you might guess, it would cause Iggy stress to hear such terrible talk. But he didn't hear. He sat in the rear while building a castle of chalk. "You, Iggy Peck, your desk is a wreck. Tear down that castle right now. You will not build in here. Is that perfectly clear? Do you need to see Principal Howe?" Look at the big chalk castle that Iggy built. But he's getting in trouble, isn't he? He's getting in trouble.
Sit down.
Can you guys sit down? "No, ma'am," Iggy said. He lowered his head and his heart sank down to the floor. With no chance to build, his interest was killed. Now, 2nd